It's a Porsche Classic race going on now, and that's just coming to a close with the Guerra brothers in the 935 K3 been leading this from the pole position all the way through. Just trying to look through. We've got a few British drivers in there, but further down. So we'll be talking to Mike in a little while. Trying to test my memory though, Mike, while this goes on. 7 Le Mans you competed in, a lot of the Cure Cos cars. The MK, did you race the MK?
No, I started in 1981 in a Porsche 935.
Right, so you're understanding what these boys are doing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then I did it, that was 1981, and I did another 6. My last one was 1988 when I was a Works Nissan driver here in Group C1. So this is my first trip back to race in 34 years.
Oh, really? Is it?
Yeah.
That's amazing. But all through that period, you've carried on racing. And what we should say, of course, you're a top man in Formula 3 and Formula 5000, Dempster cars, we remember. And then you never stopped racing. And really, you've never stopped winning. You've been winning with your son, Anthony, and quite recently and so on.
I've been really lucky. I'm 76 now, but I have the mind of a 26-year-old. And when I'm sitting in a racing car, I feel like a 26-year-old.
That's great.
I don't want to get old yet. I still have that passion for motorsport that I had when I started my first race in 1965 in my little 1172 car.
What I didn't say in the introduction, of course, I think 3 years in Formula 1, racing for BRM, and Ensign, I remember. So it's a bit of a funny Formula 1 career, because you were right up the front in the Formula 5000 Cup, which was very similar in speed in those days to a Formula 1.
Yeah, there was a bit more weight management going on in Formula 5000.
That was a big Chevy engine in the back.
That's right. But I probably wasn't ever going to be one of the best racing drivers in the world. I had an ambition to drive in Formula 1. I managed to get to sit on the grid of a Formula 1 race, but sadly I never ever sat in a competitive Formula 1 car.
Yeah.
And I really would have liked that opportunity to just see if I had any consistent talent that would have given me a Formula 1 career.
Yeah.
So that's a big regret for me. And I've written about this recently. This is a bit of a plug, I suppose. I've just sent my text off a book that I've written called Life on the Wild Side, about how somebody who lived with their mum and dad and their brother in a flat in Chiswick with no money, their journey as to how I got to sit on the grid of the Grand Prix.
I don't think it's possible in that background.
No, absolutely.
It was great, but the fact you've carried on racing and winning, I think you're probably the longest enduring successful racing driver if you didn't win in Formula 1, you know.
I did, well, I won the last race I did last year at the Silverstone Classic in Ron Maiden's Ginetta, just by half a second.
Oh yes, because you're racing that competitive car,
Yes, a very, I'm desperately trying to think of his name, Mr. Haddon in his R26.
Andrew Haddon.
Andrew 26R, Andrew Haddon. He was mightily quick, and I just managed to hang on to win the race. But it is nice, I have to say, at my age, to win a motor race. It gets quite emotional because I didn't ever think that I would have this longevity of my motor racing career. I have to say, I only want to race classic and historic cars now, because I've had enough of the pressure of somebody paying you and you have to get pole and you've got to win and so on. And this event is the first time I've been to a classic, and I mean, how good is this?
How huge is it?
I mean, it's unbelievable. And I love it because I can drive some of the world's best racing cars. With no pressure, apart from the owner said, please look after it, don't damage it. So I drive it at a percentage of what I think I could do, which makes the owner and myself get on very well. And it's just a pleasure to do it.
You've been racing Porsche 962.
956.
956.
956, yeah.
Your feet more in the front.
Absolutely, yes.
How did that go? You had problems, did you?
Yes, we had problems with the brakes in qualifying, sadly, but we qualified 17th. Group C cars, and it is the oldest. It was built in 1983. The first of the customer Porsche Group C cars that were sold, chassis number 956101. And it was sold to Kramer, and it came here to Le Mans in 1983, driven by the legend that is Mario Andretti, his son Michael and Philip Alliot, and they put it on the podium. They came third, and we are running it here in the colours that it ran in 1983.
Kenwood.
Yep, the Kenwood blue. And hopefully we'll bring it back next year, which will be the 30th anniversary of their podium.
Yeah. Well, we're just coming to the end of this Porsche Classic race, one of the 4 support events. We've brought you 2 of them, and this race is just finishing now. So the Guerreras have led this from start to finish in their K3 Porsche 935. And I think it's got a couple of minutes to go. But maybe we should explain, Peter Snowden, what's going to happen now, because we're now into what they call them the plateaus. So the main entry for this Classic is split into 6 different categories, all on year, and they've raced 3 times. Peter, take that a bit further.
Yes, so we've basically got different ages and eras of cars. So we're going to start a little bit after this. We've got the Little Big Mats coming up in a minute. We'll talk about that in a minute. A bit like the section of car at Goodwood. But we're going to start with Plateau Grid 4, which is for the cars. Plateau 3 there.
There you are, but a bit later than that.
That's how it works. So Plateau 4, I wasn't on the right page, just on the other side of it. So these are cars from the sort of 60s. So in this case, the Shelby Cobra Z-Types, Ferrari Super GTO. How often do you see a GTO out being raced?
Yeah.
How often do you see a GTO, let alone one being raced properly?
I didn't.
Well, we knew we would.
Yeah.
Driven by somebody, I'm not sure you've heard of him, Nicky Mastorelli?
Yeah.
Any background, is he? Bit of F1?
Yeah, Nicky. No, I don't think he ever did. He did Champ Car series.
Champ Car.
Yeah, he did.
I knew he was luminary up in single seater.
But he runs a lot of preparation. He prepares a lot of these racing cars now. Yeah, so we're going to expect to see several GT40s and so on. But so these guys are going to race now, and then there'll be the next 5 of the categories, because they've gone 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3 rather than the other way around.
Exactly. Well, just to keep us on our toes, yeah.
And
might keep it easy.
And then they have 3 races, and they add up the total aggregates.
So it's an aggregate, exactly that. So they race today on Saturday, they race at some point during the night, and they race again on Sunday. And the aggregate of those 3 that gives the overall result.
But then there's also a separate index of performance which they calculate, which is based on age of the car, their capacity of it. So there's some sort of equivalence formula going on. For some people, that's really important, doing well in that.
Absolutely.
We were just coming up to the booth, and we saw Ollie Webb, didn't we? And he was talking a lot about that. He thought he could win that. We couldn't win the thing overall because of the way it worked. But we'll try and keep you up to speed with that.
Perhaps if we get Ollie Webb to come up here and explain it to us.
Just as this 935 is going, Martin, you know these cars used to love standing down at Arnage in the night, and as they came out of there, the glow of the turbos was reflected on the ground. You could see it, and flames and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Awesome beasts, these 935s.
They were. I was driving the 911 RSR, which I'm racing later today in Plateau 6, and one came past me, and I mean, you could almost see through the exhaust pipes. They were so hot.
Yeah.
It was very impressive.
Look beyond cherry red.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. White hot.
So I think the checkered flag has just flown in this race. So just total domination by those 2 guys, and won by 48 seconds. There was another K3 in there that finished 9th, and then Ollie Bryant was in there with a much lesser Porsche, sharing with the former Renault boss Gerard Leroux, also another Le Mans winner in his racing career, and good to see that. A few other British drivers, and Daniels, and so Paul Daniels. I'm going to check on the list, but British
That's a comedian. That's a magician. Sorry, not comedian.
I know that.
Magician, yeah.
I know that. Well, why did you marry the multi-million? Yeah, well,
No,
we know that.
don't. Yes, yes.
But no, I think
Bless her.
that's his name. I've just got to find that particular entry list because we didn't expect to be doing the Porsche races, so we didn't have the entry list to hand. But I have just found it, so that is a good thing, isn't it? And there was an awful lot of them. That was the other thing.
It's made an awful lot of Porsches.
Yeah,
very,
yeah.
very successful customer car. As
So
we
anyway,
discussed earlier.
so just to get, journalistically, so you know, the guys that won it is Massimo and Marco Guerrieri, and they are from Italy. And look at this piece of paper. I can tell you the chassis number of the car, but it looks as if it's a genuine one. See what I mean?
WPOZZ something, won't it?
No, 93K.
Oh, it's a real one.
3001RR, yeah.
The road cars at WP.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely
Big
right.
anorak now.
And yeah, anorak sitting
Mike's
here.
laughing.
And second place was Guido Dumas and Philip Brown, Belgian and German pair. And I was just
Guido Dumari just races in NLS as well.
Oh, does he?
Yes,
Okay.
He was in an Aston GT3 car last weekend.
Apologies, please. That guy that has finished there in 14th place is indeed called Paul Daniels.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
I've totally seen the race. Yeah,
Not many people.
not many, not many people.
You'll like this, just not a lot.
Not a lot. Yeah. So we think, and they have been changing the schedule around a bit, but we think what we're going to see next are some miniature cars with some kids at the wheel, just as you said, like we have at Goodwood, except that Goodwood, they're all in sort of Austrian, what are these? Whatever they are. And I think we got a whole mixture of different body shapes in this, haven't we? And
We have.
We were speculating whether they're pedal cars or whether they got electric engines or whether they got little two-strokes or what. And we have to admit, at the moment, we don't know the answer. But
I think they're
my
electric.
man, Paul Snowden here.
Paul Snowden.
Paul
Okay.
Snowden.
Okay.
Snowy, sorry, mate.
I've been called a few things
It's
in my
been,
time.
it's been a
not
long
usually
day
Paul.
already, but he is thrumming through the programme where he's going to give us the SP on this. For my money, just as we've got a bit of a feeling, a beautiful Porsche 910 going through there in front of those 911s. For my money, more interesting to talk to Mike about his career here. Now,
Well, I have
sorry,
to say,
but,
this,
I'm
this
not-
little children's race, the gentleman Rainer Becker, who I race for here at Le Mans, his daughter Maya is racing a little E-Type.
well, that's got
in
we
the
can
race.
cheer for her then. If we
Yeah,
should be able to pick that
absolutely.
out. Yeah, that will
Maya
add something
Becker,
to it.
Yes, absolutely.
We got not a great
We've got some
expert
Harvards going over.
Oh, is that what? Oh my! I'm glad you came here. Yeah,
Yes.
look at those.
A big World War II training, American
Yeah.
training aeroplane. And a Squirrel, AS-350.
Now, see
Squirrel.
what? Do you know this? Mike is a well-known helicopter, trained thousands of people to fly
I
helicopters.
did,
yeah.
yes. It was my hobby to be a helicopter instructor.
hobby.
Yes, yes, afraid so.
Just think about that phrase: racing driver, Formula One,
Ah.
etc., etc. It's hobby
there's,
was training helicopter pilots.
There's the president of the ACO, and there's a man with a nice moustache, and here there's a copy of a Caterham 7 there.
I think they
And
look
look, yeah, on some
Oh,
great.
a 917.
Oh, this is a beautiful display. Isn't it? I don't know who makes
wonderful.
it. It's absolutely terrific. But we're-
Ferrari.
Yeah,
Go.
let's look out for your friend. Morgan with a proper number plate on it. And they'll remember this for
How
so
lovely.
many years to come, won't they?
What gorgeous little cars.
Yeah, it's beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully done. I think
Come
he's
on,
one of
Maya,
the
you
younger
can win
drivers,
this.
is
You
he?
can win this. Not that I'm biased.
Right, well, I've got an
Yeah.
entry list for them.
Oh,
I believe.
wow, yeah,
I've
well,
got
that's gonna
details
help,
of what
isn't
they
it?
are exactly. I'm just trying to have a quick read through.
This is extraordinary, actually, isn't it? All these different body shapes.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
I mean, the shapes we're talking about here, I'm just looking through the entry list here, names that would ring out on only appropriate for Classic Le Mans, but Bugatti Type 55, Alpine A110, Lotus 7, we've seen already, Aston Martin DBS Volante from 1989, so a more current shape, Lotus 7, Ferrari 330, Triumph TR3, Porsche 917, we've seen that was in Richard Appel colours, wasn't it, that? In
Yeah.
1970s Le Mans colours. Jaguar E-Type, as you've mentioned. I think there's more than one of those. AC Cobra, got a couple of E-types. Mia Lara Becker. Would that be the lady?
That's the one.
I like the fact that it's Jaguar retype 1962. That's what
Yes.
it's obviously modelled on. It's very precise.
Yeah.
I like this.
Well, this is fabulous, isn't it? Look at these. What a joy and excitement for these guys.
We have a DB Le Mans 1959.
There's one for you, Snowy.
There's the Aston, that's one I've just mentioned, yes.
Yeah.
In its correct colour, Oscar India one. Yeah, look at that. So we've got the correct interior. Shed the piping on the seats, of course. Yes, how those winter nights fly by in the Snowden household, I know.
The beautiful bit of leather on the X120's bodywork. Just,
BMW 328, I thought it was, crikey.
these are works of art.
The GT40.
Amazing.
I like the patina on the GT40 as well.
Yes, you got a good old pattern there, isn't it, on there?
D-type.
Yeah.
There's the Alpine in the background, without its fins.
And there's a lot of them.
Yes.
There's a lot of them.
Well, according to my entry list, no less than 87.
Goodness me, it was a Ferrari
Could
Dino.
be the biggest
though.
grid on the weekend, surely.
Yeah. There's somebody called Margot. He's giving us a nice wave. In a Ferrari. He's not in one of those cars. Well, that's a lovely thing. We discussed it yesterday. The policeman riding vintage BMW motorbikes.
There you go, BMW 75. Look at that.
There it is. Look at that. Yeah.
So don't drop it, you'll knock a cylinder off.
Yes.
Let's go back to your career, Mike. As you mentioned, racing and factory Nissan, that must have been quite something. What's that?
It was, and I have to say, with hand on my heart, it was possibly the worst racing car I've ever driven in my life.
Yeah. Who were you with?
I was with Win Percy and an Australian V8 supercar star called Alan Grice. Fantastic.
Remember him, yeah.
And
Very
the three of us,
talented.
we did manage to get to the finish, but the car had what they call bump steer. So
Yeah.
when it hit a bump, it would either jig left or right, and I have to say it.
And if you wanted to go left, it went right. And if you wanted to go right, it went left.
It was a nightmare, and we actually discussed not driving it because at 238 miles an hour, not knowing which way the car was going to jig, especially when you're trying to cross the crown on the north side.
Which is still there.
Yes, I felt it.
It's not confidence boosting, is it?
No, but we did finish. We finished a dismal 14th, I think, but we did finish. And it's the only Le Mans I managed to get to the end of, sadly.
Yeah, because you were in the Cosses on which you were winning the World Sports Car 2-litre section with great results, but it just didn't happen here.
No, for some reason it was always silly little things. The coil shaft on the DFE went, so we lost oil pressure. It was a coil shaft on the oil pump failed, and so it lost oil pressure. That was one. And poor David Leslie had a tyre blowout. We were doing 217 miles an hour on the straight with the Ecosse, which was quite amazing for a C2. And he had a rear tyre fail, which destroyed some rear body work, destroying a radiator. And he tried to get it back to the pits, bless him. And he managed to get some water from a stream and put in, which was outside assistance, so they disqualified us. And it was all that sort of thing, a lot of bad luck. But to finish in the Nissan was a good way to finish my Le Mans career, because sadly I didn't get another drive after that.
Just go back to the book. It's your full career, is it?
Absolutely, it's from when I was a schoolboy.
Stories of Louis Stanley. And
there's a chapter.
Yes, I thought Louis Stanley was the boss of BRM, and I don't know how you describe it.
Because weren't you immortalised, Mike, in a cartoon? Was it a Bamba cartoon? Would it be,
no, it's not Bamba. It was an
Australian.
No, it was an Australian cartoonist.
I grew up with Russell Brockbank as the cartoonist.
But I've got it on my office wall of me sitting in a BRM.
Of the suggestion to you to Louis Stanley that he asked you how to improve the car and you said to put a DFE in it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Apparently wasn't the best thing to say to the eponymous man of BRM.
No, well, he insisted it was an American engine, and he would not consider my argument, which was Mike Costin, Keith Duckworth, in Northampton, in a British company called Cosworth, had built the best Formula One engine to that time. And
It's like those British Mercedes in Formula 1.
yes. So
It's a German car. It's German money.
So he said it was funded by Ford, therefore it's American, you're fired, and so he sacked me on the spot.
Yeah, along with a lot of other people.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
I mean,
And then, I mean, the only good thing was, not a good thing really, but subsequent drivers never made the car go any better than I did.
no.
And they had as much bad luck with the car as I did as well.
I mean, from that point of view, I mean, obviously DFE was a known entity even then, very successful, but even by that point, what sort of, how many years in was this? What, 70?
Oh, crumbs, yeah.
72, 73, so the
Yep.
engine's about 5-6 years old
Yep.
since debut. But how was the BRM chassis? Was that in itself okay? Was it the engine was the Achilles heel, or?
It was, the engine was the Achilles heel. I don't think I ever left a pit lane and drove back into the pit lane of a qualifying session or a race.
It's not a good record, is it?
No, they were using very, very tired components because Louis Stanley would not spend the money in the team. And I'll give you an example. I tested a P201 with Chris Amon at Snetterton, and Chris did all the testing in the morning, and then I was given the car for the afternoon. And after about 5 or 6 laps, coming past the pits at Snetterton, the engine read to 12.5. I suppose I just got up to about 11.5 past the pits as I accelerated, and the engine blew up. It put 2 rods out the side of the block. This was possibly 2 or 3 months before we went off to do the Argentinian Grand Prix in January of 1975. When I got to Argentina and I looked at the car, I always like to have a good look around the car I'm going to race. It was the same block as I had used at Snetterton, and it had been welded.
Patched.
Yes, just patched. And needless to say, the engine didn't last very long in that Argentinian Grand Prix either. And it really upset me that the DFE was such a good engine. You could spend a little bit of money, but get 500 horsepower reliably.
That's the key bit, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the same as everybody else was using, apart from BRM and Ferrari. But I felt we should convert a P201 chassis and at least test and see how much faster we would have been with a DFE. Because the BRM, if you can the BRM to give power, you only got power between about 9,000 and 12,000. So you had no torque. But if you put a cam in that gave you torque, you had no power at the top end. There was never a real good compromise.
And the engine was designed by a guy called Aubrey Woods.
That's right. Yeah, he accompanied me to Argentina and Brazil and so on.
Yeah.
A great guy, but he had no funds to offer.
No, that makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Lotus 6. Yes. A very fine copy, I have to say. Yeah. So just on the book, it's coming out when?
Well, I've given the text. Derek Bell, bless his heart, has written the forward for me. Yeah. I was thinking of asking Snowy, but I thought he'd take me down.
No, I want money for doing it. Just him and Jackie Stewart.
We've crossed over to Comedy Hour again.
Yeah.
So Derek very kindly has written the forward. Kyrgios have put some little stories in, and lots of teams I've driven for.
Yeah.
I've always got on, apart from BRM, I've always got on with the people I've raced for, and they've been very kind to write stories for the book. So I've put together 98,000 words. So it'll be good. If you don't like the book, it'll make a good doorstep. And it's with the publisher now. I've got a meeting on July the 25th with the designer to do the pagination.
Oh, you haven't done that bit,
No, we're going to do that. So it'll hopefully before the end of the year.
And finding nice pictures is always an interesting part of it.
Yes. It is.
Just finishing mine at the moment, and we're right on the last knockings of it.
Good.
Laid out.
I shall.
You are mentioned.
I shall buy. Oh, really?
Yeah, you are. Yeah. But it's like a lot of it is a rehash of those articles I wrote in the BRDC Bulletin for 10 years, but there's some new stuff as well. I changed it around, so
I look forward to
yeah, we've been fun, but it's quite a procedure doing it all. There are people that write a lot of books. I don't. I have done a few in the past, including famously one called Woman at the Wheel by Hannah Gordon. Well, I was Hannah Gordon for that particular book. And it had, there's a silly story, it's used to my silly stories now. It was motoring tips for women, which all came from the AA, and it was things like, if your windscreen wiper breaks, get a potato, cut it in half and rub it over the windshield to break down the surface tension.
Yes.
That's a silly book it was. But she did take me to a most marvellous lunch at Frederick's Restaurant in Camden Passage. Came out, and you don't forget things like that, which is beautiful.
She was beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Anyway, this is going to be a Le Mans start, I think.
Wow.
Did you must have done Le Mans starts?
No.
You just missed it.
I was way too young for that.
Yeah, just missed it.
Yes. 1981 was my first.
Yeah.
We just did a rolling start.
Yeah.
But
I was telling Snowy earlier, because I reported races here when they did, and it went absolutely quiet. You could hear the footsteps
Yep.
of the people running and jumping in the car.
I was here when I was working for Firestone Racing Division. I worked here.
Oh, I forgot that. Yeah.
Yes, I worked here with Golf, with their 917 GT40s. So I remember it well. One of the reasons, the biggest reason I didn't come back after 1988 was because I didn't get another drive. But to be honest, I didn't want to come back because I have such memories of the 60s, being here working as a race tyre engineer, and then in the 80s, early 80s, with the old pits, which had such character, going down into that tunnel or the alleyway behind the pit garages at 3 o'clock in the morning, knowing that in 10 minutes time you're going to be doing 230 miles an hour in the dark, possibly rain, possibly fog. There was no other motor race for me like it. And so I didn't want to spoil that memory by coming back here.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps you'd fall a little bit too late. You'd like to do it more in the sort of 60s and 70s.
No, it was dangerous enough when I did it in the 80s.
Yeah, very difficult. Gregor Fiskin out there, just
Greg,
on the grid, so he's going out there with one of his little charges. I've had a quick look at these charges, the appropriate word, because they are electric or internal combustion engines. They have got IC engines in these cars, but they're most definitely not pedal cars. Just managed to look up a little bit about them, Andrew.
Yeah.
And it's access to the Junior Drivers Club for the weekend for these guys. It is a Le Mans start, as you've said. It's given by the clerk of the course of the race itself. They are parked in the herringbone pattern, and they drive for 4 kilometres.
Oh, do they?
But there's no practice. They get to drive the cars there's no qualifying on the circuit as such. They get to go and drive the cars on the Bugatti circuit first, just so they've got a feel of them, as it were. But it's not a qualification. So quite how the order's set, I don't know.
I did do a bit of suspension work on the.
I'm sure you did. Yes, yeah. Just put a couple flecks of bump.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you know what? I can believe it's true as well. Then. It's the kind of thing that Colin Blower would say. Well, I don't think it's good. No, stop. So there's no practice. They just go out on the bit of karting, and that's right. They're allowed to do. They go to the Alain Prost karting. They get some practice in that first. Extraordinary grid, as we said. I mean, I'm counting, as I said, it's 87 cars for this grid. It's got to be our biggest grid for the weekend. Just think we've got a new entry list just updated here.
Oh, lovely.
No contact, hopefully, Snowy.
I think there will be.
And circuit limits. We must watch out for circuit limits and so on.
Yeah, indeed. It's actually increased from 87 to 91 cars now.
Perfect.
Entries, yes.
Oh, we've got a bit of a smoke show going on.
I think his engine's failed, I think. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Now, so you're aviation man, Mike. What did you say those words? Harvard's, right.
World War II trainer from America.
I've actually flown in one of those, the one they have down at Goodwood.
Yeah, nice.
Yes.
Nice aeroplane.
Yes.
But very, very, if you take the mick when you're flying them, they snap into a spin very easily and can bite you in So a very good trainer for a fighter.
Yeah.
A propeller.
Wasn't that what they used sort of pre-Spitfire? They sort of that then went on to that a little bit. The Harvard was used for that, or was it?
No, no. It was. I think it was probably after the Spitfire.
Okay.
I think.
Is it more 1950s?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
What stunned me about it was because it was bought for me as a present with it ended in an O, birthday ended in an O a very long time ago. When I actually climbed into the thing, it's rather like a race car. It's tubular, but there is no floor. You get in because the seats are suspended halfway up the fuselage, and there is no floor. There's no need for a floor. Why is there? So don't drop anything because it'll disappear off down into the. Exactly. It's rather like a ship. It's got no decks inside, just where you need to be. So you're suspended, sort of. It's almost like this sort of floating carpet.
Exactly.
Halfway through the fuselage, and you're just like, oh, okay.
You had a little platform to put your heels on to work the rudder pedal.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah. Fantastic.
Do you still fly helicopters, Mike?
I do occasionally. I don't fly professionally anymore. At my age, I'm not allowed to.
Oh, you know, I wondered about that.
But I have a friend who occasionally lets me fly his helicopter just because I like it. But I could still instruct if I wanted to. But to be honest, I did 8,000 hours of it, and I thought motor racing is for me rather than carrying on with helicopter flying.
Little Big Le Mans. That's nice, isn't it? That's a great shot.
Big man. Yeah.
And Fillon, the president of the ACO there, and very much a driving force with Richard Meal to him.
Both of whom are driving this weekend. Fillon driving with David Clark,
Nice.
Later on today, I think we'll see him out today in that car. Yeah.
I love the way they've replicated some of the colour schemes of the cars that won here.
Well, that is one of the suggestions. It says it's not exactly a requirement, but it is one of the suggestions. I was just reading through that. Get away from the video bit and go back to where we were. So the idea is that it's a Le Mans style start. The idea is for future champions, children aged from 7 to 12 years old.
They're off.
Oh, they're off.
Oh my goodness.
Come on.
That happened.
Oh, some kids were a bit slower than others.
That must be a relative of Jackie Hicks. Just walked across.
That girl almost got mown down. Well, somebody's got a flying start on that yellow one.
Yes, off they go.
And you're going to
Here's a
overtake.
perfect
Oh,
demonstration. Perfect demonstration
Contact.
of why we stopped the Le Mans starts.
Yeah.
Contact.
Matra in there.
Nice attack.
Early 70s Matra.
A great grid of cars.
Yeah.
Now the car that got the great start is a Ferrari out on the right-hand side. That's got some kind of issue with it. So it's
It's got a bit of Mercedes.
porpoising
Going on.
Also, I think it's oscillating actually. Debris on the track already at turn 1. Now somebody's definitely using an internal combustion engine there further down the field because we can see smoke. Most of them appear to be electric. There's a Matra making a good run. The
Well, you see the
Harvard's
Pescarolo colours of Harvard keep coming backwards and forwards.
They're meant to be miniature replicas of models that have taken part in the 24 hours.
Oh, right,
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
There's that lovely Porsche.
936.
936.
936, yeah. 1977 winning variant of that'll be Jürgen Barth, Early Hayward, and Jackie Eads.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Very nice.
Just to finish off then with the book, while this is going, when do you expect it to be published? Sort of in time for Christmas, you heard?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I'm pushing on because I started.
So that means I've got to buy 2 books for Christmas now. Both of them.
Yeah.
Good man. Good man. You'll be the only one who buys it.
I doubt that very much. I doubt that very much.
Oh, the Matra Pescarola colours. Oh, there's more than one of those. I think that one's definitely not flat out. That's been overtaken by a BMW.
Change up.
Well, no, he's absolutely following the correct rules. He hasn't carried to the blend line of the pitch yet.
No.
Oh,
So he's following the rules. How realistic does this Porsche look here?
Yeah.
From this
I mean,
camera
that angle,
Until you see the scale of the driver's head, it just looked like Richard Atwood's Le Mans 70 winning Porsche.
Absolutely.
this is going everywhere.
There's 2 in that white one there, but it seems to be going quite quickly. It's got a co-driver, look.
I'd go and
So
lunge
the poor poisoned Ferrari stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, send it.
Overtake the police.
Lunge
Come
the
on, kids.
policeman.
I think once you train them young, to get past the gendarmes.
Yeah, well, there's...
other options are available, just in case anybody thinks we're misleading the children in the future.
What great photographs.
Yeah. Have you spotted your friend? That's,
No,
No,
I haven't seen one E-type yet.
no,
I've seen a D-type.
So what have we got in the middle of the pack there? That looks... So that's the Aston, the more modern. That wouldn't have taken part.
that one's still got the
Yeah.
porpoising problem, look. So, Mike, more drives coming up this season in
Sadly not. I think this is my
Silverstone?
last one.
No, not Silverstone.
I have nothing for the Silverstone Classic, no.
Mike was no drive for the Silverstone Classic at the moment. His telephone number is...
He's not having my drive.
no.
Oh, go on, Snowy.
No, I don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh, there's a bit of weaving going on.
A bit of Ferrari weaving going on at the very back
the
there.
motorcycle boys are taking the shortcut in their BMWs. And,
I think they're the rear guard. There's three at the rear. Alpine A110 convertible.
yeah.
Wow.
Should have built one of those in period, shouldn't they? Looks great in convertible form.
It's a Lotus 6 that's
Smoking,
I
yeah.
think, yes.
How very apt.
Yes.
The next race that's coming up is got on pole position the Chief Executive Officer of the Ford Motor Company on pole,
Very good.
Jim Farley. I mean, that is unbelievable. I mean, he's raced quite a lot, and he's raced even I think before he worked for Ford he raced, but I think it's a great effort, quicker than Sean Lynn in a similar car.
And what is he driving?
A GT40.
A GT40.
Yeah, this
Good for
next
him.
class is mainly GT40s. There's E-types and Cobras. That's basically what it is. A few Elans.
Oh, it's a good effort.
It's setting the scene, isn't it, for Le Mans 66, the sequel.
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, the CEO of Ford
Yes.
comes and puts it on pole at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many years later?
I wonder if you'll try and buy a Ferrari this afternoon.
Well, yes.
A Ferrari or Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly. There's a subtle difference.
It didn't work last time.
Either outside of my price bracket, but that's Mike Wild's territory. That is buying a Ferrari.
I would.
And these are the cars, of course, for that race that are coming round. So they're, because we are running a little bit late here. What time is this?
Talking of E-types, Mike, you do have, I happen to know personally because I've seen it. You've let me have a good look around that car. You've got an absolutely delectable, exquisite E-type, have you not?
I have a
That's
Series 1.
Series
yes.
1 that is, if I recall you telling me, it's a one-off colour.
It
One ever
is.
built in that colour.
Absolutely. It's called Special Blue. I found it for sale in London. A gentleman in Knightsbridge was selling it. He wanted to buy another car, and he was selling a few cars to buy a much more expensive. He wanted to buy a 246 Dino Ferrari. So I bought it off him, and I will never ever sell it, ever. It's one of those cars that if I take it somewhere, so I have to put petrol in it, I can't go to the kiosk without stopping and turning around and looking.
Yeah,
Of course you can't.
And it just means the world to me, that car, because my wife Chrissy and I in the 60s I met Mike Howard. My brother was racing motorcycles at the time, and my brother Johnny introduced me to Mike Howard, who subsequently became a good friend when we raced against each other in cars. He had one of the first convertible E-type Jaguars. It was red, and to me it looked like a spaceship in 1961. It was so beautiful. And I vowed, and Chrissy and I vowed, we would have one day. And we never ever managed to get the money together. Every time we thought, yeah, I've got some savings now, they were slightly out of our reach. But sadly she died 12 years ago of cancer, and she had a little insurance which I didn't know about, and it was just enough to buy the E-type. So it's her legacy to me, and I'll never sell it.
That's wonderful.
What a
That's
lovely
wonderful.
and appropriate use of that.
Yeah,
and good for you. And I have seen it. I say, Andrew, it's one of those cars I do covet.
Yeah, yes.
When he brings it down to Thruxton every now and again, I keep hoping he'll just put the keys down somewhere, not
You're,
notice.
you'd be more than welcome.
No, you're very kind.
And I have very fond memories of Chrissy, Mike.
She was a nice
Yeah,
lady.
she was a lovely lady.
We were married 42 years.
Yeah,
Lovely.
and a racing enthusiast as well, I think.
Yeah, I met her
Yeah,
at Brands
yeah.
Hatch, and she was 100% supportive of me.
Yeah, yeah.
She was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, well, look, we've got a piped band here.
So these are cars being brought out onto the grid for Plateau 4, as you've mentioned, Andrew, and they will...
Yeah, and so, Snow, just to stop you, Mike's just showing us the fantastic E-Type that he owns and that unusual shade of blue.
Yeah, it is,
I want it.
and I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
I've got to say that photograph, whilst it's a good photograph, doesn't do it justice in the flesh. In this paddock in the sunlight, it was looking absolutely awesome.
I'll go home and get it.
Absolutely.
Oh,
You didn't drive down in it?
No, next year you come in.
If Mr. Becker asks me to drive next year, I'll drive it down.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will. And,
So-
one of those, it's funny, the things you said it's very kind of welcome to drive. So one of those cars, you said you've raced an E-Type. Yeah, I've raced a couple of E-Types, 3 actually. I've never driven one on the road. And there's those things people say, what are they like? You go, I don't know, because I don't know what an E-Type's like. I know what a low drag's like or a lightweight, but I don't know what a road car's like. It's
And
bizarre.
I'm the other way around.
There you
I've
go.
never
There you
driven
go.
a racing E-Type.
And rather similarly, that as drivers, the other way around, that you're quick and I'm not. So maybe that's the point. There you go. See, so it works on all levels.
Absolutely.
So, Plateau 4 it is, it's coming out first. These are our 1960s cars, and the exact category is, that if I go back to the programme, we do have the exact category. So, Plateau 4 does give us the cars from, I will tell you in a second. Talk amongst yourselves, once you find that out. Plateau 4, 1962 to 65, so it's a very, very small spread of cars, as well as a bit of a mix of there in that. So we've got a huge variety of cars and a big field as well. I'll check the entry list in a minute as to how many cars we've actually got in that field, but just looking down through the list here, I'm looking at some glorious names. You just mentioned Jaguar E-Types, Lotus Elan 26R, the race version of the Elan, as if the Elan wasn't light enough, quick enough, and nimble enough in its road iteration or a sprint version.
Yeah.
26R is a
Terrific.
I always think them. I've always got slightly wary of thoughts of them because they're such small and frail things. I'm not sure. Have you raced one, Mike? You've raced a 26R?
I have. I did the Snetterton 3-hour in a 26R decades ago.
Yeah.
Finishing
It was
position.
lovely.
But your
I can't
Ginetta,
remember.
your Genetta's really competitive with them, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah. She was saying a racing under hand.
Yes, I managed to beat it. Just.
One thing I was saying about this, there's quite a lot of cars here that we used to see, the GT40s and the Cobras, but what we've got here, because we're in France, is these Alpines, Le Mans Alpines, 2 different iterations, including the 1964 car, which you'll see has got number 46 on it. And these are not, I don't think these have been raced for many, many years, and they've been unearthed from sort of garages, and some enthusiasts have built them up. And so it'd be interesting to see how they get along. So,
I thought it was really interesting. I have hardly ever seen a GT40 Roadster, and how lovely to see that car here.
I think there is. I think that is the only one, isn't it?
Possibly.
I thought they built 4, but I may
It's
stand
the only one
corrected.
here.
And of course there was the one.
What that
there
means,
was,
Mike, is Snowy, do your research.
Yes.
That's what that means.
there was one, of course, that had the roof cut off for the film, for the McQueen film, and it got the roof put back on it.
Okay.
And it might be the Bryant car, actually.
Never the same, though, was it?
No. I did have a little look about that on Google about those open GT40s. There's a nice Elan. It's very interesting chassis design, that with the centre spine and that sort of legs holding the suspension.
And that delightful torque handle.
Look, here's this extraordinary thing that used to win the index of thermal efficiency and index of performance. That's, well, the 2 are together, look, 46 and 44. The second one is a couple of years later. But that particular car, the one in the front, had some success, and it won the GT 1300 class and the index of thermal efficiency in 1964. And I'm not reading this from Google, incidentally. They had a nice little presentation at the garage with them that I photographed. So. And and it ran 65 as well, but didn't finish overheating. It won some hill climbs, strangely enough. with names of people that I'd long forgotten, and suddenly, I remember that name. Roger de Langenest was the driver, but the guy that looked at it was Roger and Henri Moreau, who had the victory in '64, and Henri Moreau went on to be one of the first people to run a racing school.
Wow.
Now, I've done a tiny bit of background on the Roadsters, and I've reminded myself that I'm slightly right and slightly wrong.
Oh, good.
Often the case, as Michael it didn't say that for each of the years. But they did build 5 Roadsters, but
right.
only 1 actually competed at Le Mans. So I knew there was something about 1 in Le Mans.
Yeah.
But do you know why they did the Roadster? Because in '64, '65, just think about Le Mans '66, just park that for a minute, as in 1, 2 and 3. '64, '65, they had disappointing results. So they experimented by making it a Roadster. They thought the coupe wasn't that efficient.
Yeah.
That's how the Roadster came about, because it wasn't that efficient. Obviously went back to it, and for '66, Hobbie Moody got involved, and I think it's the rest of the history.
So I think the big story here is whether Jim Farley can actually hang on from Sean Lynn, and some other Nicky Pastorelli is in that fabulous 250 GTO there, and then we've got the very quick Cobra that we've seen racing at Goodwood in the past with James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley in it. That's a blue car when we see it, and you can see it in that lineup actually, and that is quick. And those both James and Harvey are very quick indeed, from the DK Engineering organisation. Buy and sell a lot of very nice motor cars I can't afford to buy.
I have to say I felt really honoured that Nick Mason let me drive his 250 GTO at the Silverstone Classic. And it's one of those iconic racing cars that people told me that it's the best balanced front engine GT car that you could drive, and I think that's probably right, because going through Copse at Silverstone, you could actually put the car in, it would start to slide, but you could actually straighten the steering wheel and the car would just go through in a beautiful four-wheel drift. But as I say, an honour to be allowed to race it, especially when they were sort of passing hands at £20 million at the stage.
Mike, I have to ask you one very quick question before Andrew just jumps in with this, before we get on to the start of this race. We did the same sort of thing with Stuart Hall, who's in a different role than you at the moment, but he's got a bucket list of cars he'd still like to drive. You've driven an array of cars that have most grown men melting and knees dropping off and falling down on the ground, but is there anything else left that you is there something where you just say, I get the safety bit, want to look around a car and all that, not just race and competitive, but is there something where you just go, do you know what, I would like to drive one of those, I'd like to race one of those? I
had a bucket list of cars. I've been lucky enough to...
Which must be getting quite short by now.
Yes, and it's down to 1.
Oh, wow.
And
here we go, scoop.
I've driven 152. I've listed them in my book of the cars I've driven.
So just say that again. 152
different types of racing cars.
Wow.
And my bucket list was 250F Maseratis and GT40s, things like this. And there's only one left on it, and that's a Porsche 917. And I yearn to drive a Porsche 917. I'll never forget working as a Firestone engineer at the Spa 1000Ks the first time the 917s ran there. I became friendly with Joe Siffert, and he gave me my passion for Porsche. I've still got the first Porsche I ever bought. And Joe got out of the 917 after doing some laps in the 917 around the old Spa circuit. And I said, okay, Joe, what do you think of the car? He never said a word apart from putting his hand on the zip of his overalls, pulling the zip down, putting his hand inside over his heart and pumping his heart.
Sometimes actions speak louder than words.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it was a scary machine averaging over 160 miles an hour around Spa.
Well, there is the 5 times winner of this race, Emmanuel Pirot, who is racing here this weekend. We got a nice interview with him earlier. I think maybe we're able to play it out at some stage. And Emmanuel, just such an enthusiast for motor racing.
Lovely man.
Lovely man.
A fellow, I'm proud enough to be a member of the Grand Prix Drivers Club. And He's our leading light, bless him.
Yeah.
A lovely man. I saw them at lunch today, normally with his wife.
She was a lawyer at one stage.
Really?
Yeah, she used to be. She
Lovely.
really was. She's a lovely lady.
Very pretty.
And very supportive again.
Yeah.
Like Tracy was of you. So the girls in the green and white checkered dresses are departing the scene. We're going to have a Le Mans style start where the drivers, as they did a long time ago, and my memory's failing me now, the year they stopped doing this, will run across and jump into the car. In the old days, of course, there were no safety belts, and most of the car, they just used to vault into the car and off they careered.
That's right. I mean, when I started racing in 1965, we didn't wear seatbelts.
No. It looks as if the 30-second board is about to go up, and this really, what we're going to see now is the first third of what is in effect their event, because as we said, Peter said they're going to race 3 times, once now, once in the middle of the night, and once tomorrow morning. Add the aggregate of the 3 races together to get the overall result. So you've got to have 3 good races.
You have, and it's obviously this is going to be possibly the hottest one.
A little bit concerned about the cameraman there and Emmanuel Pirro hauling it. I hope they're going to run. Oh, so the countdown here. Emmanuel has got the tricolor. He waves it, and come on, cameraman. I think you need.
Somebody doing a Jackie Eats at the end there.
Yeah.
Across.
Yeah.
It is the last car, so it doesn't matter.
One Cobra making a terrific start. Look at that. Jim Farley hasn't got away. He hasn't been able to fire it up. But he's fired it up now, and he's lost 10 places.
Ooh,
and the Cottingham Cobra hasn't got away either. That still hasn't gone. And just been sitting there a while, maybe it got a little bit hot.
I'm going to say 2 things that are just completely opposed to one another.
Just the speed.
We look at this and we see it, it's just eponymous of Le Mans.
Yeah.
But when you see it, it's actually mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It just doesn't work.
But I mean, this is, look, they'll then go behind the pace car and then it'll pull off. But it's still emotive of what they did, and there's the 35.
Will they go back to their original grid position?
I presume they would, yes. I mean, this is a meeting's been on my bucket list. I've never been before. I've voiced over highlights in the past, but I've never been here. And I was not quite sure what was happening, to be honest. I thought maybe they were actually going to go, which is what you'd expect, but obviously not. About 20 years ago, I was involved in a sort of Bahamas speed revival. And although the original Oaksfield circuit wasn't all there, part of it was, and we had Sterling Moss and Phil Hill there. They used to do a Le Mans start at the Bahamas Speedway, the Nassau Trophy, and I actually had them running to the cars. And Sterling, how old would he be then? Maybe he was in his 60s or something like that. And he was in a Cobra, and he ran across the road like hell and literally jumped into it, and off he went because he wanted to beat Phil Hill.
Yes, sadly missed, my friend.
Yes.
Sadly missed.
So here they are, getting ready. They've sort of had a sort of Le Mans start, just for a bit of fun.
Bit of theatre.
A bit of theatre, exactly, that's the right word for that. And, Mike, we're watching very briefly, watching the Cottingham Shelby Cobra to see if it was sort of moving up the field. I think it is. We'll have to see if basically Jim Farley goes into the back into the front, won't we? In number 64, GT40. So, Mike, of course, British Grand Prix today. You're a proud member of the BRDC, and of course, you're missing their big meeting.
Yes.
Any regret? I mean, it's a shame it's on the same day.
It is.
There we are.
It is.
Come on, he gets to drive a 9.
Yeah, I know, but
you
know,
could have
been
at Le Mans.
It's going to be
go
next
to the British Grand Prix and be a punter.
Yeah,
he's in the right place. It's not his first rodeo. Come on.
No.
He's a driver.
Yeah.
No, I think I have been to the British Grand Prix every year for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
But I have to say, hand on heart, I'd rather be here than anywhere else.
Well, absolutely, me too. And
Especially as it's chucking down at Silverstone anyway.
Yes.
yeah, apparently is. And we have been looking at.
No, we're not. We're looking at anything.
But we have been looking something, but we're not going to say anything. Shall we say that?
So no.
There's that open one. Look.
Jim
Yes,
Farley looks like he is bringing his GT40 through the field.
Yeah.
I think that's him with the headlights on. So he's just very sensibly just weaving the car through the rest of them, and I think he will be resuming that to pole position. But they still, when we said it was a bit of theatre, I mean, it looked like they were actually making a start.
Yeah.
To the point that if you didn't know otherwise, you're like, they're going to just do a slow lap round, because the competitive spirit did take over there. So.
It did a bit. You'll like this, Mike. Jim Farley is also a main board director of Harley Davidson.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Never ridden one.
Never ridden one.
No. I've always been a sports bike man.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
I just think motorbikes haven't got enough wheels, but that's just a personal view. It's not me, it's the others I don't trust.
I did put stabilisers on the back of mine.
I was going to say that's an age thing, but I thought that might sound wrong. As if you're so young, but
We might be seeing an old oppo of yours, Tim Harvey, up in the box later. And
Oh, good.
He's quite a good motorbike. He likes motorbikes, doesn't
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I had
another one of those annoying racing drivers that's very good at being a commentator as well.
Yes.
They still like all our gigs. That's what they do.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Yeah. But particularly in Grand Prix level as well. But there
I
we
just
are.
had a text from
They
Stuart
know a
Hall
lot.
saying he'd like to do some more. Like,
Yeah.
no, mate, just go and race cars. Go on.
yes.
Let us see out our pensions at least. So I was just looking at the Alpine there, just thinking back to the Little Big Man's racing, because there was one there.
Yeah.
Thinking, hang on a minute, of course it's the real car this time.
Taken the wrong turn.
1965, I think it was, thereabouts, that came out. 566, the Alpine with is that the 210? With the very distinctive rear fins?
I think so. I don't know.
I'm going to have to look now.
Yeah, you're going to have to look. Because, they had this nice descriptive piece up next to the older car, but they didn't have one for the newer big fin car. And I know the organisers when they got
Alpine
there.
M64.
Oh, well done.
64.
Yeah.
I have great
the year that Mr. Wild started racing.
Yeah.
The year I was born. Just saying.
I had the greatest admiration for them, because you can imagine that little 1300cc car
Yeah.
going round here for 24 hours, getting out of the way of these monstrous Ferraris and so on and so forth.
But of course, there was also then the index of performance, which
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
of great
It was
cachet and very important
very
to the French
important.
as well.
Very important.
I know Mr. Colin Chapman had different ideas about that, didn't he?
Yeah,
He came along
yeah.
and went it with the elite, which didn't go down well in France.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Just
a great
to put this in a bit of context, Jim Farley, as the CEO, we said of Ford Motor Company, is 60 years old.
Doing well.
I mean, I try not to do this, Snow, unplug my book, but there is a chapter in there about older racing drivers and how old people went on to race. And,
Mike, you're on.
And in NASCAR, there's people raced
Yes.
right into the. One guy raced in the 90s.
Really?
92 or 93 was, and he did a 3/8 mile oval, and then he finished last. But he climbed in and out of the car with the welded door,
God, yeah.
But there's another guy that in his 70s won the sort of NASCAR West, one of those sort of lesser, yeah.
But they're the good old boys, aren't they?
Yeah, they're good old boys. I think the average age of a Grand Prix driver now is about 32. I did
barely.
work it out anyway.
Yeah.
I did work it out. No, I think the average age of an IndyCar driver was 32, and the Formula One driver was quite a bit less.
I guess
if I
probably
remember right.
26, 27.
It's in the book.
But it goes back to what Mike said at the sort of beginning of his piece with us about being a driver when you introduced him, and he said that I still feel 20.
Yeah.
26, I think what you said,
Yeah.
26, 25 in your head, and
Yeah.
it's an easy comment, but it is absolutely true. Like so many things in life, it's your mindset.
Yeah,
And what
absolutely.
view you've got
I mean-
on it. Yes, joints ache and things are different, and your body too, but a lot of it is how you react to it.
Yeah.
And,
I
and
have-
you- and what I found was the most fascinating thing you said. I took from it was you said when you think I'm 20, I think I'm 26 still.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can all do it. Yeah, okay, Mike, you're not. But what you said, what was most interesting, I took from it was, you said, when you get in the car, when you get in a racing car, you still feel and react like you're 26.
Yeah.
I thought, that's the difference.
I have
and that's why you get asked to drive such amazing cars, and you drive them extremely well.
And all that
very
experience as well. Yeah.
You're very kind.
You're not very kind. The results don't lie. It's there.
I have a very large poster in my office at home, and it's a 917, and on top of the 917 it says you don't give up racing when you get old, and underneath it says you get old when you give up racing.
Correct.
And I feel I don't do it for this reason, but I think if I did stop, the focus that I have when I do this
And the discipline.
discipline keeps my mind active. I have a neighbour who is slightly younger than me who enjoys pottering his garden, and he does his jigsaws, and that's great. He enjoys it. It's wonderful. But he looks 91, and he has, in my view, he has no life.
But I personally couldn't imagine retiring from anything in life, because what's the point to do what?
Obviously
you'll relate to this from cars and aviation, and you'll remember because you've raced Astons and stuff. And I'm sorry to do an Aston thing here, but there is a bit of context. A guy used to race in the Aston Club, Pete Foster, who was a British Airways jumbo captain. So obviously a very competent pilot, and he raced his DB4 lightweight and successfully won the Aston Club Championship and whatever at a club level, but a very, very competent driver. And when he retired, as you do from big jets at 55, I think it is that right?
It's either
no, a bit later than that now.
65
now.
It was okay. What he said, and he retired, and he said, and he carried on his racing.
Yeah.
And he said he never knew before how he did it when he was working, because it took up so much time. And he said, I don't know why I did it, but he did do things like he'd put the plane on autopilot to go to Singapore, and design the sort of new tyre rack in his trailer. Which is like, how many passengers have you got on board? He said, flies itself.
Computer's doing it.
Okay. Which is something I would just say in the commentary was, because he was ultra smooth and serene, which is I'm not talking about him in particular, but just drivers in particular, particularly in the wet. He always came to the front. He was always there anyway, but in terms of ability. And I always used to say it's because you've got to remember what the guy does for a living. He flies jumbo jets. There's got to be something there. There's got to be some correlation with you there and helicopters instructing.
It's really interesting.
Discipline.
Because sometimes if I had enough pennies in the bank, I would fly a helicopter to a race meeting, fly to Spa or wherever. And the finesse you use to fly a helicopter, and it does take a lot of finesse. When I got in the car, I was always quick.
Because Nicky Lauda says the same in his last biography he did with Maurice Hamilton. And he says something very similar about flying and the discipline of flying jets and whatever. He found it far more interesting, challenging and rewarding than driving a Formula 1 car to 3 World Championships. Because, as you said, it was a finesse. You had to do certain things. There were programs to follow. There were templates.
Lots of discipline.
Correct, and disciplines. Whereas he said he found driving a Grand Prix car, even at the level he did, it was a little bit edgy. He's thinking, this is the guy that was known as the computer. But what are the rest of them doing?
Snowy's got a great story here, which he told me on the way here. He's a huge Lauda fan, and he was on a Lauda airplane once, and the air hostess spotted him reading the Lauda book. And then what happened, Snowy?
Well, she just walked past and she said Mein Führer. And it's like, yes, of course, as in, okay, that's the boss. That's just what the word is. And she went by and came back and said, I have to for you, and had a glass of champagne, and I wasn't in that section, which is very odd. It was flying to Vienna, London to Vienna. And then all of a sudden she came back and said, would you like to meet him? I said, sorry? And he was flying the plane.
Fantastic!
This was my idol. In terms of Formula 1 at the top level. Obviously, you were from Britain. Obviously, we knew about you. But it was Nicky Lauda was my hero as a kid. And I met him at sort of Grand Prix as a kid. I remember very much a kid. And then as an adult, all of a sudden, there he is flying a plane. And it was just like, wow, just extraordinary. An extraordinary man, I think, or human on many levels.
Also on that longevity thing, I've been doing this quite a while actually. And,
I've known you a year or two.
And exactly, I think it keeps me. I didn't do big long this year, but I did the Rolex 24 hour run up and down the pit lane.
Toyota's one again for you.
And we're still doing it, interviewing Mario Andretti, Jimmy Johnson.
Mario Andretti. I raced against Mario Andretti. Well, I didn't actually race against. I did the American Grand Prix once, and he was in it.
No, hang on, Mike. I think you're being your usual coy self on there. You started a Grand Prix, a proper World Championship Grand Prix that Mario Andretti was in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
And Nicky Lauda.
And Nicky Lauda, yeah.
Not many people can say that. So,
No.
yeah.
And this gorgeous Porsche that Mr. Becker lets me race
Yeah.
was driven here by Mario, but I'd never met Mario. We went to the Festival of Speed last year,
Yeah.
and Ryder said, would you like to drive it up the hill? I said yes. He said, well, Mario's going to drive it as well. And I had the pleasure of meeting this great man, and the word legend is used quite a lot.
Far too
recently.
frequently, far too easily. Yes, I
But
agree.
what a legend he is. It was just a great pleasure to meet him.
I had the enormous pleasure of working with him because I was handling the PR for JPS the year he won the World Championship. I was looking after his PR in the UK. Yeah. A terrific bloke. Still says hello now. Saw him at Goodwill. Come over. Yeah.
Didn't realise you were handling the PR. I just thought you were a fax salesman.
Well, maybe.
Well, did I misunderstand what you meant?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go to that.
Anyway, I think we
yes,
should concentrate
indeed.
on nice stories. But
I
let's
do
That's what I was
concentrate.
trying to get you to do.
It's my fault.
Not at all.
Sorry.
Yeah. Here we are.
It's never the guest's fault. It's always
Test
ours.
match special, this is.
Where's the cake?
So here we are with these 2, 3, 4 GT40s at the front of the field, including the very interesting Roadster, driven by, I think, the two brothers, Macedo Silva. But the one we're focusing on at the moment is the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, setting the pole position, beating the ultra-successful businessman and racer Sean Lynn. And then we've got the 19 car as well, and so there should be a cracking race coming up.
Sean
think
Lane
Mr.
alongside
Farley-
in
I think
Tessie, one of the original cars.
He's very keen, Mr. Farley.
Yes, we haven't got lights out yet. We should have lights going out. Here's the video. The button's going to be pressed. The thumb is over the button,
Go!
the thumb, and we all go. So we have Plateau 4 starting in the sunshine here at Le Mans. The GT40s surge away. And how many cars have we got going into the first turn? We've got a 43-minute race here on the clock. So now I thought it was a 40-minute race. We've got 43 on our time screen. So Sean Lynn it is. It's got into the lead in Tessie. I say Tessie, TES1E is the number plate, what it's known as. It is one of the original GT40s from the period. And that is already into the lead by Stuart Hall would say turn 2, what I call the Dunlop curves.
Yeah.
It'll start to spread out now a little bit already. Cobras I'm looking where the Daytona Cobras are. Yes, they're in. So one's up into 5th, I think 5th and 6th already. That's the 33.
Oh, look at that Ferrari.
250 GTO Series 2.
Yeah, Nicky Pastorelli.
To me, the most exquisite. Any GTO is extraordinarily exquisite. But this is the 20. That's the pale blue Cobra that Jensen Button drove last year, wasn't it? In the members. Not
He
the
did,
members.
yeah. That's absolutely right.
Yeah. The revival. So the Spider, it is the Roadster. It's got up to 2nd place now, just getting down the inside of Farley. He's running with his headlights on, very Le Mans 66-esque. Daytona Coupes, one's made up a couple of places, one's dropping like that. The GTO is looking really quite punchy, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah.
A bit more than I would have expected.
The car in 2nd place, which is the Roadsters, 2 guys from Portugal, Rui Macedo Silva and Pedro Macedo Silva. We presume they're brothers. One thing we haven't got, Mike, we don't know who the starting drivers are. We're not getting that information. Oh dear, that one's blown up. So that's a shame. I think that looks pretty expensive to me. And
That's David Hart.
David Hart,
David
that's
Hart again. His Peugeot went to the Group C race this morning. It's not for the it's just not his
he's coming out
weekend, is
quickly,
it?
isn't he? That is David, not his son Ollie.
Yeah, and it's David getting out of that. So poor Ollie's not getting drives either this weekend.
No.
At this rate. But that looked. It might just be a Piper's thing to come off. So let's hope it's not too expensive, not too many mechanicals. It's not like a BRM engine, shall we say? So Farley it is. That's up to 3rd. He's got back to 3rd now. He did drop down a little bit, didn't he? The Roadsters. Is the Roadster dropping back a little?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Farley's second.
Farley's 2nd,
Farley's 2nd now. Yes.
And then
So
the
Sean
number
Lane
19
from Farley.
Yeah. And then the number 19 car of Breitmeyer, and it's Emil Breitmeyer from Belgium. Oh, well, there's the president now in his race suit.
looking remarkably similar to a younger Jackie Oliver.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought I had a flashback to 69 there, thinking that's Jackie Oliver walking up the pits to get in a GT40 from Jackie Eakes, the two Jackies.
One Cobra in 6th place, and then the Ferrari. Just looking down a little bit how we've got on. There's a very unusual Elva GT leading its class. Did you ever drive any Elvas?
I did, yes.
Yeah, must have done.
I think it was a Mark 1. It's very
Yeah, it was
Lola-esque.
Yes.
In fact, I wonder if I put that on my list.
Yeah, well, yes, that's a Did you keep notes? I mean,
No,
as you had to do it all from memory. That's a bit
Yeah.
tricky, yes. And go through. We could go to the BRDC library, go through
Yes.
millions of autosports, of course.
Yes.
So there is a yellow zone well, there's a double yellow at turn 11, which is where the hard car stopped. So that's what that's about. They'll push it completely out of the way.
Yeah, I'm sure that will clear.
And,
GTO coming under pressure from two Cobras.
I think
GT40 battle at the beginning. It's ahead of this field. There's a three-way battle for second place now.
Yep.
Sean Lynn it is that's I wouldn't say it's majestic. It's got enough of a margin there. Very nice and tidy in place, not using too much of the curbs. But the first or the last of the GT40s in that battle second now coming under pressure from the 33 AC Cobra Daytona. Of course, a car that was all part of that program as well.
Yes.
Back in 1966, they ran two of those and won the GT category as well in the World Championship for AC.
It's interesting for me to see that the Roadster is so much faster on the straight than the coupes.
Which doesn't sort of be logical. Oh, we've got a flat left on the 69 Cobra Daytona coupe.
That's Oliver Gallant, who we saw going so well earlier, remember, in the Jaguar. And that's
the Group C race.
Yes, that's
Olivier
right.
Gallant,
Yes.
So the engine builder. So his engine's fine, but his tyres let him down.
No,
That's a long way back. He just needs that not to delaminate and shred now.
But he's got to remember that he's got two other races where he can make up some time. But I think
that is
highly disappointing.
One of the hardest disciplines for a driver to think of. I'm sure Mike will attest to this.
It's a long way back.
It's not in your genes to drive slowly, and no matter how slow you think it is, it's probably at least twice as fast as necessary. It's always the way.
Yeah.
And it's when you get back, they call them technicians and mechanics. I still call them. They look at you, they just shake their head, and you're going, "What? It's just a flat tire," and they're just like, "Out." They do that. It's okay. Yeah, should have taken it slower. It just doesn't feel right, does it?
Just trying to find that compromise, isn't it, between trying not to lose too much time, but not to have all the rubber flailing and damage your bodywork. And
the trouble is, especially here at Le Mans, where you're doing in some cars 170, 180 miles an hour.
GTO facing the wrong way.
Yes.
Well, that could have been very expensive just then.
Then it is what can change the details, don't worry.
Yeah, Pizzarini Griffo going through.
I think it's gone round of its own ilk, though. That's on its own steam, so it hasn't been touched around, as it were.
I'm sure you're right there.
But yes, going back to what I was saying, if you've been doing 170 miles an hour, if you slow down to 100, it seems quite slow.
Yeah.
But far too fast if you want to preserve a tyre to get back to the pits.
In the picture, your first of four cars here then, with Sean Lynn leading. And a good battle between second and third. Reitmeier in third place, and then the open car. And there's a little gap back then to the number 33 Daytona Coupe. So you were doing a bit of work on that. I think they built 6 or 8 of them originally, these Daytona Coupes, and there's about 30 of them now.
Yes, a slight exaggeration, but yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of them, and I was staggered to find the one Andrew Jordan, Mike Jordan had built. The chassis was built in Czech Republic. Extraordinary. Yeah, but they look great.
A lot of expertise out there.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to be said. I mean, I know these replicas or reiteration, continuation cars, whatever you want to call them, but they're out and about in racing. And of course, some of these cars now, we're looking at cars that are 50, 60 years old. So
Yeah.
metal fatigue sets in, and unless they're massively restored, you're talking a car that's potentially, quite tired and dangerous, potentially. So
Yeah.
if you built a new version of it fresh, and nobody pretends it's anything other than it is, then what's the problem? Mike may disagree. I don't know.
No, yes, I agree. Sorry, I was just looking at the Daytona. It looks as though
He's no idea what I just said at all.
just about to give up.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Sadly, to get back. We were talking about continuation cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that, of course, the cars that are very old and tired,
Yes.
there's something to be said for having a modern
A clone.
iteration, a clone of it, provided it's to the original specifications.
And you've got some of that situation with Jaguar in particular, where they allocated some numbers and never built them.
Yes,
and they themselves have built them, not some
Cigar to Aston Martin. The
yeah,
same.
yeah. And Chevron, I
Yeah.
believe, as well at one stage.
Yes.
So this battle between the
Well,
aptly, the numbers, it's 32 and 6. It's the GTO Ferrari that was trying to get past the curb. He's having a little look down the inside again. You see, I'm just watching that. We know the value of a GTO, but it should be raced. And that's exactly what it should be doing. Absolutely spot on. I think this is APB1, and I'm playing that would have the blue. No, it's got the Prova plates on it. It's got different plates on it. Because one of those has won the celebration race at Goodwood a few years ago, didn't it? With Bobby Verdenroe and Peter Hardman.
got the Vittorini Griffos in there. But the ones here are not the ones with the rivets that I mentioned to you when we were looking round. Some had some were fiberglass and some were aluminium panels which were riveted, and the rivets were all down the roofline. It looked absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So,
What a show.
yeah.
I'm just looking at the number 6 Ferrari there, the GTO, Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel, and we're just saying about how they should be driven. We know what the value of one of those cars is. As it comes into the last part of the chicane before the straight there, literally that phrase, snaking under braking, it's got the dive down, he's sent it down the inside of the Cobra, which isn't an invaluable car in its own right, as it should be. It's been raced properly, and it's just brilliant to see. This is no parade, it's proper racing.
And I one of the chapters of my book, I talk about racing then and now, and I'm looking at people who are motor racing. People are giving racing room, and they're motor racing. And I think, sadly, in modern day motor racing, it's sadly lacking that respect between the drivers and so on. So it's lovely to see this kind of motor racing.
Ollie Webb there. Raced a lot, of course, at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship.
I think he's out in this. Is he out in this race as well? Ollie Webb?
I think he is, yeah. I mean, it's extraordinary, Mike, that I've never been to a race meeting that has had so many different cars and so many different... Keeping up with it, suddenly you find people
It's amazing.
that are racing here you never noticed. And one of them we found earlier on was Nelson Piquet, who's racing here. And
Yes,
nobody
incredible.
knows.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Well, they do now.
They do now.
And I bumped into Klaus Ludwig and
Yeah.
Carl Wendlinger, and
I didn't see their names on the entry list.
I don't know if they're driving, but
no.
they're certainly here.
They're here, yeah, it's fantastic. Now, Lotus Elans at the moment, the 17 Elan is the fastest sort of in that category, and that particular car is being driven by Simon Evans.
We're just coming up to 3 minutes off the pit window opening. I can't remember what the regulations are for this one as to whether it's how long they're static for.
Yeah.
It'll be, I think, as per the rest, it's
Well,
a mandatory pit stop and a optional driver change. Not who has to have a second driver.
Ask a driver.
That's the last person you should ask. That's why I didn't bother.
And I noticed Jim Farley's dropped to third now in that battle. I thought it was a minute and a half from entering the pits to leaving the pits, but my colleague here thinks it's about a minute and a half at the station.
Yes, I think there's
Which
an overall time, but you have to be actually stationary for
A minute and a half.
90 seconds.
Each series organised will have a different time they specify.
Yeah,
so there'll be a static time, then of course there's a pit in to pit out time included the stage. So if that's how they work out speeding, because if you do it under the collective time, aggregate time, then that's when you get penalised. But each one might be different. So certain ones will be 1 minute, some will be 1:30, some will be 2 minutes. You said in Daytona Daytona historic, they do it in 3 minutes.
They have to be stationary for 3 minutes.
It's a lifetime ago, a cup of tea.
I can understand it if they have to refuel and so on for safety reasons. That's fine, but I think if you sit there for 60 seconds,
120 is ridiculous. It's just like, I think some of the regulations, I don't know how it applies here, but certainly some of the UK series they do race abroad as well. It's if you stay in the car and don't have a driver change, you can leave the engine running. But if you do a driver change, you have to turn the engine off and restart it, which is always a worry with certainly older cars and engines restarting, heat soaks, vapour, that kind of stuff. They don't always want to restart, and I always feel like it's a bit like sort of John Cleeseland. Sort of thing with the Austin 1100 of you. Start. Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm not going to say no more than that, but you know exactly what I mean. Yes, it's available to look up on various streaming services.
Yes.
So Sean Lynn just edging away a little bit now. The lead is at 2.8 seconds from the number 19 car. This is driven by Emile Breitmeyer in Belgium. There's Nicky Pastorelli again. Of course, Mike, so you're not driving the Ginetta again this season either? Or?
No, basically because these gentlemen drivers who have bought these continuation Daytona Cobras and so on, I could run 4th, 5th overall amongst the lightweight E-types and the Daytonas and the Ginetta. And they didn't give me racing room, and I was put off so many times.
Yes, I remember a couple of incidents,
So I'd rather not do it.
Yeah, fair enough. So now we've got quite a lot of moving around. I mean, our cameraman, because rightfully is looking for different interesting cars in the field, although we haven't seen the Mini Marcos yet. And meanwhile, at the front, the Mercedes Silver car has moved up to second place. Jim Farley is third, and Breitmeyer has dropped from second to fourth. So whether he had an incident, I'm not sure. And that's all a bit close at land stuff, isn't it?
Well, that was very brave by the
other ones
the Gulf colour of land. You got very lucky to get away with that. The 26R came all the way around. I would say questionable track limits there, if that applies, all the way around that side, over the white line. Got the job done, but the land in front was actually slowing down, and then jinked right into the pit. So mercifully, the one behind them got the job done when he needed to. Otherwise, that could have been not as good an outcome, Shay, but I think all things being equal, it doesn't really matter. Nothing particularly gained. But you've got to wonder, though, if you've seen that in the mirror, haven't you? You've done a fairly brave, bold move, shall we say, for want of a better term, around the outside, get in front and look in your mirror and watch him dive into the pit. You think,
why did I bother?
Shucks, yes. All that effort and build up to it, all that adrenaline, like, I've used up a bit of my energy doing that.
You're seeing an MGB in the background there, because MG did race here in period with the factory team, as did the Triumph with the Spitfire.
Indeed.
With our friend Paddy Hawk.
Paddy was would have raced. Yeah, he would have raced in the factory team. A guy called Andrew Hedges, I remember.
Oh yes. Yeah.
So great sight here. Lots of big Ford V8 thumping engines in different cars.
So it's quite a short pit window here, Andrew, because it's opened and it's already going to be 13 minutes off closing. So I'm guessing it was only a 15 to 20 minute window in it. We've got 26 minutes left on our clock, half of which can be used up with pit window, so we can go to 13 minutes, or just short of 13 minutes, and say a little bit longer, actually 40 minutes from the end.
I reckon we're going to see quite a lot of pit visitors very soon, aren't we? There's the DK
imminent, I would say, imminent.
Yeah. And actually, a new fastest lap in the race from a car we haven't mentioned, it's in 5th place, the number 8 GT40. There, that car is being driven by Diogo Ferral from Portugal.
There's a bit of a theme to this, though. Here's
the Elva.
Six GT40s at the front, followed by 5 Shelby Cobras. Now that GT40 is normally raced by Richard Bradley.
Oh, right,
and its
yes.
owner, and some chap called Nick Manassian, who's got a bit of Le Mans history as well.
Yeah.
Nick's busy elsewhere, and Richard Bradley was down to race, not necessarily that, although I think he probably would have done, the BMW powered Elva, but also one of the Talbot Largos in the Plateau Ones. But he's on European Le Mans Series, Elms GT at Monza instead. So he has promised us an interview, and he did say he might call us sort of after qualifying. But
Well, that was what about that move for that Cobra down the inside there? Straight past the GT40.
Cobras shouldn't be going past GT40.
They shouldn't really, should they?
No, it's reverse engine evolution, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It did surprise the GT40.
I think it did, by the way. I think you're absolutely right.
Asleep, wasn't he?
Well, he's about to be pounced on by a Cobra Daytona as well, so I'm guessing there may be a little bit of an issue with that GT40, but perhaps not on song as we'd like it to be. It looks a little bit slow through mid-corner there, doesn't it? It's not exactly...
He did
doesn't
actually
look balanced.
He did actually brake for it, which is unusual.
Yeah. That Daytona Cobra. We got people coming in the pits now.
He used to be put by a driver there. He did actually brake for it, which is unusual. You know how that was said. Lovely, lovely.
Oh, look at that. Well, we've got a traffic jam now, look, including the extraordinary Alpine. It's stabilising fins at the rear.
I always thought it just wants the bit between, doesn't it? Between the fins.
Yeah, they hadn't thought of that then, though. That's the trouble.
No. Because aerodynamically it's to stabilise it. It's a fin, as per aircraft, isn't it? Rather than downforce, it is stabilising it.
Yes, downforce would slow it down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Quite handy in the corners though, for the Porsche curves.
Well, he's got a lot of stickers on his crash helmet.
Only on the one side then.
Yeah, only on the one side. Yeah.
I think it's like that saying, Snow, you give a little to gain a lot. So you give a little in the downforce on the Porsche curves, doesn't really cost you an awful lot, but to have no downforce on the Mulsanne for so long.
Well, it was something that Stuart Hall identified this morning, wasn't it, between the Group C cars, of even not even a generation apart, but just 2 or 3 years in evolution, the difference between downforce on the straight and to cars that look more like a Formula One car, the latter end of the Group C era, but losing out on the straight, not as quick as you thought, but through the Porsche curves, it's almost like they didn't slow down.
We were just looking at 07 Cobra there with being driven by Carroll, and that's the one we looked at yesterday, Snowy, that had all the names of the different famous drivers that had driven it.
I know what you're doing. You're getting to find that photograph of it with all the names on the door, which I've found for you, which has...
Ludovic Caron, and who has driven that car in the past?
Are you ready? And this is chassis number CSX2127.
Very good.
To prove the Anorak bit of it. Carroll Shelby, Phil Hill, Dan Gurney, Ken Miles, Lou Spencer, Bob Hobbart, Dave McDonald, Mel Wenzel, Richard Atwood, Anthony Reid. How did Anthony Reid get into that?
Sorry,
Anthony.
Good words.
I'm going to get shot for that. I'm going to get a message for that one. Nice to hear from you, Anthony. Darren Turner, Jean-Christophe Boulon, Nicholas Manassian, Alec Hellery, and Ludovic Carew, who actually is in the car now.
Yes.
That's
fabulous, yeah.
We saw it because it stood out, didn't it? Very nice handwriting on the door. I thought, what's all that on the door? It's all the names of people that have driven it.
I do feel left out.
Yeah, quite right. Quite
Yes,
right.
you do.
So Lou, if you're listening, available for hire. He is he's not cheap, but he is worth the money. I can promise you that. It's well worth money, well spent.
Absolutely.
Have you raced a GT40? Right.
I've tested them. I tested Martin Colville's X-Works GT40. I drove that 3 times. And I raced his Shelby Cobra.
Did you? Right. Yeah, Martin sadly died relatively recently. Great guy, and run that wonderful dealership, Lotus dealership, Colville and Alan Colville.
It's such a shame. He'd just written something to go in my book, and he died. I received it he didn't email it to me. Typical Martin. It was a letter.
Yes.
And he sent it to me, and sadly died about 2 or 3 days after I received it.
Oh, sad.
Yeah.
I never thought, actually, to be fair, that there's going to be a lot of racing cars I've driven that Mike hasn't. We do share the great interest and passion for DB4 Light, which was Mike drove at the time when it was the Thoroughbred car series, wasn't it?
Yep.
Thoroughbred. 81, 82, when Richard Williams came up with that idea. I drove them many years later with Colin Blower, etc. Great cars. I didn't think there'd be a car that I'd driven that Mike hasn't driven properly, and that's a GT40. I'm amazed.
I hadn't raced it. I just tested them.
Wow.
Yes.
And Cobras?
I only raced Martin's.
Same Martin's one.
Yeah.
David Clark here racing with Pierre Fillon. We saw him into his race. We saw him at the start of the kiddies race, didn't we? All in his suit.
Yes.
And the next thing we saw him in his race suit.
Pierre Fillon.
Well, that's really guaranteed his entry next year.
David Clark.
Well, to be fair, having
We guaranteed it this year, that's for sure.
I did see him yesterday. He did a great bit for us on Midweek Motorsport with John Hindhoff, obviously on Wednesday. That would suggest about the new 963 or 963 Porsche, the new hypercar that's coming out. They've got one for next year, the first customer car. So the car was announced at Festival of Speed last Friday by Porsche. On Saturday, they made the announcement of the first customer car, which Jota have got. And Sam Hignett and David Clark are very involved in that, directors of it. Quite extraordinary. And he did say that it took, like all these things, it wasn't as easy as you think. But David's very laconic, very laid back. And just said, well, we did this and we did that. And there was a bit of toing and froing. And we got the deal done. He's got Hertz sponsorship on it and whatever. And I saw him yesterday and he said, as an aside, he goes, 3 a.m. Saturday morning that deal got done. The announcement was going out at Goodwood that day. Just like, and so this is how these things happen, as we know. It's quite normal in business.
We've got our 2 leaders in now, both doing pit stops almost exactly together. Windscreens being cleaned. There's that very rare open top car with the two brothers from Porsche. We don't know if they're as quick as each other because Mike here, so the one guy might be kind of a bit quicker than his. We don't know.
Yes, it's interesting.
If we were here for 3 weeks, we could find out. Well, they wouldn't be here. We could find out if it was father and son or not.
I have to say it is interesting because when I raced with my son Anthony, we were literally over a 4 or 5 mile lap. We were only 2 or 3 tenths apart. And if you have 2 drivers like that, even with a car that is lower in class, you can still win races through consistency. As you did in BMWs in particular. So the 19 car got away quite a bit quicker, didn't it? So it's made up a bit of time in the pits. And that's 19 Breitmeyer. Not a guy I'm familiar with, I must admit, Emil Breitmeyer. He's pushing on though, pushing on well through the Dunlop chicane.
And I think we've explained it earlier, but with these 3 races, you can have 2 drivers. One guy can drive 1 race, then your second driver can drive the second race. You have 3 drivers, he can drive the 3rd race, or you can have 2 drivers and they'll switch halfway, which quite a lot of people are doing. And seem to be some diversity of opinion on which is the best way to do it.
Yes, I think certainly in our case, Rainer videos all my driving.
Yes.
And we talk about it, and he learns from the way I drive, and I'm trying to make him a Mike Wilds clone.
Yeah.
And
surely one's enough, Andrew.
He's very quick. He's very quick.
So he's quite up to your pace, is he?
Absolutely.
Is he really?
Yeah.
That's
I
good.
mean, I was quicker in the 911, but in the 956 at Monza, he was on the pace, which was brilliant.
Shugari. It's in there. They haven't shut the door properly either. That beautiful Alpha.
Pretty.
So, Sean Lynn back out in the lead, has made his pit stop and now has a 12-second gap over Breitmeyer, and then Jim Farley is now 9 seconds further back, and then Pastorelli has not stopped yet. So our pit window is pretty close, isn't it? 3 minutes.
Just coming to 3 minutes to go.
Soon, but Nicky hasn't stopped, and we got quite a lot of Cobras until we get to the next GT40, and then we got the marvellous Bizzarini there in 12th place.
Just looking up Nicky Pastorelli, he's a gold-rated driver. We share the same birthday as my mum.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's still only 39 years old now, which is rather annoying, but to say the least. But I knew there was an F1 connection, F1 tests. So he did test.
Yeah, he tested for a couple of teams, I think.
Yes.
The TVR behind that barrier, I believe.
Looks like it.
It is.
From Blackpool. Name came from the shortening of Trevor.
Do you know where the name TVR Tamar came from?
The bridge?
No, it's not spelt the same as that.
Oh,
Go
right.
on.
No, it was TAIMAR because it was a combination of a tailgate because it had a hatch on it, yes, and Martin.
Oh,
Put the
very
two
good.
together, so Trevor. It was a Trevor tailgate Martin. There you go. It's too many years spent with Colin Blow and knows everything about
yeah,
TVRs, as you can tell.
still-
Yes. Anyway, I'll just get my coat.
Yeah, go on. I still haven't quite got my head around what's happening with TVR. I know that Gordon Murray was a little bit involved, but then he's doing his own cars with a sort of, was it Italian revival or something? And so many people try to do these supercars,
Yes.
don't they? And we
Yes.
saw Ollie Webb in the pits earlier. He's been involved in some of these hyper road cars. And,
Yes, I mean, fantastic. It just seems to be going against the grain of what everybody's trying to achieve with carbon neutrality. But those of us who are petrol heads think, well, I think,
Yeah.
Nicky Pastorella, just to finish it, you're absolutely right. 4 F1 tests, one at Minardi in 05, they're all in 05, Misano, Catalonia, and Silverton and Monza. First one's Minardi, the other 3 were for the Jordan with the Toyota engine back in 2005.
It's also been very much part of this outfit in the UAE called Grand Prix Extreme, run by Fred Fatian, and he's driven a lot of cars for them as well, Nicky, along with people like Jordan Groger and so on. So Sean Lynn got a pretty substantial lead now. He's upped it out to 13 seconds. So we've got a great battle at the front. A bit of a battle there for well, I was going to say for Ford, but I don't think our timing street says Pastorelli hasn't made his pit stop yet.
Well, he's going to need to because he's got 30 seconds
He's got
to go.
30 seconds to dive in, hasn't he? And the Cottingham Stanley could go, I thought, would be a bit further up, but it's lying there.
It's a very strong pairing, those two.
It is, yeah. I mean, Harley Stanley and James there. We didn't find out they had a problem, didn't they? In the Dallara in the earlier race, we didn't really see it. And I talked to Sam Hancock, by the way. He got swiped at the beginning of that race by that 333 Ferrari, so that's why we didn't see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, Sam Hancock, again another very professional driver.
Yeah.
Very quick.
But he'd gone a different direction to you, hadn't you? You probably know Sam. He buys and sells these racing cars. He's made that into a big business.
yes, I knew I know the two brothers. And the father I knew through helicopters.
Yes.
He had a helicopter.
He was a comedian, Tony Hancock, wasn't he?
Well,
Sorry, I had to do that.
He was Tony Hancock.
I was Tony.
But he runs a big, very much in the catering work, ran various restaurants.
Bluebeckers.
Bluebeckers.
changed the restaurant down the road from me.
Yeah, and I remember Sam, I was not in this race, but I remember Sam when he was racing in Formula Palmer Audi, and I was filming it, and I did a piece with him when he got his A-level results. I had him opening the envelope or something. He said it. And that was quite a long time ago.
Well, Ollie Hancock, he's
quick as well.
His UK ARDS licence was signed off by me.
Was it? Oh, right.
I remember Sam standing over me and said, is he any good? And I said, he's going to be better than you, Sam.
Oh, they're nice brothers.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So still down there leading sort of what I call the Lotus Elan class, the 1600 cc's, the GTS 10 is the Elan 26R, number 17 car, and that is being driven by Simon Evans, and I believe that there are some 26 clones as well, aren't they? Or Elans have been made into 26s.
Bound to be, yes.
But
Pit window is now closed, Andrew.
yeah, the organisers have given us chassis numbers, and that appears to be a genuine one. Just looking at the chassis number was a good way to tell. So, Sean Lynn, just interesting, number 8 Ford GT40. He's just done the fastest section 1 so far. He's gone purple on that. Oh, Jaguars in the gravel. Mr. Berchon.
Now that's interesting because it looks like it's got part way out.
Yeah,
it does.
it looks
Tyre
it.
marks,
Yeah.
and then sort of failed at the last. Or has actually, yeah, it has got it in. It's stuck in, but it's almost a bit odd that it's gone in.
Yeah.
Got a little bit out. I'm not confident that the sort of the data marks don't make any sense with the gravel.
Sebastian Berchon. Now here we've got this MGB. Well, oh dear, what's happening here? Look, there's a Alan on the other side. Or maybe he's there because they hit each other.
I think there's some contact. I could see on the back of the E-Type.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not ideal with cars on either
Well,
side
not
of the
at all,
track.
is it?
The Dunlop chicane, the second part of that, and drivers getting out on the track. So we need to get drivers out of the way and to safety quickly as possible. Marshall's door not shutting on the alarm.
Happy.
But,
I think you should. I don't like him there at all. I think you need to get out of there.
I'm just looking at the relative height of them as
Yeah,
well. Both
I
of them,
think he's been hit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's been knocked.
Yeah, I think the land's popped up the inside and he's not been seen.
Yeah. He's now looking under it, so that's where. And what have we got going on here? We've got
It's going to be a yellow flag opposite zone to go. We've got turn 3, exactly as we'd expect. Double yellows there already. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes, slow zone. It has already. It's been upgraded to a slow zone. Pit window, as I said, is closed. That means this car's still in the pits. Could have been there in time. Although I'm not sure if the 59 E-Type got in time. That was.
get the big hammer out. That is a big hammer, isn't it?
That's what you need. It's a big car and it's a spinner. Yeah. It's a wheel.
Always worries me when I do that with my car.
I know. Yeah. It still just seemed archaic, doesn't it? I know. Yes. I remember you'll remember this. We're sitting in DB4s with them when they change them and they get the hammer and you have to hold the steering wheel straight and your foot on the brake opposite, and they're banging away at it. You're just thinking
all the way through.
You tell me off for going over a curve, and then you sit there with a lump hammer knocking 7 bells of watted out of the spinner to get the wheel off. Thinking, are you sure about this?
Yes.
Here's this marvellous index of thermal efficiency winning Alpine, the number 44 car with those incredible fins on the back.
Great looking machine.
Isn't it? Yeah. He's driving
very
quite nicely.
Driven.
Yeah, very smooth.
Very smoothly driven.
Yeah. 1300cc engine.
Porsche's not making much progress on it.
No, not at all, is it?
Oh, of course, they're on yellow, I suppose, so they can't.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they're on
that's
yellow.
David Clark in that now. If they presume they've done the twit stops, I think Pierre Fillon started in that, didn't he? So it'll be David Clark in that now.
Oh.
It's Arini facing.
Arini, that's a replay, but he's.
That's coming out of Arnage. He's obviously got on the gas and done a rotation, as Mr. Coulthard would say.
Yeah, that's the one that's lying in 13th place.
Well, not now it isn't.
Well, not now.
So still got this slow zone at turn 3, so the second part of Dunlop's to go under the bridge there. We've got the 26R Lotus off to one side. Green flag has just been waved in the background, but that's the other side of that slow zone.
Yeah.
Or the incident. We've got the E-Type off in the gravel. That's the car that's going to cause the issue for the moment while they get that car out of the way. And we've got 7 minutes of the race to go, Andrew.
Yep.
It's still GT4s to the 4 at the moment. We've got, and they're all 4 of them are 1965. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's obviously the year that I read out about the Roadster. The 64s and 65 GT40s apparently weren't very good, so they cut the roof off it, put it a blunt way, to make it a Roadster E-Type. That's the right E-Type being put out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And yet in historic racing now, the 65 car seems to be the car to have.
Yeah, funny, isn't it? Yeah.
In fact, the fifth place car, we've got 4 GT40s at the front. The 5th place car is a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe from 1965.
Yep,
So the year that you first covered Le Mans, as you told me on the way down here.
That is
I'm
correct.
repeating what you said, don't shoot the messenger.
Yep.
The year I did my first race.
Well, yeah.
I was 1. Just saying.
Yes.
Hard to get the chance these days.
Thanks, Snowy.
So I think that slow zone has now been removed. Indeed, it looks like we're on, full course green, as it were, now. So they're cleared. The E-Type, the Marshal's got the E-Type back behind the gap in the barrier, turn it back out of the way. Wasn't too sure of the damage on it. It looks like the Elan and the E-Type did indeed get together. The car that we haven't noticed a bit further down, actually, so 19th position, 52. And 9th in class at the moment is the GTS 12C category, is the Shelby Cobra 289, again from 1965. This is a coincidence, I promise you. But Gregor Fiskin and Blakeney Edwards, Pat Blakeney Edwards, who we know normally for driving Owlet, 20s Alvis, usually sideways. If it's wet at Goodwood,
Or Fraser Nash's,
just go and watch Pat Blakeney Edwards. If I say the guy's a certified lunatic, I mean it is an absolute accolade. The man has got extraordinary car control, and we all sit here and watch, and we've all raced a bit, Mike, far more than I know, far higher level, but we watch other people and we all think, I can do that, or I can do this, or whatever, and that's part of the racing driver's sort of DNA, if you like. There are sometimes you watch somebody and you just go, how? Yeah. I'm just watching Pat Blaney-Edwards in the wet, in a 20s car, and you just think, I hope it's got a glove box, because the only place I can think where his brain must be when he gets into that car.
Yes, it's spectacular to watch.
Gregor Fiskin, no mean peddler as well. He's raced here at the big race as well. LMP2. I don't think he did any LMP1. I think in Aspiration he didn't do LMP2.
Yes, I don't think he did.
But he was the gentleman I was very lucky to share the GT40 with as well.
Can I make you feel a little...
Even more inferior. Yes, go on.
1965, I managed to do 3 races in the first month that I started racing. So May 1965.
It was at a big budget, didn't it?
Snetterton. Well, it was £2.10 to enter a race then. Snetterton I came 3rd, and a week later I went to Silverstone and came 2nd, and then May the 30th, 1965, I won my first race.
Brilliant.
Wow. That's the way to do it.
It's May 1965, good month for me.
But it set the foundation for a good career as well, Mike. So now the clock has just gone from minutes to suddenly final lap. I was just about to point that out to you, Andrew, that we've got about 3.5, 4 minutes to go. I know that would have been, so I suppose if it triggered, that's about the last lap round here anyway. So we're on to the final lap. So it does look like it's going to be Sean Lynn at the moment in the 22 GT40. That's Tessie, we'll say one of the original cars. So it's affectionately known because his number plate is TES1E, so it's known as Tessie. He has set, he's 14.8 seconds ahead of Breitmeier's number 19 car.
Erwin Breitmeier.
Thank you. Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, a very respectable pole position, but a very respectable podium, third place for that. And it's going to be a GT40 in 4th place as well. These cars all from the GTP 12P category, P for Bravo, and it looks like 33 is going to be in 5th place, the 2 Shelby Cobras. I'm just looking at that, we've got four GT40s, 2 Cobras, a GT40, 2 more Cobras, Daytonas these are, another GT40 in the top 5, all Ford, Shelby, Cobras or GT40s in the top 10. It takes 11th place before we have currently Nicky Pastorelli in the Ferrari 250 GTO Series 2. So it's a bit of a Ford day, isn't it? Ford versus Ferrari. Well, it's Ford 1 to 10, effectively, and Ferrari 11th.
And just to give a name check again to Simon Evans, has continued to lead the sort of under 2 litre category, and is well in the lead of that GTS 10 class as number 17 car.
Tim Harvey.
Tim Harvey in Stripey, as they calls it.
What a show.
James Turner's the other driver.
Correct, yes, going the wrong way. That is Tim Harvey in it now, isn't it? That's his crash helmet, yeah. 1992 British Touring Car Champion and 2-time Porsche Carrera Cup champion in the UK.
All-round good bloke.
Yeah, and also raced here in the Spice.
And an annoyingly good commentator, and other cars around here as well, yes.
Keeps David Addison in his place.
That's quite an achievement in itself, and also part of it, something that we need to re-establish, Mike, is before COVID we had a good little lunch club, didn't we?
Oh, did you?
We must
reignite that. Yes. It involved Mr. Wilds and Mr. Harvey. Basically, it's a bit like a commentary, just sit in a pub and talk rubbish. Yeah. You're just in a pub, not in a commentary box. That's all it was.
I'm sure you weren't talking rubbish. May have been a little
I was involved, so it was. These two tried to talk sensible stuff, and it was me spoiling it all.
They were very good. We need to do that again.
Yeah. Exaggeration for the sake of humour, I say.
Is exaggerate for clarity?
The older I am, the faster I got.
Absolutely. Well, it's certainly my case.
I think you speak with forked tongue, Mr. Wild. So,
and then this very last lap, the Portuguese guy, Diogo Ferral, has pulled in the fastest sector 1, so he's having a bit of a last-minute go, but
a last hurrah.
Yeah, but he might be able to catch Jim Farley, I think.
But of course, joking apart, we've got to remember this is a 3-part race.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
this
actually,
is just the first bit of it.
Set the foundations now. Don't get complacent now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I just absolutely love seeing all these GT40s here, and the entry list with a couple of the the 7-litre ones, but maybe that's in the next tier because they were later. Yes.
Just before this gets round to the finish,
Oh, yeah,
there's an aspiration for me. I've just got a new bucket list. Yeah, I've always wanted to race a car with Mike Wilds. Yeah,
We must do it.
Mike Wilds always wants to race a
somebody.
GT40. How about that? Mike and I in a GT40.
Perfect.
That would be
Yeah.
something.
Who do we know that as well? Quite a few people.
That's not the issue.
I can claim to have driven one on the road.
Very good.
More than we have.
Here we are, getting ready with a checkered flag, no doubt. As we come here towards the flag, and Sean Lynn going to have another big trophy. Well, he isn't, is he? Because it's only a third of the way through. And I understand there's no podium either, but it will still count it as a win, I think.
He'll get the base of the trophy.
Yeah, yeah, great, yeah. He will.
Very good. Good drive.
He gets the checkered flag anyway, and a good drive, and wins. Oh, it's going to be about 11 or 12 seconds. Sean, and you know, he's so proud of his son Alex as well, for being a very good Formula E driver and sports car driver as well. And
as you mentioned earlier about Sean Lynn, he's very busy making money most of the time to pay for all his racing, and he doesn't get time to dedicate
right
this.
to the line there.
Yeah, and it's good. Yeah, he can come back and do a race and still win it. And that you don't just jump in a GT40 and win a race at Le Mans against this kind of competition.
No, absolutely. So it was Erwin Breitmeyer who finished second. Jim Farley was third. Diogo Ferral was fourth. And then it was another Erwin, actually, who finished the best of the non-GT40s in the Daytona Coupe. And that's Erwin France, from France. And then the storied Cobra, all the names down the side of it, was next up. The Cottingham Stanley number 20.
Yeah, which
the
is
blue one.
4 seconds off the fastest Cobra place, 5:10, 5:14.
Yeah.
So 4 seconds actually is not as bad round here as it is some other places. In a lap that's already that long, 4 minutes 30 odd, 5-minute lap.
Next page on the timing screen, if I can. Well, that's not that way, and just try and check on some of the other guys that were, in the lesser. Here we are, look, going all the way down to 64th place. There's Ollie Webb, I think, is that in that Porsche?
Size of Webb in that, that's correct, the 79 car.
He finished second in class, I think. We're saying.
Yeah.
People of these guys still going around. See Tim Harvey showing in 46th place.
Ollie Webb was telling us, wasn't he, that he'd had to start at the back of
Yes, that's right. He was
I forgot what the technical issue was. We didn't start.
No, the technical issue was he was a reserve.
That's right. I knew there was some.
As long as these two Cobras still in the wonderful, US colours there, still at it, different light positions, but otherwise looking the same. Stubby little things, aren't they? So, Mike, thank you so much for joining us up here. You've really added to a broadcast, and we wish you great luck with the book.
Thank you.
We wait to be invited to the launch. And
I will certainly invite you to the launch.
And it's going to be a great read. It absolutely is.
Thank you very much.
Again, really heartfelt. I can't say, how proud I am to know you. And this incredible career. It is really. It's been fantastic.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you, Snowy, as well.
Likewise, Mike. Always good. And let's talk about that GT40 thing.
Yeah, you've got to do that, boys.
And let's talk about lunch clubs as well.
Lunch clubs as well.
All right.
There you go. Reason to get the lunch club back is to get the GT40 sorted. In the priorities, though.
Cheers,
Take
mate.
care,
Mike, thanks so much.
So, still cars coming to the finish.
Yeah, I'm just going to say
that.
those two Cobras, Andrew, just going to cross the line now. It hasn't been settled, but you couldn't get much closer.
Oh, you could look at this. Always going for the inside, and doesn't quite make it.
As they say in horse racing, that'll be a photo finish almost.
Now, we got the two boys that raced the Talbots. We're going to see in Tier 1, or Platform 1. They've been together in this Elva. I think it's the same ones,
Michael Birch.
Yeah.
And Gareth Burnett?
Yeah, it must be the same too, so they've been racing that as well. And look, in 36th place came David Clark and Pierre Fillon. And who else can we see down there? How did the Marcos do? Well, Vinny Marcos was in 61st place. We didn't see much of that. Well, a terrific race. Very fun race to watch. But I have to say the class of the field was, of course, Sean Lynn in the end.
It was from the start. He did it at. I don't like the terms turns 1, 2, and 3. I'm old school. I like names, but he did do it at turn 3, as Stuart Hall would say. Sorry, Stuart. and he did get the job done. It was a great move, very decisive, and it was quite tight into those first 2 bits. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit of highlights thing, which will talk viewers and listeners through. Don't forget we're in live in Sound Division, and you can send any tweets to the studio to us at RSL_studio. Send it to us, and we'll read out what you've got to say.
So we're going to come next with Plateau 5. We're going to see lots of chevrons and lots of low. There's some more later GT40s in this, aren't we? And the two Mark 4s, the 7-litre ones, which are absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I think that's the point that we were talking about earlier about the different categories, and you said there were GT40s in different areas. So this Plateau 4 we've just seen was 1962 to 1965 cars.
And now
Plateau
we're 65 to 70 or
66 to 71.
Yeah,
is the actual category, but of course that's the big change there in terms of GT40s. You said, why would we have some in each one? How do they get defined?
Yeah, and this has got another massive entry.
Is that they become 7-litre
There's a mini Marcus, look.
It's on its way. It's just bounced across the gravel, so I'm hoping this is it's not a highlight. It doesn't say so, so I think that's just making its way in.
Yeah, well, as I said, mini engine at the front, of course.
Yeah, well, it's a mini underneath, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and there was a breakaway group with Gem Marsh. Broke away from Marcus at one stage and had the mini Gem, which is very similar. So, but Chris Marsh, Gem's father, Gem's son, I should say, is here,
yes.
and been running this car, I believe. And Chris was a pretty good driver in his time. He had a lot of success, not only in marketing. So we might have a little try and see if we can grab Tim Harvey, get him up here. Snowy, you had his number. Are we going to?
I can do that.
Yeah, we might have a go at that. I mean, it's great, isn't it, having all these drivers and giving so much of their time, and just adds to the broadcast so much.
I shall do it as we speak.
Yeah. Tyres being wheeled down the pit lane. Here's this marvellous Alpine coming, just marvellous to see it in action. And I'm not quite sure where he finished in his class. As we said, it was only 1300. And, it finished in 59th place. And it was on some special class, which he won. I don't know if anybody else was here.
Sent to Mr. Harvey or any of his entourage are listening. The message has been sent. Do prompt. I know he's just got out of the Porsche from this race. And
well, the last thing we saw was going backwards. Well, yeah, I mean, reversing somewhere.
That's because there was a cake stall.
Oh, I see.
You know about Mr. Harvey and cake, do you?
Not really, but you're going to tell me.
All the more reason to get him here. Well, let the man explain in his own words.
Okay,
but,
well, let's hope we can.
There's a bit of a theme in Mr. Harvey and cake.
So, highlights here of this excellent race. We had the first of the 3 Plateau 4 races. Lots of Cobras, lots of GT40s, the Pizzerinis, Nicky Pastorelli making a rare error and spinning the glorious Ferrari. Pizzerini goes by, Cobras go by. Driver climbs out. And Sean Lynn, of course, very early established himself in the lead of this race. And I see there was a few penalties still coming up on our timing screens. That lovely little Elva, I like that little Elva. There is the open top GT40 making its pit stop. But this is all about the GT40s and Sean Lynn in his marvellous cut. Bit of a spin into the gravel. The car, which appears to have been driven by Jochen Rindt, certainly according to the name on the side. There's the car which was disappearing off into the distance for what in the end turned out to be an 11.358 second victory. There he is, taking the checkered flag, but just a third of the way really through this event. And GT40s 1, 2, 3 and 4. Here's the confirmation of the result. There's the top 10 for you. And as you see, quite a good battle in the end between third and fourth. Jim Farley just holding off Diogo Ferral, and then the rest of the field. And there'll be several pages of this, I think. So obviously this next race will be sometime in the night. Oh, we didn't mention, you see Jelmer Berman there, a very well-known professional GT driver, often see in what used to be called the Plant Pound Series and so on. A lot of success in the past in single-seaters, shown there in 16th place. We mentioned Pat Bakeney Evans, and then in 21st place, the 17, Simon Evans, Elan, which ran so well. And Macedo Silvers were right up there at the beginning, had a problem, so they dropped down to 26th place. And still going through this long entry, must pick out 36th place, David Clark. And the president of the ACO alongside him. And 40th place, Lock and Lock. And they just keep coming, of course, don't they? And just looking for... say, I just see the marker that Chris Marsh was actually driving it. Look, we got through. Well, I'm not sure if he's driving that race, but he's down at the. So presumably each driver will do one race. So that's how some people cut the cake, and right down to 60th place, 3 laps behind. But well, great action here. The sun's still shining down here. It's pretty warm now, and right down. Of course, we had the very early retirement of a car which could have won this race, David and Oliver Hart. We saw David climbing out, didn't we? So there we are. 2 beautiful skies here over the west of France, and just a marvellous occasion. And as I've said earlier, my first time here at this particular event, absolutely loving it. And got some BMWs doing a little bit of promotional laps. Show off the latest
M4s.
M4s, yeah. Drop heads as well.
Both
and one in a rather strange colour.
M3, it's an M3, because it's got, how do you know it's an M3?
Go on.
Because it's got 4 doors.
Very good.
So if it's got 4 doors, it's an M3. If it's got 2 doors, it's an M4. Goes the wrong way round.
Yeah. So lots of loader T70s in this, as you see. Later GT40s.
Oh, yes, please.
They all sorts of terrific. Lots of Chevrons and Lolas, which raced each other in period. Most of them with 2-litre engines in, some with BMW engines in, some with Cosworth engines in. But also some GT cars, as you see. Lined up there, Tommaso Pantera.
Ferrari 365 GTB4.
Lovely Chevron B16. Here we're going further down. Porsche there. Thumbs up. Not sure what that means.
He's being polite to the camera, I think.
I think it was, yes. Just the camera. So, I mean, 2-litre sports cars, there's a lot of them in this, and there was a hugely successful category of racing.
Period,
for a long time.
absolutely, yeah.
But some of those very similar chassis did actually have 3-litre engine in a few of them. And March also tried to get in on that. March, did I see the 917 there? I think I did.
Now, when did you last see a 917 race?
I
can't. I honestly cannot think when, apart from Imperial.
At a Porto historic race, probably 15 years ago. No, a bit less than that, 13 years ago.
I've seen them demonstrated and things like that at Goodwood, but I've not seen one actually take part in a race.
This took part. It was driven by somebody called Albuquerque, no relation to Philip Albuquerque. And if I remember, it was a long time ago now. I remember it going really smartly. So, yep. So platform 5. I'm really looking forward to seeing the 7-litre Ford. But I mean, the Hearts have had this disappointment, haven't they? Already twice we've seen now. With first with the Peugeot, and then just in his last race. Well, they got another chance now with their very successful Ferrari 19. Lola T70 Mark 3B, and in second place is David Franklin. We talked to him yesterday, got an interview with him, and David in his 57th season of racing, even longer than Mike Wild's.
I know, absolutely.
and still goes well. That's the thing, he's still quick, and he's driving with a young man there. In the number 58 Ferrari. This is the car that was involved in that terrible accident at Le Mans when John Wolfe was killed on the first lap, and John Wolfe's car hit this car, which had been driven at the time by Chris Amon, factory Ferrari, Snowy.
So other things that were happening at Le Mans during this period, is to say this is Plateau 5, which is for the 1966 to 1971 cars. We start with that. 1966 being the famous year of the now being immortalised to a new generation of listeners and viewers and petrol heads, if you like, of the Ford versus Ferrari, or Le Mans 1966 as it's called in Europe.
A terrific film too.
First, exactly. Bruce McLaren, Chris Amon first. A car that's now owned by Rob Kaufman, who races here, and he's also got the 1934 Alfa that won Le Mans. So he owns two Le Mans winning cars, genuine, from totally different eras. Of course, that was a 1-2-3 for them. It was the it was called the Ford Mark II actually in reality. It was Ken Miles and Denny Holman in second place, and Ronnie Buckham and Dick Hutchinson in third place. In '68. We had no official Ferraris at that point. They'd been beaten and gone away. So that was another Ford GT41, Rodriguez and Bianchi. Porsche in second position. Beginning of this ascendancy of the rise of the Porsche, wasn't it, by late 60s? By then. By 67, you get Dan Gurney and Foyt still in the mark. It was a Ford Mark IV by then.
Yeah, and we've got two of those in the race. Foyt did the race once. Never came back. Came here on the anniversary, was it 3 years ago? 4 years ago. I interviewed with him, and I said, "Hey Jay, you didn't come back. You wondered, why did I need to?
Exactly. What's the point? Go
back to India again.
Exactly. Second that time was two Ferraris, Scofiati and Mike Parks in 330p4s, and Willie Moretti and
Willie Merez.
Merez. My apologies. By 69, we get the first of Jackie Ickx's 6 wins, and back to a GT40. With, of course, Jackie Oliver, the two Jackies in that car.
Fabulous.
The one where, of course, Jackie Ickx refused to run across the car, the Le Mans start we were talking about earlier, walked across to it, and I still think it's the fastest or closest finish to date.
Yes, definitely.
And I believe that's where the Ford Chicane came from, was named in honour of them winning that race.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Second place was Hans Hermann, who lost that by that narrative margins, and of course it was gutting for him with Gerard Larousse as well. You mentioned earlier in the Porsche. David Hobbs and Mike Elwood were in a GT40 in third place. 1970 takes us to the first Porsche win. And we always say Richard Atwood, but actually he was the second driver, not the second driver, but he was the second driver listed in the car. The first driver listed was Hans Hermann,
who probably in his 50s by then.
And his 11th, I think it was his 11th Le Mans by then. Finally got to win it in 1970. Porsche's first win back in 1970. 71, Helmut Marko, Guy van Lennep in a Porsche 917. of course.
Well,
Helmut Marko.
I'm just going to stop you. Just look at that 58 Ferrari. Just look at that. Absolutely fantastic. So driven in period here by Chris Amon, eliminated in that awful first lap accident. And there it is. So David Franklin driving it. I'm not sure who's starting. He's driving. Is it called Ugo Lips? Is that right?
I think so. I'm just going to finish on the Helmut Marko. Just takes us to the last of this category, 71. And of course, and we think of Helmut Marko now as part of the Red Bull, well, not part of the head of the Red Bull program, driver pro, looking after, you know, Jos Verstappen and all those guys.
More than that, really.
Yeah, but
confidant.
But we forget he was a very fine racing driver in his day and a Le Mans winner.
Yeah, he was, and I was there the day at
Clermont-Ferrand
when he got the stone in his eye. Just went through his visor and stopped basically his career.
F1 career, didn't it?
Yeah. And that was a funny race because there was only about 16 cars in the race. As small as could ever be. Now, look at that. Can you see a car there with Ford Cortina rear lights?
Of course you can.
Maybe you can. Well, it was.
What they called the CND lights, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
same
right.
symbol. Yeah.
That is the Helmut TX turbine car. That is got.
What's the engine in that?
It's a helicopter, military helicopter gas turbine. Not the first gas turbine to race here. Rover ran, well, 2 iterations of that before, and of course we've seen Lotus Indy cars and even Formula 1 cars with gas turbine engines. And this one raced quite a lot, and hopefully there we are. We're seeing it again. Look, Xavier Micheron.
You can see the heat haze above it.
You can.
Very similar to a sort of Porsche 908 a little bit.
Yeah.
So it looks very.
It was actually built in America, the chassis, by somebody called McKee Engineering, who were better known for making Formula V cars. They built this machine.
So it's got a turbine engine.
Yeah.
So how does it catch the wheels? What drives it? It has a gearbox.
Yeah.
Just push it. So
it's not just freewheeling.
Yeah, exactly. Not just pushing on like a land speed record car.
No, it's not. No. It's driving through some transmission, and it was driven mainly by.
Doesn't it have some strange reverse gears? I remember.
You're absolutely correct, because you couldn't get the helicopter engine to go backwards. So they're all said you had to go backwards, very cleverly, and they're not the first people to do it. They hitched up a washing machine electric motor.
Regulations being
you could engage that, and then it took it backwards rather slowly and not for very long.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Andrew. So regulations required the car had to have a reverse gear and prove that it can be done.
That's
scrutineering,
right.
You've got to test it and say if it doesn't go back under its own power, go on. So a washing machine motor resolved that problem. So helicopter engine and washing machine motor to go backwards. You couldn't make it up, could you?
British guy who's still around, he used to be a BOAC pilot called Hugh Dibley, also raced that car. Anyway, here's the Hearts, hoping they aren't going to have a problem this time. And there's the number 63 Lola T70, just waiting for the pace car to pull off, the first of the 3 racing in this Plateau 5. And Ferrari looking ready to pounce is the word I'm looking for. And there they go, there's the T70 indeed that's in the lead. And unfortunately we do not know the starting drivers, but the Ferrari is looking very racy down the inside, it takes the lead, terrific stuff.
All through turns 1 and 2, part of the Dunlop part so far, all through cleanly. A great move for the Ferrari driver there. And then now side by side, the Lola's retaken the position. The Ferrari's been pushed back to 2nd place again, so not happy with that. And of course, we've got the next Lola in David Piper colours coming up in 3rd place, the 22.
Just to correct myself, he's called Remo Lips, the co-driver. Drives a lot currently in modern GT3 racing as well. Remo Lips there is sharing this with David Franklin. Remo's from Switzerland. We got on board. We didn't expect on board. They told us they were going to test a new system, and that's what we've got, isn't it?
Well, it's obviously working well. It's in the Ferrari there. The Ferrari trying to pull outside the Lola to get the drag down the first part of the Mulsanne. They come out to test routes, got the job done. Obviously a little bit slippier, that Ferrari. It is a slightly smaller silhouette as it gets through up to the first of the what I call the right-hand chicanes. And
you
a
can't
bit of a
do
touch
that.
there.
Can you do that? No, you can't.
Side by side, the Ferrari and the Lola coming into the right-hand part of the chicane there. A little bit of a touch between the two of them. Nothing too bad. They've survived it, got away with it, but you don't want to be doing that for long. And I've noticed, by the way, these races should be 50 minutes long, and they've been reduced to 43 minutes each to start, so to obviously gain back some time. So that's why the clock starting slightly odd on that. So started in 43 minutes.
Yeah, so that Lola T70, the 63 car, it's usually the father Hart that starts it, and son Ollie takes over. We might be able to see the crash helmet, and I think
it's an open face, so I'm guessing it could be David Hart again.
Got to be David, and he's got to hope that this time his car doesn't let him down after 2 big disappointments.
Well, he wasn't too bothered by those disappointments without going to the Lausanne chicane there for the first time, was he? Because it was very punchy. That, of course, has allowed the 22 car to punch up. It's often the case. You get so busy racing somebody that the others then you just lose that little bit. It's a fraction, but you're so busy racing, you're not actually getting on with at full speed.
And Sean Lynn's just got out of the one car and got into another, hasn't he? Because he's in the T70 now. It's a bit greedy, isn't it?
Why not? If you've got them, why not? Well, he's got to maximise his time. He's got to use his bike. I'm sure that Sean Lynn is somebody that does. That's the 35 entry, one of the T70s. I'm just trying to find which one it is. It is not on my list, of course. I'm sure it said 35 on the doors. It went past. I will double check that.
I think the best of the 2-litre cars is the number 10, Lola T70 from 1970. 210, I should say, from 1970. But this is a cracking race at the moment. He's a T7 of that Ferrari in the middle of them. Look at that. Ferrari leaves a door open and then shuts it on the David Piper coloured car. David Piper, of course, who had the huge crash here, the making of the Stephen Green film.
It's one of his cars that has written all over, of course. Well known for Ferraris, but in that extraordinary green that's just synonymous with him, isn't it?
Yeah. And big accident here in making that film. Lost his foot at White House, it was. In the film that I made called Steve McQueen, The Man on the Mole, we had a most fantastic interview with David. Talked us all through about what happened then and how much help Steve McQueen had given him and so on. Still on the iPlayer. Got a yellow flag at zone 16. Would be just for someone that's pulled off.
So let's try and look where zone 16 is for us. Let's have a very quick look down our circuit map on that, where that is for us.
So the leading 2-litre is a guy that, sorry, it's not on my radar, but Alexander
turn 16, not zone 16. I'm going to say there isn't a zone 16, there's a turn 16.
Oh, turn 16, okay. So, yeah, Alexander Furiani is the best of the Chevrons and Lola's battle. And in fact, he just overtook the Lola to get there. So, 5 Lola T70s with a Ferrari Interloper. T70s were never really competitive in period here at Le Mans, and oh dear, what's that being pushed back? Some T70. I don't know. It's a Healy. No, it's a rare Healy SR, the number 32 car. Well, that's a shame.
Turn 16's on ours, by the way.
Oh, is it? Okay. So, all these Lola T70s, great big Chevy V8s in the back piece, but of course, John Surtees came here with an Aston Martin engine one, and it didn't work very well. David Hobbs' book's got quite a lot about that.
Wrong spark plugs.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say, wrong spark plugs, That was a contractual thing, though.
It was, unfortunately, yes, it was, and it put the car back on the programme. It was a 5-litre engine in those days, the quad cam V8, to replace the 6-cylinder that Tarek Marek had designed for so long, and it ended up being in production in a 5.3 form, and we'll see what a bit later in a different plateau.
Oh, look at this. 5340. The Ferraris are making a challenge here, look. Young man trying to make his name for himself, certainly here, and what about on the braking turn? Oh no, not quite. He's having a sniff though down the inside.
Yeah, but the Lola running a little bit wide. I think the Lola's gone a bit deep on the braking to stay ahead of the Ferrari there. Quite rightly, nothing wrong with that at all, but it has just compromised that mid-corner. That allows the Ferrari to get a better run out of the exit of that chicane. Meanwhile, the two Lolas behind battling for what is now 3rd place. So side by side, the Ferrari gets the job done again. down on the power straight. So they've obviously got the power on the straight, the Ferrari, but it's the Lola that's a little bit quicker through through the corners there, which is often the way with these types of cars. So now we'll change of position there. 22 Lola running deep and wide. That allows the other one up the inside, reason all of the apron there. So we've got battles for first and second and third and fourth side by side. So we've got a Ferrari 312P at the front with a Lola T70 in second, third and fourth, and raging battles for what are effectively the first four places.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Remo Lips in this for, I think it's Remo there. He only races in the German GT3 Championship. Yeah. Oh, look at that!
I was going to use a different phrase there, which are not broadcastable, but a very brave move down the inside for the Lola.
Yeah. And the Ferrari's coming back at him as they turn to the slowest corner on the circuit and accelerate then from Unharge down this long straight. It's got a bit of kinks in it. So Richard Mille it is in third place.
Just bear in mind, this is the race leader currently is David Hart in this green number 63 Lola. He's not had a successful Le Mans weekend today.
No,
he's driven in two races and both his cars have expired. Group C Peugeot from 1992.
Yeah, beautiful.
Effectively a Formula 1 car. Something retired, something broke on that car, retired. He then drove his GT40 a little bit earlier. That retired very smokily, I have to say, on the first lap. And we thought he might just settle for a position. He's not. It's David Hart. He wants to go racing, and he's just pulled a stunning move on Remo Lips to get that T70 ahead, and this time has actually pulled out a 2 or 3 car length gap, Andrew, for the first time I've seen in this battle so far. And we've got 34 minutes of this to go.
Yeah, I just see the camera was locking up for a second there, but just
change of position for third place as well.
Look at this. I don't know, one of the most extraordinary things is here that you usually see Lola T70s racing, and there's always one or two in the old Sid Taylor colours, former Team Elite colours. And Sid owned about 5 Lola T70s over the years.
All got the same chassis number though.
No, they haven't.
I'm joking.
And Sid Taylor, of course, just died recently. A great character in racing. But strangely, none of the Sid Taylor coloured cars here. Some of them were real Sid Taylor cars, and some of them weren't. And meanwhile, it's the Hart Lola up in the lead by 1.8 seconds now from Young Lips, the German GT3 racer. It does quite a lot of historic races as well. And a good battle going on for the best of the 2-litre sports cars. The Chevron V19 of Furiani leading that for the Lola T210 of Jacob and Mia. And then in third place another B19, and that's driven by Nelson. And just check, and we've got Henry Fletcher, who's well known in one of these cars, just after him. But 57 car. Just checking that out. I have to say, on the entry list, it doesn't line up with what it says on the timing sheet there. So maybe it's been a last-minute change. There's a Lola T70 in the old Team Gunston colours. Team Gunston being a South African cigarette
That was the
brand.
name I couldn't remember. You were telling me yesterday.
Well, it wasn't that car.
Orange and sort of chocolate brown, the colours. I couldn't remember the name.
That's right. And they used to go, of course, to the Springbok series, and Gunton and Lucky Strike being the two big brands that sponsored racing. They sponsored Formula 1 cars as well, because John Love used to race under the Gunton colours. And did I say there wasn't a Sid Taylor coloured car there? Yes, there is. Look, of course, there it is.
The closest I've got to driving a Lola T17 Mark III was the Spider. That was the ex-Sid Taylor car when Colin Blower ran it. So a bit like Mike Wilds, only got to test it though.
Yeah. So the Lola T70 started as an open Spider sort of Can-Am type car, but when they put the roof on, lots of success domestically in the UK, and Denny Holm won a lot of races and won, of course. But Le Mans, not saying. Look at this great shot here. I wonder how the helmet is still getting. Xavier Micheron doing a good job in that helmet, in 17th place, and in second place in his class, actually. Same class. He is in the same class as this Ferrari. And look at this, look at the Ferrari in front. Ferrari has passed the 63 hard. We didn't see that, did we?
Well, they keep swapping and swapping.
Yeah, well, we looked down at the paperwork.
That's the trouble. You look away, and it's they've gone and done it. The drivers are like that, aren't they? When you're least expecting it, you think they've got a position, and you look away, and they've gone and swapped around. He goes, "Let's go mix it. Let's keep those commentators busy."
Oh dear! And
that's the helmet
in off.
Very smokily. It looks like it's got its front wheels in the gravel.
Yeah, he's going to get
I think
out
it's gravel dust. It's going to
get stuck. He's going to get stuck. Oh, exactly.
Done the worst thing possible without realising it, with all good intent, but just got itself in there, and there's gravel all over the tracks. Hang on, we're going to get a replay of it now. Exactly what happened. It's sitting inside by one of the Lolas. It looks like, I think he's just outbraked himself for the chicane.
I think he just went in far too deep. Yeah,
swapped the ends. Just what a shame.
Very unlucky.
He's just swapped round.
If he could have engaged the washing machine motor just there, he could have dragged it out, couldn't he?
But that means there's going to be a lot of gravel on the track, which we can see from our pictures on the camera here for a moment from our VT. We can see that. So there's a load of gravel on the track because the car just lost its rear end, just locked the rears going in, did a full 360 and dropped its front wheels over the edge of the gravel. Now we've got the 65 Lola off in the gravel as well. That's one of the T70s.
Well, that's the one in the Gunston colours over there, out the Gunston name on it. But yeah, that one.
So that's Patrick Jack.
Okay.
Who's off? I'm just trying to see where he's off. The telehandler just getting to that, or it's a Manitou in this case. Other brands are available, and we've got a Corvette off as well. It's becoming a race of That's the number 40 Corvette of Huber.
Yep. Old 1972 car. Look, it's got sponsorship from Mammoth Supermarket.
Ralph Huber, to give him his full name.
Yep.
He's helping push the car back.
Judging by his helmet, he's done this event lots of times, lots of stickers on it.
Now the Howlet is now driverless and sitting where it is. The T70 65 is well buried. It must be a yellow flag. Yes, indeed it is. We've got a slow zone at zone 2 already. Not unsurprisingly.
So what is that doing at the front? We're still very close at the front.
Now Lola, the Sid Taylor coloured Lola, just getting its way past its counterpart, and of course going into slow zone. It depends where that picks up then. So it's slow zone 1, it says on our timing screen. Sorry, zone 2 actually. So pit window will open in 1 minute time as well. So perfect opportunity if you've got to complete this lap, unfortunately, to get round to that. So in a slow zone, we're talking laps of 4 minutes 16 is the fastest lap of this race so far. So we've got to get the car around. It's a long way round actually, so there's no big advantage. If that slow zone had just come out a little bit earlier, or pit window had come a bit early, it's still 30 seconds away, Andrew. So always the opportunity for a driver, slow car, slow zone, safety car, get into the pits, get it done. But you can't. In fact, it's the worst thing possible here to drive past with 30 seconds to go. It's so frustrating.
But there's nothing you can do.
There's always something you can do, but you're not allowed to break the rules. That's the point.
Well, here's a car that's got the American Viceroy brand, cigarette branding on it. And of course that was well known for being a brand that Mario Andretti raced under. There it is. Oh, that's a car that Nelson Piquet's driving. We mentioned that. We hadn't really, to a couple of his Brazilian mates, I don't know, see if we can see Nelson crashing one of the slowest cars in the race.
He doesn't care, he's having fun.
He's just having fun. And we've got an interview with him, haven't we, Peter? We're going to hopefully play out a little bit later.
We know the responsible adult Eve Hewitt is listening. Eve, we've tried to send you this interview from Nelson Piquet, and I can't get it across on Wi-Fi at the moment. We will get it to you tonight. It's only a 5-minute thing, but it's interesting, fascinating, all appropriate and proper. And as you can imagine, Andrew Marriott interviewing Nelson Piquet. We actually gave up lunch to do that. We actually stopped, didn't we? Because Nelson Piquet was sitting there at a table next to us. I mean, so you can't miss that opportunity. Good bit of journalism. Well done, Andrew.
Well, that's. I'm pleased we managed to get it. Nelson was so friendly as well and helpful, wasn't he? Because
but so relaxed as well. He's here having fun with his mates.
He's going to have fun with his mates and do a bit of car racing. It is a very slow car, but anyway, absolutely fantastic. There's a Chevron B8. These cars, of course, designed by Derek Bennett. Nigel Bennett was also a race car designer. That's why I almost got mixed up. And helped him. Nigel Bennett, who went on to design the Penske winning Indy cars and very successful Formula 1 cars for Lotus. I helped him build a 750 Formula car. That's why I handed him the spanners, basically.
I thought you could say I helped him build a unit or shelves or something.
No. Classic garage car, 27. So But one of my favourite all-time racing cars is the Chevron B60. Have you ever driven a Chevron?
I haven't,
No.
no.
They handled beautifully. It was just one. It was sort of Colin Chapman-esque genius, really.
Yes, it was.
Derek Bennett, and there's the Mark IV Ford. That is that '59 car. Look.
It really isn't a GT40, is it? You
No,
can
it's
see
not.
the origins,
No,
but
the
it's a
J
totally
car,
different car.
Yeah.
I just wondered then why the driver was getting out and getting back into the passenger
Yeah,
side. Of course, he's had to go and do the belts for the driver that just got into the car.
Yeah,
So exit one side, egress, get round to the other side, get the other driver back into it, and go and help put the belts on. Because they're not the easiest things to do when you've got a hands device on and a full face helmet these days.
No, it's very
bigger
difficult
seats than you used to have, and you can't feel them easily. And of course, the key thing from safety point of view is you've got to get those belts over the top of the hand device, or otherwise it's superfluous.
We talked about the Gunston colours. There's another car in the Gunston colours, of course. Yeah. And goes diving down the inside and takes a place. Well done. Nice little battle with all these chevrons and loaders. Look, 5 of them all close together. Ferrari, incidentally, has opened up a 2-second lead over the Hart Lola T70. And I'm now into third. The 37 car has come up into third place.
What we've got parked on the right-hand side of the truck there.
I think GT40, is it?
I don't know, they were too high for that. It might
have been in the other Mark IV.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a slightly odd shape. It's under the shadow of the trees there, but there's something parked on the right, just as that loader battle went by. Obviously protected with marshals and a yellow flag for that moment, but it's out of the way, so I guess that's going to either completely out of the way or pull behind the barriers very shortly. The 914 of the Porsche that will be just keeping out the way of the loaders there. Perfect driving, good use of mirrors. This raging battle of, I think you said 5 of these little chevrons. Was it? Sorry, loaders or chevrons?
Well, 5 little chevrons and loaders. Yes. They were very
No, I think I thought T70s. Yeah.
So we just should record it now up into third place as the
race leader change into the pits.
Yeah. Well, second place.
Second place. My apologies.
Third place is 2 British guys, Nick Sleep and Alex Montgomery, and. Obviously going nicely in that.
So Oliver Hart getting in, taking over from his dad. So his dad has finally got to finish a driving stint today. So now it's down to his son. It's his problem now, but he's got to finish a driving stint. Job done. He can sleep easy tonight.
Torque up those wheels. Lots of pressure that way.
Always do on those things. Always do on those sorts of cars. Looks like so actually cracking on to put in new fronts on it. Actually, they weren't talking about. They were cracking off the wheel nuts whilst it's on the ground still, and then put the quick jack under the front of it. The 63 low. This is the David and Oliver Hart car having its fronts changed. Is it both? Doing rears as well? No,
I don't know. Did he flat spotted a tyre or something? Because you wouldn't expect that in 45 minutes, would you? And not how long they've been racing.
Well, I'm sure David Hart's relayed that information. They're not taking extra time on a pit stop for no reason, so that would be necessary and done pretty quickly as well.
Yeah.
Centre lock wheels on this car moved on a little bit from the days of spinners now, where they've got a hexagonal centre lock nut, so they can put a big tube on it and tighten them up. Literally, leverage does that for you. So no hammers required, as we saw earlier.
Nice. Frame of Porsche there.
So we're virtually halfway through. We said these races have been shortened a little bit because of the timetable commitments. Ford Mark IV having a big lock up there, the 59 coming into the chicane there. But 43-minute race rather than 50. So we're at, that was the start, 43 minutes on the clock. We're at 22:22 right now. Richie Benno would be proud of that, 22:22.
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that.
Absolutely. Well,
test match special element. So, and I
that's
think
going very slowly,
that Mark IV was going. Oh, that's because it's in the slow zone. So we've got the slow zone. And this will be in zone 5, won't it? Which is.
And that's Nelson Piquet's car behind. We don't know if Nelson's at the wheel. You can see the crash helmet.
Well, it's interesting because that car had 3 drivers in it. So whether it's 3 drivers listed.
Maybe each one is going to do a race.
Very good point.
You know, Daytona, that happens.
Yeah, that makes.
But Daytona's a bit different because they get to race 4 times then. So there's the.
You don't want to be the last driver doing that because you're having to, hoping the car gets there to the end. So 2 Mark IV Fords in line there, 45 and 59. 45, of course, not being on the entry list I've got in front of me. Of course, why would it be?
Well, that's the other Mark.
That's Dolan, and Dolan.
But it sounds like a pop group,
So
doesn't it?
It does, yeah. One Direction, all Dolans in Ford.
I think I've got an idea they're an American family, actually, the Dolans. Yeah, they are indeed from America. James and Charlie, I think, are the main ones.
It's obviously a theme going here, because we've got A. McAllister and C. McAllister.
Well, Chris McAllister is, I think, driving with his son, and Chris has raced here in period quite recently. Good driver, very experienced. I wonder if they ever dragged that helmet out of the gravel.
Well, they can't have left it there, so I'll be stunned if it's been left there. But it's also in a very awkward position to get it out, because it's not getting the car out of there is the issue. It's the fact that getting an interventional service vehicle to do that is not the easiest thing in the world to do, because you don't want that prone on the track, do you?
Yeah. One of the Dolans is runs a company called Voyager Holidays and Hotels. They've got a brand called Hall of Fame Resorts, amongst many other things. Multi-millionaires. They've got that lovely car, but I don't know the relationship to the four Dolans.
And watching those three chevrons that were line astern, it was quite it's quite funny. They're all sitting there whilst they're in the slow zone, all eyeing up where they could go jockeying for position.
What I love here is that these chevrons and Lola's race wheel to wheel like this in period.
Yes.
The two brands.
And a hugely competitive category in period it was as well.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of gentleman drivers in that era, in that category, but also quite a few professional drivers made their names in those before they got to the bigger cars.
Absolutely. We haven't seen the Crown Racing car here that Martin Bourrain drove with Chris Craft, but it is in the race somewhere, and they won the European 2-litre championship, some official FIA championship one year, I remember.
So Remo Lips and David Franklin, it is still in the number 58 Ferrari 312P from 1969.
As I said, ex-Chris Amon.
Yeah.
Ex-Ferrari.
Significantly the fastest lap of the race. It being, put it this way, the slow zones are down to a 5:07 now, 5:20%. 4 minutes 16.905. Just stop and think about that for a minute. 4 minutes 16.5 in a 53-year-old car.
Yeah. Well, look at this.
What we mentioned earlier, a Porsche 917.
You said you hadn't seen one race.
Racing. Well, there we go. Yes, I'm going to need to look out of the window now, because seeing it on TV is not the same thing.
There you go,
I need to look out of the window, actually see it go by and say, I'm actually winning with my own retinas.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, I'm getting all teary-eyed.
Very privileged, of course, to have seen those racing period with the likes of Pedro Rodriguez and Vic Elford and so on. And that car's running in 23rd place. It's Charles Vogelet, who's been racing in historic events forever in that.
Very appropriate number for a 917. 23 was the number on the Atwood Herman car.
Oh, well spotted.
First time out,
yeah.
1970.
Just looking into the cockpit here, look. Door goes down. Doesn't want to go down very smoothly. Stopwatch at the ready. The Europe team runs quite a lot of these historic cars, and using the door just a bit of a fan. I think that is Richard Meal, the cop man, who is such a... Is he not the president of the...
A little bit of replay here, a little bit of moment going on there. Some talk about opportunity. The little Alpine, which I always think is Monte Carlo rally winners.
Nicky Pastorelli again, and another very nice Ferrari look.
Yep. I think that was the 48 Alpine, the A110. I think so. If so, that's Jean-Pierre Prévost just coming into the pit lane entrance, and it mirrors the chicane next to it. It's not just a straight in and run. He had to brake. The Ferrari Daytona behind it, number 6, had to avoid it, and in the end decided not to lock up his tyres, because he keeps those for the rest of the race, and actually dodged round the Alpine in the pit lane and gained a place on the way in. But it's still part of the racetrack. Why not? Yeah, that GTB up in the top 10 in amongst all the prototypes. Of course, the positions all changing now with these various pit stops, and then we've got 16 minutes to go.
there's the 04 Ferrari. That's Alexander Vega. I think Sam Hancock's driving that one, see as well. And that's a 365 GTB Competizione, GTB4 to be absolutely correct.
So the Daytona moniker only came from being so successful at the Daytona race. It was actually genuinely a Ferrari 365 GTB Stroke 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes.
It's its proper title, but it's not actually. I don't think did Ferrari ever call it a Daytona? I don't think they did.
I'm not sure they ever did.
I think we the public, the great unwashed, just gave it its name for winning the Daytona, the category of the 24-hour, didn't it? And it stuck. I shall look it up, shall I?
Yeah. But younger Hart, the son, Ollie, it's a very fine racing driver.
Younger Hart, see what you did there.
Yeah, Ollie Hart's just gone out and done the fastest sector one of the whole race by some 1.5 seconds. So he's going to be trying to hunt down the Ferrari 312P, which dives into the pits now. Oh, what a beautiful looking machine, isn't it? I hope we can follow through this pit stop. Just want to see if it does change drivers. Go from a driver I think is in his 20s to one that's in his 70s. But David's still pretty quick, actually. A lot of success over the years, particularly in Can-Am cars, in R&M 8s and sort of stuff. Here we go. It doesn't look as though they're going to change drivers, does it?
No, just very quickly while they're doing that, I'll just quickly go back on while we're on Ferrari top with the 365. The 365 GTB Stroke 4, as we called it, replaced the 275 GTB 4, and of course it was unofficially named the Daytona by the media at the time, as I thought, after Ferrari's 1-2-3 finish in the 1967 Daytona 24 Hours. And apparently Ferrari very, very rarely referred to in Daytona, and it's always referred to as its unofficial name.
And as we saw, absolute confirmation of Lips is in the car, because saw the name on his crash helmet. Ferrari with the lovely gold wheels. I always liked Ferraris with gold wheels.
Exactly. It was that colour. It was iconic, wasn't it, at the time? Maybe a little bit of white in the 70s, but in the 60s, it was that deep blood red, wasn't it? That proper red with the gold wheels, and that's what they did. Maybe back in the 60s, the Grand Prix cars, Surtees ran a little bit with the pale blue wheels. That's another colour.
It was gold wheels or blue wheels, wasn't it? They both look super. So, presumably the Harts are coming round, or the Ollie Hart is coming round now, as this car is going out, having completed its pit stop.
Pit lane will close in 30 seconds, Andrew.
Yeah, there he is, look, you see. So he's going to be pretty close. The 312P will be accelerating out now.
Yeah, be off through Dunlop now.
Yeah, he's going to have 15 and 20 seconds lead, isn't he?
Yeah,
but
comfortable job.
Yeah. But, as I said, first sector and the third sector, Ollie Hart went purple. But
this is where it gets interesting, Andrew, because you've got Remo Lips, who's been in that Ferrari from the outset of the race. So yes, okay, he's got the advantage on the plus side that he's used to the car. He's got the rhythm. He's on the pit stop. He's gone back again. Ollie Hart, though, that little bit quicker. It's fresh. He's a bit younger. No disrespect to Remo Lips. So that may have an advantage. So we could see this play out over the remaining 12 and a half minutes, Andrew, of this race to go.
I'm not sure of Lips' age. I mean, David Franklin's car, I got this young guy driving with me. You know, there's different degrees of youth, isn't there?
It's all relative, isn't it? As they say.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
If it's your brother.
At the moment, Henry Fletcher, son of Andrew Fletcher. There's a lovely story here. Father and son raced. Andrew Fletcher raced the car in period. Now Henry's driving. Done a lot of racing in thoroughbred GP cars as well, particularly in a March. That's Henry Fletcher. Scottish family. And one a bit of a sleeper here, Tony Seiler, has had a lot of success in his Lola T70. He's a Swiss driver, never stopped racing, and been also very successful in Porsches years ago. Runs a very big body shop in Switzerland, as Tony. And another race I think he might be running with his son. So many stories here.
Remo Lips is 40.
Oh, he's 40. Okay, he's 40, so he's no youth then.
He's raced. He's 181 races over the years, but he's done quite a bit at Goodwood, Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy, Kinrara. But he's also done ADAC Masters and GTs.
Yeah, the Masters,
as well.
the main German GT3 championship. Well, it was until DTM came along. used the same cars.
And started in 1998 karting. It's a Kia Cup.
All right,
So
okay.
he raced for quite a bit off and on over the years.
And now we're on to the 33 T70. We're seeing going through in third place. That's one of the France family. And, it's Pierre Alain France who is at the wheel. That's the car in front of your screen there, 61. And it's got the sort of Sid Taylor colours, except that with the broad stripe through the middle and the two thin stripes, but the stripes happen to be blue rather than green. A little story on that. That colour scheme started with cars that did very well here at Le Mans, the Lotus Elites of Team Elite. Team Elite was sold on to Sid Taylor in the days when they had a Brabham T8. The car had the colour scheme on. Sid Taylor said, I like that, I'll keep that. And of course, they became known as the Sid Taylor colours, but really they were the Team Elite colours. And the idea came from a bloke called David Buxton, who was the Lotus dealer in Derby. And
Derby or Buxton? It's quite close.
Derby, yeah, well, Buxton is in Derbyshire, very
yes.
good.
Not very good for our European listeners, but
and the
quite close to one another in the UK.
And the mechanic who went with the car, called Ron Bennett, he's a member of the BRDC. I speak to him occasionally. And for the BRDC Bulletin, occasionally I write articles about colour liveries of racing cars. I've done things like the Golf car, and I even found out the plate numbers and all that sort of stuff. And it makes an interesting little read. And Henry Fletcher, that's the 25 car. Henry Fletcher's the guy that I was talking about. And he's really having a big chase now over the 20. So that's a battle, actually, at the moment. I think they have made pit stops, actually. That is a battle for 5th place overall and the best 2-litre car.
With 9 minutes to go on the clock, they will need to have made pit stops.
Yeah. Furiani in the number 20. Can't tell from the entry of this one. I think they may have different makes of engine. Some of those, most of them have.
Can't just work out whether it's the difference in category, but the 914 Porsche going really quite slowly there. But then again,
yeah.
so is the Porsche in front of it. Very much road-going category, as you would have seen at the morning in this period. Exactly why it's in this category. But an early 70s Porsche, maybe even late 60s. So they're very much a road car in those days. They weren't that much changed, to be honest. And you'd say these days you build a race car for a road car, and the biggest thing you do is give it its safety equipment, and then it's upgrades. Well, in those days they had a few upgrades. There wasn't really any safety equipment. They in the period these cars are running, which is 1966 to 1971, most of these cars didn't have a roll cage.
No,
it wasn't done. It wasn't a consideration, which is actually quite scary when you think about it.
So this is a good old battle here, because we've got the two leading Chevrons, two Chevron B19s from 1971. Henry Fletcher car, not a sticker on it. And hunting down the 20 of Furiani. And so it's cycled through now from the pit stops, and we see that the Lips car is some 21 seconds ahead of the Lola T70 of Oliver Hart. And flags waving there. Furious battle between these two Chevrons. Terrific stuff, look. Chevron came from the Lancashire town of Bolton. And poor Derek.
Where my mother came from?
Yeah, poor Derek died in a hang gliding accident. Chevron name has bounced around a few different companies since then. Look at these boys though. And the helmet is going again, because there it is.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. So they did get it out.
A jet
get it
car,
going.
if you like. So that's great. So it did win a couple of races. You can raced at things like the BOAC 1000. interesting program. We talk about cars with sort of helicopter engines, or most of these jet engines have been like they remember the Rover BRMs, and particularly the Lotus that ran both at Indy and in Formula One. And to think that in Formula One back then you were allowed to use a jet engine. Now they tell you the actual angle of the V of your motor. You know, you can't hardly do anything different. Pastorelli still going very well in his Ferrari, and just checking out. I think that Lips has got Ollie Hart pegged back. Looking at sector times, very similar.
So just coming up to 5 minutes to go into the last knockings of this race. It's been an interesting race. Good to see David and Oliver Hart have a good race.
Gabby von Oppenheim. A few ladies that are racing here. Lovely, interesting Alpine there. 46. Is it 48?
46. 48 is the A110,
that's right,
and 46 is the A210.
Yeah. It's got Gabby von Oppenheim together with Andreas Middendorf, both from Germany. Well, quite a big battle going on for third place overall between the France 33 Lola and the slightly older one of the two British drivers we mentioned. Sleep in Montgomery, not sure which one is driving. Did we see number 29 GT40 in this race? It's been driven by Joachim, Prince of Denmark. He's also a very good marathon.
It's fit for endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That beautiful Chevron B16 and away. Well, Mondo in this race in a T70. Some Formula One racing.
Yeah, absolutely so.
But running down in 22nd place. Sharing it with the owner. Another guy I should mention, just spotted in 18 and another Chevron B16, veteran driver, John Sheldon. He's got Aston Martin connections.
Indeed he has.
And was it in the Aston he had those massive accidents?
Yes, I wasn't going to go there with that.
No,
but yes.
How he walked away from that,
I was going to say, lucky survived.
And a dentist by profession.
Yeah.
I think he lives in Portugal these days and still loves racing at Chevron. A good peddler in his day. Still that battle, you know, between those two Chevrons for 5th place overall. It's absolutely neck and neck. They're just behind the Sleep Montgomery V70. Porsche going through. Picture there. And that's Mario Sala and Silvio Polino. And Massimo Ronconi sharing that nice 906 from 1966. Lovely picture, see him turning in there. Great car in its day. Oh, the Ferrari lead is just under 20 seconds, 19 seconds. See if they can get to the finish. Just last minute and a half of this race remaining now. Shots of this just fantastic circuit here. And somebody just dropped back. Who's that? We've got the Chevron battle now right up to 4th place. Somebody just dropped. Oh, it's the France. Yeah, the 33 car. Must have made a mistake or had a spin out of view of our cameras. Yeah, Alain France dropped back. And what do we got here? Here's a replay. Look. Round the Pantera goes.
Well, a nice flame out on the way in on the overrun, but a burnt on excess fuel there. It's restarting. It's putting a lot of flame out of the interesting the right-hand exhaust.
Yeah, 3 guys listed in that: Frenchman Francois Hebrand, Pierre Modas, and Sacha Hebrand. Don't know who sort of one is at the wheel. Here's the Ferrari then. Gonna have to do another lap, isn't it? Glorious sound. Need to be close to trackside. Listen to that. And being driven immaculately by the guy who normally races in the German GT3 series. Quite sure who owns that car. I don't think David owns it.
But at this point, when you're leading a race at Le Mans in the sunshine in the late afternoon, I don't think it really matters who owns it.
No.
I'm sure it matters to the owner, quite right.
Sure it does, yeah.
I'm not wishing to be rude there, but
no,
at the moment I'm just lapping this up and just think, can you imagine? Look at the sun glinting off it. I mean, it just looks. It looks like it's doing 200 miles an hour standing still, doesn't it?
And someone else we didn't mention that I spoke to yesterday and got an interview with was Emanuele Pirro. He's sharing a car with Hugo Holtz, and Hugo Holtz is taking part in every one of these 10 events here at Le Mans, the Classic. They are running in 13th place.
I don't turn in, I was just watching that Lola T70 coming into one part to the chicane there on the final lap of this, but the little chevron right behind it, and it's just that classic thing where I'm going to do the David and Goliath thing here. I'm going to say big and lumbering T70. It's not in a straight line, but into tight parts of chicane, it's going to be slower. It's not going to be as agile. Its direction change isn't going to be the same. That Lola, the 20 Lola, had a little look down the inside and just thought, oh, don't turn in on it, don't turn in on it. And mercifully, Lola just acquiesced and just got on the brakes enough to sit there and let the Lola take its rightful line. And this is one of the things you've got to learn of multi-class racing. It applies when this was in period, and it does now still. You've got to allow room for other cars. But as a great teammate of mine that was mentioned this morning with Stuart Hall, and a former world champion for that matter as well, Jamie Campbell always said, it's all very well being the fastest car, it's all very being quick or whatever, but other cars don't just disappear. You've got to make allowances for them.
The fabulous battle still going on, for 3rd place now, with Alexander Furiani, with Henry Fletcher right up his chuff, look. That's going to the wire, and those various Lola T70s. The Sleep Montgomery cars drop back, the France cars drop back, Tony Silent's come up a bit, but the Furiani-Fletcher battle is for 3rd place overall. Look, they're almost side by side here. Terrific job. And Henry's sticking out of the cockpit because he's a tall lad. He's not exactly a lad anymore, but Furiani certainly doing a very good job holding him off. The German. We'll see them come over the rise in just a moment. Meanwhile, the Ferrari on its way to that checkered flag, and Ollie Hart just gone purple in the middle, but so too little, too late. 37. That's in the battle, that Lola. So they're actually battling there for 3rd place. The Sleep Montgomery car, which they both passed, has now split the 2 cars. Here's our leader, who's driven fabulously, hasn't he? Not put a wheel wrong in the beautiful, extremely rare Ferrari, former factory car, as I said, originally raced in period by Chris Amon, amongst others. Wonderful low profile of the car. Here we are. You can see it, the checker flag. the first of the 3 races that it needs to complete if it's going to take the trophy at the end of tomorrow. And there he goes. Look, checkered flag is at the ready. And congratulations, a Ferrari win here in front of the Lola T70s. What happened? The Fleet Montgomery T70 got past both the chevrons right at the last knockings as the rest of them come home. So Furiani just beating Fletcher.
Andrew, you missed a golden journalistic opportunity there.
Go on.
This afternoon, you could have said Ford win at Le Mans, and
Yeah.
now Ferrari win at Le Mans.
Yeah, on the 72 car.
Lola doesn't. 72 Lola.
Another B.
Another Chevron, my apologies.
That's a B16, that's a lovely B16.
Very much like, in my defence, a T70 Chevron with a zoomed in
Absolutely, yeah, just a
Chevron.
solid one, like
Yeah.
got 7/8 version of it,
It's
isn't it?
a
Really?
T70 Lite,
Yeah,
but a different make.
yeah.
I'll try my best to get out of things myself out
Yeah.
there, aren't I? I'm just digging deep.
Yeah.
We have to take me literally.
We will be. Everything's running a bit late. Being told that we'll be running through to 10 o'clock tonight. Now, picnic boxes for supper will be delivered. I just have a note. We might do it a slightly different way. That's right.
Indeed.
I never saw that crown racing, Lola. Well, actually, these two guys they're still racing to the
Exactly.
finish line, aren't they?
Yeah,
Look,
exactly.
yeah, they swapped places and they swapped again. And
So they're taking the line out.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
their finish.
yeah.
Taking the checkered flag.
they both got back in front of the T70 again. Terrific job to the Chevron. Furiani sounds Italian, but apparently he's German.
So Ferrari, Lola and Chevron on the podium
Yeah.
of the first running of
Yeah, well,
this
look at that.
Plateau
The
5.
3 cars just raced wheel to wheel for the second half of the race. It was a bit of onboard footage here.
It's the winning car.
Yep.
Coming back into what will effectively be Parc Fermé. Now I don't know what the rules are in these, because obviously you can't not touch the cars for the rest. Normally you'd have a car on a Parc Fermé, but
Yeah.
it's just done a 50 or 43-minute race. The very minimum it'll need is tyres and fuel.
Yeah.
So it's got to have something. So how much work they can do them for? That's a little test for. If we're broadcasting until 10 o'clock tonight, I'm sure there'll be somebody in the paddock still. We can go and find out what the regulations are.
Yeah.
As to how much work you are or are not allowed to do. I'm going to, dangerous assumption is, I'm going to guess that what you can do is finish a race,
Yeah.
take the car back in its paddock, do whatever's necessary, do another race.
I'm sure that's it.
That's
yeah.
3 separate
that-
races, and then the cumulative results gives you the aggregate, gives you the result.
Yeah. Everybody filtering through, and coming up, of course, will be Plateau 6. There's a load too much on. I never saw the Capri that we used to.
We did.
Oh, did we?
The blue one.
Yeah.
Yes, it was certainly saw it in the pit stop.
Oh,
We went down
okay.
the pit stop, and they went to the car behind it.
It won it. I mean, there's lots of classes. It did win the class. And of course, we missed it, didn't it? Sean Lynn dropped out. And Richard Meal dropped out. So much happening, so many 64 cars or more in this. 63 has got a penalty, by the way. Speeding in the slow zone. The Hart car, 2 minutes. And at the end of the race, where does that drop?
No, hang on, that's 63, but more importantly, the winning car, number 58, has also got a speeding in the slow zone. 1 minute added.
1 minute.
To that. So what was its margin? It was won by...
So, well, Furiani's won then.
So that was, no, Hart and Hart.
Oh no, the victor, no, it hadn't, because Furiani was 1 minute 31 behind. So the Ferrari wins. Furiani is second, and then looking down, look, it's going to be, and the Hart's
Hart's a second.
no, but they got 2 minute penalty.
No, that's car 24.
Oh, is it?
Oh, hang on,
sorry.
you're absolutely right. It's Andrew, I think you're absolutely right. It's a rolling message on the bottom of the board, and 58 has dropped down to the bottom of that to 24. I think there was a 63 in front of that as well. So if so, what you're basically saying is that the first and second place cars on road have had a 2 and a 1 minute penalty.
Yes, but the car that won got a 1 minute penalty.
Yeah.
The second car got a 2 minute penalty, so they stay in that order. And the Chevron that was third was a 1 minute 30 behind, so the Ferrari does win. And then the two Chevrons are second and third. Then the Sleep Montgomery is fourth, and then the Hart car comes in front of Tony Seiler. If you add the 2 minutes on.
Yes, assuming our time screen is corrected there, probably because the Lips Franklin Ferrari is won by a mere 8 seconds there, which was a lot more, wasn't it? So that's had its minute taken off already.
Well called. Yep. Yeah, but the Hart car hasn't had the 2 minutes. Well, it'll all work itself out, won't it? We've got highlights here, and again seeing pictures of the marvellous McKee chassis helmet turbine car, and that's how he dumped himself into the gravel. We had cars off left, right and centre. Lola's absolutely, Lola T70s absolutely everywhere. We had flames coming out of De Tomaso Panteras, who then managed to spin. We had a great battle between the two 2-litre sports cars of Furiani and Fletcher. Ferrari driven impeccably, and it was taking a checkered flag and still staying at the front of the pack despite its 1 minute penalty. And one presumes it left the pits too early, did it? And here was the two Chevrons that fought each other, and well, all round great racing. We will move on, and next will come Plateau 6. Plateau 6 is even more modern cars. Porsches in this.
Yeah, so Plateau 6 is slightly different. That's the next one, 1972 to 81 cars.
There's still going to be lots of those Chevrons and Lolas in here, but the later ones.
Yeah, which is a very neat way of dividing up. If a car's had a long life as a car in its category, if it's had, say, a decade of production, it's going to be a totally different car by the end of it. So you logically want to buy that one to go and race because you want it to be competitive. So it's quite a clever way of doing the split there between, rather than just saying 70s, 80s, 90s, etc. Split it here, 71 to, we've just had 66 to 71, didn't we?
Yeah.
So quite a short spread, just 5 years. Now we've got 72 to 81, so a 9-year spread on cars.
Yeah, and some of these, there'll be some Lola 280 and Lola 290 and two different years. That particular Lola, there's 3 of them. We've got 3-litre DFV engines in them, which are raced by people like Guy Edwards and so on. And then we've my favourite car in this, I think, is going to be the Mirage M6 from 1972. Chris McAllister is going to be driving that. It's a car with a great Le Mans history. And still cars just finishing, look. Yeah, so we're waiting for the next this grid 6 coming up. The chevrons from 1972 to 78, and the Lolas with 3-litre engines, Chris McCarthy's Mirage is going to be key cars, Ferrari 512s. What car to watch will definitely be the 1976 Toj. As we get BMWs going round, the Toj is the car that won this 4 years ago. This particular Yves Schumer going to be the driver. That will be one to watch. The car that was built by Jörg Obermoser, also built Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars. So that will be very competitive. But just for a minute or two, we'll take a quick break and wait until we get the grid coming round for the next cars. Mike Wells said a note. Thank you very much. You enjoyed it. Could do with another. Could do with a driver here, though, couldn't we? Fun. Tim would be great if we could get him. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here we go with the Plateau 6, as they call it. Again, some mouth-watering cars coming up, including M1 BMW Pro cars. That one with the Vorsteiner colour scheme. Some lovely Ferraris. And as I mentioned, and Snowy, I said that we didn't see the Crown Racing Lola in the previous race. Of course, it's because those Chevron, those 2-litre sports cars, fell across two different classes. The reason we didn't see it is because it's in this one.
This one, yes.
I just spotted it, so...
they obviously heard you and said, we're in Plateau 6,
I know, yeah, they probably did.
Andrew, be patient,
yeah,
we're on our way.
Chris Craft, of course, drove that car in period with Martin Bahrain. Wow, look at this. They say although the most of the cars in this 2-litre and 3-litre sort of categories at this time were Lolas and Chevrons. This Toj was a very effective piece of kit, 3-litre DFV engine in it, and I said 4 4 years ago now, it did actually win this particular category. So we'll have to watch for that. I think Richard Meal might be sharing it with you. Shima, I think the pronunciation is. Tosh did race Tosh certainly did, but no great success. I mean, looking out particularly, you'll see the Golf colours though. Even one of the most fabulous cars in this category is the Len Bailey designed Mirage M6. And that was a car, Snowy, that they built, you know, after JW couldn't run the 917s anymore because, you know, effectively the regulations had banned them, so they built this car for 72 seats. And they did try, it's got a DFB in it, but they did try it with a Westlake engine, and didn't win here at Le Mans with it, but they did win the about 1,000 Ks. Derek Bell and Mike Hailwood. They were second here at Le Mans, I see, with Howden Ganley and Vern Schuppen. Going to be driven by the American Chris
Vern
McAllister.
Schuppen, Australian, that went on. He won Le Mans in
He won Le Mans, yeah.
Yeah.
And he also tried to build a road-going version.
You did, I remember going to see it.
Yeah, and 962, and lost a fortune doing it. So Chris McAllister, we'll be watching him. A lot of experience here at Le Mans, and runs a company called McAllister Machinery. He's raced M8 Cannon cars. Famously crashed a Lotus 49 Monaco. 5 Le Mans starts, didn't he, Chris? You know, 24-hour starts. I think he has won. I think he's won this. Tosh has won, I think the Golf Mirage M6 as well, yeah, so going through the field. So, fog in the Lola, it's on the pole position. Got Sam Hancock's in this, in that beautiful 512 BBLM Ferrari. Sam apparently I saw Sam lunchtime and said, what happened to you in your earlier race? It got punted off by that Ferrari 333. The car that thought a very good result in. So make amends here. I'm going to try and get Sam up in the commentary box at some stage. The guy that Tosh actually had qualified third this time, Richard Beale and Shamama. That's how it jumped. Shamama. There's a couple of brothers in the race. 65 car is on pole position. It's a 3 litre Roland 9.8. Patrice Lafargue family, well known in endurance racing, of course. Patrice is it the father or the son? Yeah, I thought Patrice was the father. Oh, look, but some big American Yank tanks here that raced a lot more in the period.
I'm not sure we can use that term, actually.
Yank tank, can you? Yeah. That's what it is.
What it was.
Or what it was. There is, in the gold horse tiny colours, is the Tosh. So it's meant to be 2 Lola. There's a 286 and the next iteration 298.
Patrice is 61, so I'm guessing he's the father.
Okay, right, yeah.
I guess that kind of process elimination, that probably answers that question, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
so it's the son.
Racing for
Ah, they've got their own racing team.
Yeah, but EDEX, of course, which of course.
Yeah, he is EDEX.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Of course, it's Nicholas Manasseh.
Yeah.
Nick Manasseh.
Yeah. Yeah. Big team, run them all. So which one's whipped? Patrice is the father. So he's done a good job there. Get that right up there. And in the other front row of the grid car is the 15. That is Dominic. Now from Switzerland. It's another one with a DFE 3 DFE in it. It's a slightly older car. And we've got a 935 up there. We talked about these 2-litre sports cars and 2 and 3 litre sports cars of this period. It's a lovely Osella PA5. There's going to be a couple of Italian guys in that. It's going to be sitting in there. And that is a 2-litre car. Roberto Turziani and Davide Mazzolini.
Talking of iconic Ferraris, just watching the Sam Hancock-driven car, which probably in second with Rittweger at the wheel. I thought, well, it might be Sam Hancock's crash helmet. I think it possibly is, you know, in the car first. So that might answer that question. This is the 04 car, the Ferrari car number 04, not year 04, sorry, just for clarity. That is the iconic Ferrari 512 BB race version, which I remember as a kid.
Yeah.
You may not know, but my first foray into racing any kind of cars, Nick Damon, my team at British Unlimited, will love this, was what they call RC cars, now radio controlled cars.
Yeah, radio controlled.
And I'm a bit like my father did slot cars in the 60s.
Yeah.
It had to be a model or something, and I did the green Simon Phillips.
Oh, did he, right?
Of that body shape, yes.
Nick's sort of kind of the Bernie Eccleston sort of car racing. Certainly does all the TV coverage.
Nick Damon's Bernie Eccleston of slot car racing. Now there's a quote. John, Eve, if you're listening, there you go. Nick Damon's the Bernie Eccleston of slot of RC racing. Brilliant.
Nick Padmore, we know is very quick. It's in another 2-litre Chevron.
Another one worthy of the title, Quick Nick.
Yeah, Quick Nick certainly, and he is listed originally with Marco Vernon. I spoke to Marco yesterday evening. We have an interview, and I'm sure we played it in here. And he didn't mention driving that car, and I noticed on the timing string just in Padmore. Could be one to watch, certainly in there. So, one of the slightly confusing things is here, we've got these these open sports prototypes here. Some have 2-litre engines in and some have 3-litre engines in. But otherwise they're very, very similar. Probably got slightly, there's the Crown Racing one I mentioned. And Chris McAllister in the Mirage qualified down in 25th place. Now that car should be much higher up than that. An extra formation lap, Snowy, just seeing on the screen. Get a good look at all these cars. There is the VSD. Do you know what that stands for?
I'm scared to ask.
Okay,
I know you do. But
well, actually, it was a magazine, and it's actually translated Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And they were big sponsors of a lot of cars. And in fact, they did almost psychedelic colour scheme, that's why I remember lots of different colours in it. Let's see. Just looking through. Because we got these M1 Pro cars. So like Pro cars?
love them. Absolutely love them.
Strange enough, 2-3 years ago, something popped up on the internet. Me doing the commentary, race commentary for Pro Car racing at Donington. This week, up there, I'm doing it.
I would have been there.
Don't remember it.
No.
Don't remember doing it.
That would be about 1978.
Probably, yeah.
78, 79,
Yeah.
around about then.
Some things you remember so well, sometimes not. I like Pro Cars. Well, that Pro Car series, all those Grand Prix drivers, it was something else, wasn't it?
It was.
But then they had another life as well. several pro cars in this. Just check the 9, and that is Sebastian Glasser from Germany. So see how he gets on in that.
1979 BMW M1 Pro Car Championship, round 3, Donington.
Yeah.
That's a video. Don't want to do that. I'm just going to try and find you the date. Oh, and who drove one of those at the time?
Ooh,
Nelson Piquet.
Okay, yeah. So here we are, and we're doing one more lap. You see the extra formation lap. So presumably cut down. Yeah, the clock is running. So the clock is counting down. So this race is going to be finished up in about 38 minutes, isn't it?
There you go. The race at Donington you're talking about was won by Nelson Piquet.
Was it, Roger?
It was indeed. Bruno Giacomelli was second. Manfred Winkelhock was third. Other drivers in it, Stuck, Toyne Hezemans, Helmut Kellners.
Helmut Kellners, his father of
Dieter Quester, Tom Walkinshaw, David Hobbs, good mate of yours.
Yes.
Elio D'Angelis, somebody that you don't know, never heard of, called John Watson.
Oh, really? Yeah, yeah.
And Mario Andretti, and of course Franz Conrad, who
Wow.
still runs Lamborghinis in NLS that Bruce and I talk about all the time.
What a jolly lineup that was.
That doesn't include the retirements in 1979 were Wolfgang Schutz, with an engine failure, James Hunt with a front suspension failure, and Alan Jones with rear suspension failure. Do you work it out yourself. Did not start, unbelievably, sorry. And the reasons are, quite incredibly, Dan Gurney.
Yes. Don't remember
and Denny
that.
Hull.
Yeah.
The reasons are incorrect driving licenses. Can you believe
What was that about? I don't
the
remember
things
that.
you can find these days.
I know.
Oh, never argue with the knowledge. It's internet.
But it's not always
But I
right.
was no, it's not always right. But it's a pretty reliable.
Yeah, a lot of it's very right. No,
It was on the 3rd of June.
Was it?
1969? 1979.
Probably did it for ITV. Wonder what they got paid. Just going past the big
Andrew,
football
you've always been paid. You've always been paid well.
Well, one thing I haven't been paid, other than a lot of people occasionally when I co-drove didn't pay the bill, still 1 or 2 of them rank, to be honest. One guy didn't pay me because he died terribly.
Well, that's why
he died in a vintage aircraft, actually. Believe that.
I've got to say, Andrew, I do feel for you on a physical level, not being paid, but you know, death.
Oh, well, it was a friend.
Is a fairly,
I was upset at the time, Peter, not because I wasn't paid, because he was a real mate of mine. He was my editor of Motor News, a chap called Mike Twight. But you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I think legally it would be in court to be reasonable cause.
Yes. Yeah. I think the message is that don't get in vintage aircraft. Terrorism. This isn't one of these two wavy jobs that's going to confuse the time straight away. Here's your VSD.
One very last important thing, Jacob, because it's actually this one actually. The reason that M1
Oh, right, now that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, well, I was involved in the organisation of that. And obviously, Ian Phillips did a lot of the work on the Gulliver's Trust. At CSS, we looked after logistics. We had all the marshal, all the fantastic charity money that came in and helped build a new cancer unit at hospital in West London.
The BODC.
Pardon?
The BODC.
Oh, that event, was it? Yes, yeah. I mean, it was a terrific day. That's correct, that's correct. But I mean, Gunnar was a wonderful guy, and if I just may share this, but there was a guy called Chuck Jones who ran a Formula 5000 car and knew him very well. Who later was one of the owners of the Ensign his house on Gunnar was there as well. We all sat around. I got a picture of my mother with Gunnar. And he sat there. Well, not to put too fine a point on, he said he got a problem. As you know, he died in the end from testicular cancer, and you know, there's something that people often say from these days. He told us he thought he had a problem. He was sure there's that crown race. Oh, a terrific guy, you know, very well family from Helsingborg, Sweden. Terrific chap, and very talented. Had to inject the S at the time, so I knew him really well. A terrible tragedy, and in this day and age, there was a problem with it.
Well, now, how do these things develop? Memories come back to me, aren't they?
What was that?
The reason that they're going to need some more was the day that Fangio demonstrated all of the Mercedes from the museum, from Tom.
Oh yes,
Museum.
yes, Tom.
I believe a W125, I think it was.
Yeah.
He went around, and I remember it was my dad. My dad was marketing
Yeah,
and
of course,
officiating.
yeah.
My mum said, "Come and watch this." Now, 1979, I would be 15.
Yeah.
I said, "Come and watch this." He said, "You'll never get to see Fangio drive."
Yeah.
Do you know what stunned me at 15 years old?
Go on.
Then, the speed at which he drove it.
Yes.
But it was never out of control. It was never there. It was inch perfect coming out of the chicane every time. Perfectly placed. Just a little twitch, but just not beautifully controlled the same amount of long. I remember just thinking,
Wow.
that's
great,
why
great
at that
memory.
point he was, you know, 5-time world champion. Obviously, nobody else had beaten that at that point in 1979. He had
I-
all 5 world championships.
I can't remember exactly, but I think probably all that TV coverage of that was done by Central TV, by the ITV. And I would say that footage is probably somewhere in some archive and nobody really realises. And
Yes.
there's a guy that I work with on some films called Richard Wiseman. Ultimate guy. He knows where virtually everything is, and all the people that do most of the motor racing films used Richard. But here we are, finally. I think we're going to go
So that means
in
that
just
we're
a
gonna go,
moment.
Indeed.
And there's a Golf-sponsored car that is not in Rolls Gotha's collection.
Yet.
Yeah, but still, it probably, you know, if it wins here, maybe it will be. But there was lots of bits of golf that did all sorts of funny bits of sponsorship from different bits of the golf organisation, so on. That's why. But look at the Vorsteiner car getting a very good and straight into the lead. Goes that. No, it doesn't. Look at the Porsche. Well, that's a surprise. So the Porsche 935.
He's on the wrong side of the track. The Vorsteiner car's going to get went through again.
You have to lift. What is it all a bit hairy up the top of the Dunlop curves there? What do they call them these days?
Hairy needs to go to the barbers. Now that's what Porsche back down to.
But the Porsche had to back right out, didn't he?
Yeah, but down to 3rd place.
Yeah.
So the Porsche had a car. So they went in like Noah's Ark there, side by side, 2 by 2, left and right. But I think the Porsche 935 that almost got the lead down the pit wall on the right-hand side into the first turn. That long right sweeping that right-hand. It's got a lot of speed here from Rolling Star. Nearly got the job done, but just couldn't quite do it. Perhaps the slightly nimbler Porsche not quite promoted that back again. Didn't really quite move the lead. If he did, it was about 5 centimetres.
Yeah, that's one of those cars got quite a lot of drivers listed to compete in it, so can't quite tell you who is at the wheel at the moment, but there is the Tosh, so won this event, as I said, 4 years ago, out in the lead. And Richard Neal will get into the car, the watchmaker, very influential guy in the WEC, of course.
So I was saying that
Shimama, yeah.
to the car first. Do we know that?
Yeah, we don't.
It's under threat already.
It
from
is.
the number 65 Lola.
And he goes into the lead as the man who's built up that IDEX organisation. To see him. Yeah, Patrice Lafargue in the lead. I am hoping to see that Mirage certainly has the capabilities of car to come through. See what we're going to get from Chris McAllister. Brits versus Germany here.
Snow,
yeah,
isn't it? It's quite it's almost like an artistic, it's like Andy Warlock, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
It's a white silvery track on our video footage there.
Yeah.
The car's just been black silhouettes there, quite artistic.
So, I mean, only 30 minutes left because we had that extra pace lap. So I think that Lafargue car, they've kept it in its original livery rather than what IDEX would have. No. I love the Vorsteiner colours because Vorsteiner was a big, it is a German beer company and sponsored the Arrows team for quite a while and many other cars as well. Certainly driving it well. Hello, Porsche, Roller and Simon. So the guys listed in the 32, Dubé, Vanelay and Seventhal. Belgium. To check that out. Yeah, we got that great big 1976 Dodge Charger in there. Would be a handful around here.
Yeah, just I think it's a bit of an understatement there.
It's a bit further behind, look. Bit of a... We got sports car. Well, we got a sports prototype. That's the one with the Yakko sponsorship. That's an independent French oil company, sponsor a lot of cars in period. There's another Vorsteiner M1 there. And don't see any sign of the Mirage coming up the field. I think that's Sam Hancock going through. Indeed, it's Sam at the wheel. Well, look at that I think it is Sam, isn't it? I think that's Sam's helmet.
I think so too. Yeah.
Coming around to race by the football stadium for some time. We have to park all the way down there. And the Mirage is down in 17th place. And look at that Ferrari with all the different cars behind it. BBLM.
Did a great job of actually, I'm going to say, not holding back those cars. Holding up would be very unfair to say.
We need Mike Wilder again for
the aeroplane, for the Nats or whatever they are. They're not Nats,
I know.
Whatever they are, he's there.
There's the Yakko car.
We say that we've got the pro cars there as well.
Yeah.
We're talking proper mid-engine racing cars against mid-engine road-derived cars. This 512 BB and even the M1 Pro car probably don't bear much resemblance to their road ancestors, but they're still road to ride. Whereas we're talking these little sports cars in between.
They're proper chains and absolutely that. And that Yakko car has been driven by Nick Padmore. That's the one that.
This is the one that's sandwiched in between the two.
It it's the one in front of them. It's the one with Yakko on the front of it.
Okay, well, Nick Padmore's
God,
got
this is
quicker
right.
than anything. He can be quick with a shopping trolley around Waitrose. I say Waitrose because on the
Yeah.
days on he can afford Waitrose compared
Yeah.
to the rest of us.
Oh, you have to go at the right time and get the stuff with the yellow labels on, Snowy.
Now, there's inside information for you, yes.
Yeah, so Padmore having a good run. So, because he's in a 2-litre car, one of the two leading cars, 3 litres, and you've got your two sort of ones, I suppose, 935 Porsche. There's the Ferrari. There's the Crown Racing. Lower behind, racing period. With late great Chris Craft.
I love too, Andrew, that these cars can still have the correct words
Yeah.
on the cars still.
Yeah.
And we saw some of the rough ones of old cars over the chains and now we still had some proper advertising on it, and I absolutely get the reasons why that's done it.
Yeah.
Just think the car ran in period 20, 30, 40 years ago and it set a certain brand of whatever it may be, cigarettes primarily.
Yeah.
I think you should be able to run that in period still, not be blocked out. I don't quite get these sort of Williamses with a different word written on instead. I understand the reasons why.
Well, you could argue that they're running in the livery that they ran at the British Grand Prix or the German. Yeah, you could argue that. The Yakko, though, it was it's a bit like a duckings of France, really.
So we've got an investigation from Rachel Johnson, cars 64 and 46, which
somewhere on the second page. So
that might cause likely it might be because they're too far down that page.
I think that's the reason. Yeah.
66 is the Chevron B21 of Carlos Tavares.
As a Portuguese driver.
So yes, that's down in 22nd place at the moment, and the other car said was 46. So
Yeah.
46 is the BMW 2002.
Okay.
Claudia Hertgen.
Oh, that was raced trucks recently. Oh,
exactly.
Huge history.
Yeah,
Huge
exactly.
history. Certainly one of the best women racing drivers I've ever seen, Claudia Hertgen.
Well, she's been involved in something not necessarily of her own making. We don't know exactly what's happened there, but she has been involved in it under investigation at the moment.
We should, of course, say that the 22 car had been going on about the Crown Racing car, being driven by the Brit Tony Sinclair.
Claudia Hertgen finished 27th in the Nürburgring 24-hour last year in a Honda Racing powered by Bolt BMW.
Ferrari, of course, with the Italian stripes around it. Trying to chase down that Coca-Cola livery car. '69, that Ferrari. I don't think we've mentioned the drivers for that, but I think it could be. So Mr. John B again, with maybe Sahel Ayari. So we're not able to tell you who's actually at the wheel. How assistant. Starting drivers, and found the same at Daytona actually. But if you have somebody in the pits, they can probably do some research. But I mean, that's at Daytona. Here, there's so many cars; it'd be a pretty daunting task. Maybe it's something they could look at in the future.
There's a car I find synonymous with them on in Altera.
In Altera, yes.
Don't see many of those out there.
In Altera is a bit of a funny name because it's actually a Rondu. In Altera was the sponsor that took the name of the car and actually a wallpaper manufacturer.
So Kate Lotus became.
Yeah, Vic Elford. Vic Elford.
John Blair Special.
Yeah, Vic Elford worked for them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but that's what it was. So it is a Rondu. Rondeau, I should say. Yeah.
Another name, utterly
Yeah.
synonymous with Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. John Rondeau, Le Mans based. I like that term. Pro cars, those colours.
That was another one.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Right, switch on guy. Switch on guy. Okay. And Lafarge has pulled away 10 seconds from Torch. I don't think the pit went.
No, not open for another, what, I'm going to say 10
It's
minutes.
open, so they've made, well,
So
right
my
from the beginning.
apologies. Right, I meant that we close at 10 minutes. I'll say it. Rapidly. Much better.
Right, okay, great.
Great system.
Yeah. So this is the most modern tier, these 6 plateaus that they have at race 3 times. I think we've got a big problem with that Porsche. Big smoke coming out of the back of it.
That needs to park before.
Yeah, it needs no park. Is he dropping oil as well?
I'm going to suggest that's top end. I'm going to say, because it's on the oval, or is it under power? Usually when it's under power, it's the bottom end, as in it's pushing oil past the piston rings. And out that way, when it's on the overrun, it's usually the top end is going up past the valves. It's very similar to where looking at it, but it's usually
that's
pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's Johnny George Kapor, who is from Sweden, Pekka Nystrom and Jan Lundard. Well, they even had 4 drivers nominated for it, actually. The car raced at Le Mans in 1987, apparently. I don't think it's going to go very far, to be honest. Mirage is lapping in for the 3s, 16th place or so. Disappointing to see that. And Tony Sinclair there, 5th place. Best for the Brits in this race. And what happened to, where did Nick Padmore go? I've seen Nick Padmore. Missed that. Here's a beautiful Mirage, so we just had a quick shot of it. Oh, very famous colours there, the BASF tape.
BASF, yeah.
Tape pro car, very famous colour. Oh, you get a little bit hairy in there, isn't it? De Tomaso. Only just get the door open. Typical BMW. Look, Regazzoni raced that car, presumably. Look. Hey, Regazzoni, Formula 1 driver in period. And, oh, pull him out. It's a 48. So the leading cars, though, have not come into the pits as yet. Plenty of activity down there.
I mentioned the BASF delivery there, of course, of audio tapes, which is the thing you would throw it before.
Yeah.
Long before we went digital, when it was analog.
Oh, what a change
we
it
had
was.
tapes, and they were one of the leading names, wasn't it? So hence they were sponsored at the time, and they
Yeah.
it was all over the cars.
That one in the factory BMW colours. Look. Down we go. We got a bit of a replay here of lots and lots of flames. the 65, the leading car, makes it pit stop. That'll be interesting to watch this here, coming in just behind that Porsche. Let's hope it gets a nice, clean entry. But it has got EDEC Sport on the front, you see, but also the Golf colour scheme. Not sure the history of this particular car. And just checking the pressures of the tyres. Fog seems happy enough. See the trumpets of the DFV engine. V8, of course, sticking up there.
Upper engine.
Nice big wing on the back.
Just under 5 minutes for the pit window to close.
And our French commentators right down there, giving the locals all the info. Oh, it's trying to get quick, be a mate of this, Patrice, no doubt.
Never the easiest thing to interview a driver with a full face out.
Don't work.
Doesn't really work very well. It's not
Usually.
great radio, is it?
Sometimes it does.
Yes.
Usually it does. You know, we've got Richard Mille in the car, but then every car's got Richard Mille.
I was going to say, yes.
It's been complicated, doesn't it? Yeah. And we don't know
What you're saying is we should watch it.
Well, yeah, well, we want to watch it. Yes, watch it, very good. We want the 33 car to come in, don't we? And to see if they change drivers. Somebody's overspeed in the pit lane, quite a lot of people. 20, 49.
Trying to car in, one of the, again, that iconic Liberty Gold black trying to be on this up on M1 Pro car.
Yeah, so Frenchman Caron. 7. The way that exhaust pipe bends down there, blast track. Robin Smith, Richard Jones, Tony Charnell, the Scotsman, and Philip Alliot drove that in period. That's a car that was run by a British team.
I was just checking my memory, that wasn't them.
Oh yeah, with arrows, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
yeah.
Here's this magazine livery I was telling you about. See how the colours blend. The bloke, I'd say, he's got a wing nut on his crash helmet. So he's the nut at the wheel.
One has to ask.
Don't you like that car livery? It's got Lowe, the Jeans company as well.
Quite
Sponsorship.
close,
Yeah.
quite close, see it there.
Oh, that must be Jürgen Barr, the former Porsche. Oh, head of customer sales, I think he was. A great racing driver.
1977 Le Mans winner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go to the old Mr. Janky Eagles with
Yeah, absolutely, Jürgen Barr.
Hayward.
And, you know, this meeting is run by Patrick Peter, and many years ago, Jürgen Barr worked with him as well on the start of what's called the BPR series.
Well, I did. I nearly got to share with Jürgen Barr. When I say nearly that close to the fact that he was actually in the car.
Yeah.
In the pits at Monza.
But look at this outrageous machine then. And whoop.
So 26 is one of the chevrons just having a rotation, as you say, just locked its rear wheels going into the left-hand part of the Dunlop chicane and just, only just getting away with that.
Here's a nice Capri for you.
Gravel there, and just managed to get them spinning in time. Fraction 49.
Well, that's Chris McAllister, yeah.
Chris McAllister with
Got Derek Bell replica helmet.
Yes.
Derek Bell race car in period. It's a nice touch, Chris.
1975, that would be, when he one of his wins.
Derek won in '73, won the Spa 1000 Ks in that car. There's a Capri coming in. So the
window is finishing or closing 1 minute.
well, the Toj needs to get in, doesn't it? Maybe it has come in. Oh, here it is. It's coming in.
Perfectly timed. 9:48 seconds on the clock. My time, of course, is 5, which is now 44 seconds. So pretty good timing for that. Just under 14 minutes of this race to go, Andrew.
Yeah. Got to check if they change drivers, of course. Will Shimama stay in the car? I suspect he will, actually. Looks like a modern racing car, doesn't it?
Well, it's just come to a thumbs up, and it looks like there's
Gets a drink?
no reason to get out of that car at all. As he came into the pit lane,
Right.
he did stick his thumbs up, which means I think everything's all okay. Quick flick of water, which is again not easy through a crash helmet that's
No.
full face, and actually just sticking the drinking tube up under.
Well, now we're waiting to see whether he's going to come out, I think, behind the Lola 298, the Varge car, but how much behind him? That's a big question mark, isn't it? I've always liked this period of sports car racing. These are the 3-litre cars. And it's going to be quite close, look. Tosh has gone out. And
He's got to get up to speed. So
he's got to get up to speed and just so here he is coming, look. So he's got to get up to speed. It could be quite close, couldn't it, when they get up to the...
probably about 10, probably about 12,
Yeah.
10 kilometres.
Remember, he was leading when he came in, so he's got 3 in the way.
Will not be in the way as they go down.
Yeah.
So there's the Torres going out.
Tosh. And here's a Lola.
Got past the debris already, neat and swiftly, no problem through the Dunlop left and right chicane, and then down the slope on the other side of the Dunlop Bridge. That iconic photograph you see years ago at Le Mans. Photographs, it was then video footage, more photographs. So he's got it in its sights. That's always good for a driver now to go through Tete Rouge and get onto the Mulsanne.
Yeah.
So Patrick Lafarge will see that gold Taj shimmering in the sunlight there ahead, and it's. Do you know what? It wasn't far off. It's about 10 car lengths, isn't it?
It is.
Headlights ablaze.
So they obviously had a better pit stop. Haven't we got another M3 in the pits?
We need about half a lap to see how these cars work out. So we've got the old Latin stop, which we recently got great change of one coach, then accelerate down and get that takes the Latin, but does the gap close. So now we've got so many cars that have got over speeds in the pit lane, which is a lot of them. We've got car number 7, which is the 4th place car, Chevron of Carroll. We've got number 20. 49, also not in the top 10, 52.
Well, the number 7 Chevron, Ludovic Caron, had Martin O'Connell listed as driver as well. Really good one. But it's not on this later entry list.
Yes, I think it's only the 4th place car is the one that's actually going to affect this now. So we're on to the final lap with a change in lead in the pits. Has it happened, Andrew?
Yep.
So the EDEX Sport has got EDEX Sport on the front.
It has him.
Car.
And
now he's suddenly
they're
caught up.
really late on the
caught up
brakes.
going into Arnaud.
Yeah.
Really caught up. Didn't expect that to happen. I said it would take half a lap to balance out. And that's exactly what's happened. Patrick Lafarge right on the back of the Milos Taj. Much smaller, much narrower car there.
Indeed it is.
Gaining up, there's a BMW there. He's sitting behind the traffic, and that's okay. Coming up to the right-hander. Going to kind of look down the inside there.
He's going on the inside. This guy, Patrice, I'd say built up a huge empire, hasn't he? I mean, he sponsors all sorts of things. He sponsors yachts that race around the world and all sorts of stuff. And
so literally last half of the lap to go.
He goes down the inside. He's going to make it stick. Yeah, well done. And it fights back. Side by side
again. Yes. So into the corner he lost. He got it now. He's lost it on the exit of the corner already. So it changed mid-corner, but he's got the correct line. Blue flags away. He's still got it to Patrick Lafarge. Was second, got first, went back to second, got back to first again. All on the final lap. Matter of corners to go now. Traffic could play a big part in this, Andrew.
Yeah, it could.
Porsche sitting in the way. That's going to hold him up as going up towards the Porsche curves.
And that's a very difficult fight to get past people like that. And then Tosh has a look down the inside again, but decides it's just too dangerous to try and make it stick.
It's not done yet.
And no, it's not done yet. But well, of course, it's just a third of the race, really. Well, not the third of the event. You don't want to to risk everything to take the lead here, because if they finish within a second of each other, it all just continues on the second and third races. Really pushing hard again. Another portion they have to go around, and here they are coming towards the checkered flag now. And wow, really livened the preceding jump, hasn't it, with these two? And heading towards the checkered flag, and did you see it wave?
I didn't know. No, we had last. Oh no, I did wonder about the time. We've now got 7 minutes 55 on the clock.
Yeah.
And it did say final lap.
It said final lap.
Most definitely did say final lap.
It seemed that they'd shortened the race, but yeah. So the battle is still on. So here we go. And the torch sliding around a little bit. BMW comes into the pits, and other cars obviously got problems because the window is closed. So, well, that was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? We thought it was a... Is that 2002? And do have a driver change here. Mahi to Engels. Marcus Mahi. I think there's about 1,000 drivers here, aren't there, Snowy, I think, altogether. It's very difficult to keep up with all of them. Go to race meetings sometimes, you know pretty well who everybody is. Now here's a famous colour scheme. It's a red colour scheme, of course, and there's a sort of Pescaroli type colour scheme, but look at the car in front. And very famous brand, of course, is on the Ligier as well, Gitan. See, even in those days, they even said the smoke coming away from the G, you know. And nice little battle there.
Couldn't contemplate it now, could you?
Absolutely not, and neither should you. Everything's changed so much. And there's a 59 car. Where is that running? That's the Altera, Stuckey, Cholly and Yearly. 76. I say it's a Rondo original, Rondo chassis. Well, we got all excited. We thought they were going to the wire, because our captain had told us that was what was happening, but it wasn't the case. Oh dear, the 73.
I was just about to say that Porsche was looking, it was smoking on the way in. It's a 924, 944 derivation Porsche, and Sam Hancock, if he's still in that car, just having a good battle going into the Tete Rouge there, one of the Chevrons or Lolas. I think it's a Lola in that case. It is indeed the Lola. It's the 512 BB-LM of... we've got 81, the Di Tommaso Pantera with
lots of flames down the back.
Ton of lock on it. That's facing very much the wrong way. He needs to go backwards, not forwards, because the front wheels are... That's Poggio. Now, they race in historics with Jacob Aceves. He's going forward. He does not want to go forward because his wheels are right on the edge of the tarmac and drop it into the gravel. That he does not want to do. That's the yellow Di Tommaso Pantera on the edge there. Literally almost about to drop his wheels, and we'll come back to that in a minute.
Now, this is how he did it. Ooh, bit of a funny incident, wasn't it?
Right, just locked. They've got on the power and sort of. This is the 81 Poggio Pantera. There's a mouthful for you, and it's coming onto literally it's onto the start-finish rate, isn't it? You've got the left-hand part of the chicane before it flicks. Sorry, right-hand part. Left-hand part before it flicks right, and it's just locked up coming up there. Smoke. I'm seeing in the background there. 4.5 minutes to go. Oh, something sparked very heavily on the Mulsanne straight with a heavy smoke.
Lap time
back of that.
Lap time comparisons there.
It's one of the Porsches. Indeed, it's the number 11, I think it is. I'm trying to read it close. It is indeed the number 11 Porsche Carrera RS 3-litre from 1974. Now it's smoking heavily.
Is that Jean-Claude Androuet, famous rally driver?
It doesn't look like, it looks like it's a tyre issue, but it's not. It's just, I think it's the engine.
Yeah, I think it is. Anyway.
I think that's one for parking and not trying to get much further back, to be honest. get it to a marshal's post by an extinguisher just in case that one gets worse.
Yeah, it is Jean-Claude Andre, rally driver of a tremendous note, and Alain Godal.
Car that we haven't mentioned, which we showed the first time we just seen it on the camera. You can guess where it's coming. Don't look, I can cover your eyes, kind of blind. Guess what it is?
Go on.
An Aston Martin.
All right, lovely.
It's the car. With 3 minutes to go, it's only fair that we give this car a mention. It's the Robin Hamilton Muncher, as it was known, Ram 1, RHAM, Robin Hamilton Aston Martin.
You had a nice talk with them yesterday, didn't you? And you know a lot of the history of that car.
We did. It was a car that came here in 1977 for the race itself and finished a staggering 17th. Nobody thought it would even qualify, let alone take part in the race or finish it. Finished a staggering 17th and 3rd in GTP class, a category it wasn't supposed to be in, by the way. Yeah. It was moved, and quite extraordinary. That led on to the Nimrods and Group C cars and all sorts. Andrew, you've got something else to add there? No, hang on, the Poggio Montero is still there. So it's going to be red flag. I think we've got red flag. We've got a red flag.
So the green Porsche we saw to one side, I said, oh, it must be Jean-Claude Andre. He is 81 years old now. He won the Monte Carlo Rally in 1973. He won the Tour de Corse in 74. He won the San Remo, and the rally he won, the 73 Monte Carlo Rally, was the first ever rally in the FI World Rally Championship.
So, Andrew, we've got a red flag for this with just over 2 minutes to go. So that means Patrick Lafarge for the E-Deck car effectively has won the race.
And he'll carry that time
forward.
forward.
Will be in second place. Of course, this is the first running of this plateau, Plateau 6. The last of our plateaus to be run in that order today. We'll go back after this, of course, and we'll have plateaux 1 and 2. I think.
One will be the oldest cars. Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Go completely the other with the scale of speed. But a 6.6 second win there, just before the red flag for Patrick Lafarge in his loader T298.
Carry that forward. So Tony Sinclair was the British driver, was going so well in his loader T92, to finished up in 20th position. Scan through who else.
So reason for the red flag has been given by race control. This race will not be resumed as a car on fire at Post 16, which is a bit of an exaggeration. It's not actually on fire, it's smoking heavily.
Yeah.
Absolutely right that he pulled it over there at a Marshall's Post, that we suggested, and get it to the safest place where possible before it does become a wreck by fire.
Yeah. So everybody heading slowly back. So plenty of excitement in that. I think the number of cars that started was about 70 in that order.
Quite incredible.
70. Well, I don't know that 76 was set to start, and I say actually, for three-time winner Marco Werner was meant to be in a Porsche 935. And that stops on the first lap by the look of things. So they actually started 70. Oh, that's extraordinary. Nice pictures there of the E-Deck car. Here's a page on the time screen. Just discovered. So this page I mentioned gives you various instances. Also telling us that track temperature is 30 degrees, air temperature is still 26 degrees. A tiny bit of wind speed, only 2 kilometers. And it gives a lot of a list of cars that's speeding in the pit lane. There's about 10 of them. So we will need to get the official result sheets at some stage, don't we?
We will. I'll have a look online to see if they've been published there online, which is just in case. It may not be. They may not have had time to do that yet. We just do a little refresh on that. I imagine that in a moment now, Andrew, we're going to get highlights.
Well, I suppose we are.
And Plateau 6.
Various people spinning off, doing other things. Suddenly going to go back about 60 years, aren't we?
And the rest.
Yeah.
Some of it nearer 80 years.
Yeah, that's right.
l'image des deux Bolivie qui ont marqué cette épreuve numéro 1, numéro 6, en 13e position à l'arrivée. Première sur l'image, la plaque sur la route 33, la voiture de ses mamans, et juste là,
Yeah, we have got classifications online for some of the races, so if there's anything
Have we?
particular that you want, how up to date it is, I don't know. We've got so let's go back the opposite way. Let's just close all these down and have a quick look. We'll do it won't be this one yet, so let's try Plateau 5 and see if we've got we have got Plateau 5 classification. Confirms Remo Lips and David Franklin in the Ferrari 312P.
Yeah, David hasn't driven it yet, but sorry, David hasn't driven the car yet, of course, and they show him on the list there. A couple of Porsches coming back slowly, two very contrasting colour schemes. Doobie, Vanillé, Sevendal.
pour la marque de bonne vieille cassette qu'on mettait dans le magnétophone.
I rather like that colour scheme actually. Quite simple, white green.
Pretty simple, as you say, lots of room for sponsorship on it. If you were commercially minded.
Well, there indeed, yes.
Which I know you are, it appeals to us.
Yeah, but I mean, these cars should run in period as they are, and you know, I think it was fine what EDEC did. They've got their name of their racing team on the front like that. It carries the Golf colours.
It's almost subliminal, isn't it? It's an addition to the original livery.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It's quite right to do it, and
yeah. Of course, running an MP2 car so successfully, the EDEC organisation. Red flag still flying there. I'm not quite sure why this.
Sound like a party political broadcast there. The red flag's still flying.
Yeah, well, I think we'll go into that too much. So everybody coming back in, and we're sort of looking forward to Plateau 1. We're going to have a lot of, it's going to be Britain versus France versus Germany, really. Here we are with the highlights. Got a bit hairy, didn't it, at the start? That white and green Porsche we just saw coming back slowly. Sort of trying to get stuck in there, but the Vorsteiner car, the Tosh, managed to keep the inside line, and then the Porsche lost a bit of momentum and dropped back as the rest of the cars. And then we had wheel-to-wheel racing between these top two, and they maintained that all the way through the race. And there's Teresa Lafargue just getting in front of the Tosh. The car which had won this 4 years ago, the Shimama. Ferrari's in there, the Crown racing car that I like so much. Of course, Chris Craft was a good mate, and was very delighted when he won the championship with that car. We liked the Ferrari, didn't we? We think Sam Hancock was in it. We thought we saw his helmet. Then this was the pit stop, where this car just lost that tiny, I don't know what happened quite. They certainly weren't in and out quite as quickly. And so he had to retake him for the lead. We thought this was the end of the race because we were being told it wasn't. So the battle continued for another couple of laps. And a fine scrap between the English and German car. And as you pointed out, Peter, the Tosh quite a bit wider. That company didn't build many racing cars over the years. They built some very nice Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars as well. Then we saw the Porsche pull off, and that brought out the red flag. The De Tomaso had its little incident. The flags came out. That was it for now. And we will move on. 65 car headed back towards pits. And we confirm the result there. Richard Meal did not get in the car, as we know. We don't know which of those three drove the car in third place and going. Tony Sinclair there, Mr. John B.
Fastest lap
Merlin.
for Patrick Lafargue as well of 4-minute 10.1.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive, I've got to say.
It is in a car that's in.
It's a car that's 43 years
yeah,
old.
Yeah. A couple of Italian guys that we mentioned. They're in 22nd place. Just Page and 70 cars started this race. Rennie Arnoux. I had seen him around.
Yeah.
Rennie Arnoux, former Grand Prix winner, of course, Ferrari. Renault, yeah. Baluet Pirot in there. Perfetti, of course, raced very successfully in the WEC, and James Hansen, we didn't give him a mention, deals in a lot of racing cars, and the car that stopped Andre, the former Monte Carlo rally winner. Mike Wiles shown in there. I don't think was he going to start the car? I'm not sure he was. And Nick Padmore then was 4 laps down, so we expected him to be running right at the front. Must have encompassed some problem. It's right down to 70. What an incredible 70 cars, incredible grid. So the sun's starting to set here over the south, and we're getting ready to go. Turn the clock back to 1925, 28. Around about that time.
Yeah, well, the category for this, that it is Plateau 1, if you're following the programme, it's the blue category.
It starts for 1923 when the race started.
Yeah, 1923 to probably the biggest category in terms of year spread, Andrew. It's 1923 to 1939.
It doesn't look right, does it? That crash helmet in that car.
It's one of those things, it's...
difficult, isn't it?
It is difficult. You've got to put safety there. We all wear, all the drivers wear modern overalls and type things. I'm still...
I think if you're driving a car like this, you get a different helmet to do this, a nice plain helmet.
Yeah, but it goes.
It's got to be a modern helmet.
Very early days of Goodwood Revival. Peter Hardman came a cropper with then the Earl of March. Now he's Grace, the Duke of Richmond.
Yeah.
With quite a garish helmet, which was his modern period helmet when he was racing in GT cars at the time. Perfectly fine. And his Grace apparently didn't particularly like it. So Peter came up with a great solution to keep him happy, which was to do a very retro style but on a modern helmet.
Yeah.
But he deliberately had sprayed onto a pair of goggles that were resting above the top here, and the leather straps at the side, so it looked like he got the goggles on as well, which I thought was a very neat answer, very neat solution to doing it, as you'd expect from somebody like Peter Hardman.
Yeah, that dashboard's seen better days, hasn't it?
As it should be, in period, exactly. Ignition off, written in big letters. Holes in the dashboard where there used to be instruments. Take those out for weight, obviously.
Pattern. So what we're going to expect to see in this? Well, we're going to give some Bentleys, because won all those races back in the 20s.
Well, just going through it very, very quickly, Andrew. Quite a few Alfa Romeos, a lot of Aston Martins, a lot of Bentleys, probably equal number of Astons and Bentleys, actually. Probably a bit more Bentleys, actually. There's all sorts of blowers. Quite a few BMWs, actually. We just saw one of them there, but 4 BMW 328 Roadsters. They're from the 1938 era, so the sort of end of that category. Just going to say this, Bugattis.
Yeah,
they're just an exquisite car.
Yeah,
Bugatti. You know, they're just quite extraordinary things. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Bugattis.
Yeah.
And when I say Bugatti Type 35, the archetypal Grand Prix car, perhaps the 35B. Yeah. But the Type 35s there from early 20s. So quite a so the early end of this. We then got a Chenard and Welker. You don't see many of those around. Chrysler, a couple of Citroens, Delage, HRG, a smattering of Lagondas, a brace of MGs, some Morgans, Rileys, quite a lot of Rileys actually.
Importantly, the Talbots, who tend to be won this race in the past. I think they've got 3 victories on the
I was just getting to those.
The cars that John Rushton runs and owns. And,
Singer 9 Le Mans, guess where it's got its title from. And you say that the phalanx of Talbots, there's 10 of them, I think.
Famous cars that are raced at Le Mans.
There's Talbots, and of course there's a Talbot Largo as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we should explain that. 2 different Talbot companies. One in based in Parade Street, Paddington. Autosport magazine was also based for a while.
So just looking at the history there,
yeah.
the number 30, the Sheridan Wildcat that I mentioned, Sport Type 3 from 1924, that took part in Le Mans in 1937.
Yeah.
1937, it was 24 cars took part in 1937.
Yeah.
Also the BMW 328, number 53 of Peter Neumark and William Metcalf, that did Le Mans in 1930. But just a small mention here that the Alfa Romeo 8C 2300 of Rob Kaufman.
Yeah, the American.
1934. It took part in Le Mans in 1934, and it did quite well.
It won.
It won it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we are expecting the Talbots to be at the front. They kept.
Don't spoil the story, Andrew.
No, well, wait. There's a beautiful Delage there. Look, it's a bit strange to have a Union Jack on a very blue Delage.
It does. You need a Delahaye then, didn't you? A Delahage.
Yeah.
Is that a new brand?
Lovely Jaeger instruments. Look at the so I've got a pre-selector box.
We're just getting some camera footage of these cars in the assembly area before they come around, and just looking into the cockpits of some of them, and just beautifully engineered. If we get a chance to look at a Bugatti, for instance,
Yeah.
have
But
engine turned
look at
dashboard.
the aerodynamics on the wings of the car. Well, has it only done 39,000? Beautiful BMW.
I doubt it very much.
And yeah.
So again, we're talking about this, the safety, and I do get this looking at one of the BMW 328s here. I think it's car number 72 off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
But it's Eric. No, that's yes, it's Eric Leroy, who's been out in something else earlier. I think it was in a more modern car earlier on today. But it's got a huge roll hoop and brace behind it, which I absolutely get for safety, but it's not how it ran in period. And I'm still got opinion divided on it. That when you see one go over, then it's a problem. So now I think that's Josh Ward. I'm seeing leading against the Bentley there. Steve Ward, father and son, Josh and Tom, I think it is, that run in this series, well known for what we call, it is there, Steve, pre-war cars. In England, and there's Robert Blakemore of Aston Martin fame, talking to, he's got his balaclava on ready, ex-RAF man, himself runs Cure Bitelli, one of the leading Aston Martin pre-war specialists, as we call them still, as in pre-Second World War. It's a term that stuck and still does, and he's out in various things. Various Aston Martin. I'm running quite a few of the cars here. Was out at Goodwood last week demonstrating a newly restored and just sold LM4 Aston Martin, which was a team car from Le Mans in period. And of course, often asked why Aston Martins ran in red.
Yes, that's a good question.
It was because it was owned by Batelli. It was an Italian, so he painted the cars red. They were English, they were made in England, and they were run on an English license, but the cars were painted red because it was owned by an Italian. It's ever so simple. So we've got we need Mike Wilde back in the commentary box for various reasons. One of which is now we've got aircraft in the sky. Now,
Again,
one's got one wing, one's got two wings. I believe that's called a biplane.
Well, you know that much anyway.
Is it a Tiger Moth? That's about the only thing I know. It looks a bit like a Gladiator. I'm going to get myself so wrong now. It's got a radial engine, I can tell you that. Which Mike will be straight on to be saying, Snowy, let me do the cars.
Yeah.
Let me do the cars, quite rightly so. So a change of pace, certainly with these types of cars. The lap times, I'll have a look at the qualifying to see what we've got in here for these cars, but no less competitive for it, and no less a grid for it in terms of quantity. I think, again, 70-odd cars for this, Andrew, quite extraordinary.
Absolutely massive.
I mean, my printer ran out of ink, put it that way.
Yes, it was a bit like that, wasn't it? So Bentley's here, and lots of success back in the 1920s. Really put the name on the map, didn't it?
A beautiful Alfa Romeo there, number 52, we're just having eyes on. That's the 8C 2300 Monza from 1934. That belongs to David Cook, or David Cook certainly driving, and it's known in historic racing. Got a fantastic colour scheme of a deep blue, but then a black sort of curl around it with a white suede on it. It's a very well known car, that, an extraordinary colour scheme, and would have looked brilliant in the 1930s. Yeah, when things, I mean, Henry Ford, when he
Yeah.
introduced mass
Yeah.
production
Yeah.
in 1910, 11, 12, that era of the Model T Ford, and one of his lines then was, you can have it any colour you like, as long as it's black.
yeah.
Because that's how he made them.
Yeah.
You know, and cars were a little bit dull in those days. In the 1930s, to have a two-tone Alfa Romeo 8C Monza must have been extraordinary.
Fabulous radial engine in that plane there.
Yeah.
This
Morgan
is a-
flat rad coming through
Yeah.
in 75. Flat
Yeah.
rad got its name because guess what? The radiator is absolutely flat, and it's got called a flat rad.
And they got more and more angle tests.
Next to the gorgeous Bugatti Type 35, and I mean, if you get the chance to go around the paddocks, as I'm sure you can, well, it's beautiful sunlight here now. We're just approaching what 9 o'clock already, quite extraordinarily. But do go look at these cars. Don't just get focused on the more modern Le Mans cars. Go and see some of these pre-war cars. Most of them are down by the back of the pit building here, so go and see them down there. Andrew and I had a good wander through there. Andrew obviously remembers these cars from when he was at school. That's very rude of me, sorry. But you don't. The engineering on a Bugatti, it's not just exquisite, but it's so advanced at its time. Its wheels, can you believe, in 1924 French Grand Prix at Lyon, he introduced not wooden wheels or not wire wheels,
Aluminium.
alloy wheels.
Alloy wheels, yeah.
That were cast one piece with the brake drum as part of the alloy casting, so that if they had to change tyres, because the road surfaces were appalling in those days, they changed tyres frequently, they could take the wheel off and also inspect the brake shoes at the same time as part of the drum system.
Yes,
Because it sped up the pit stop.
Yeah.
1924.
Yeah.
What did they do? They banned it because they thought it wasn't safe to start.
Oh, really?
Originally.
Yeah,
it did get to run as well, but initially on its first running,
Yeah.
they had to take them off and put them back onto wire wheels. But some of the engineering things like the front axle on a Bugatti there, it's machined from a solid billet. It's beautiful, and the leaf springs go through it.
Yes,
It's just divine. I'm getting carried away. I'm showing my engineering
No, it's
background
great.
here, but
It's great.
Just beautiful. Just exquisite is the only word I can use for it.
I haven't seen that. I don't think we've seen that Rob Kaufman car yet. There's two matching crash helmets, an open face and a full face with the Joker on the side, David Cook.
Harlequin,
Yeah.
Harlequin. That's in rugby.
David Cook is going to start in 5th in his Alfa Romeo HC 2300 Monza 1934 car. Spirit of Mars, I wonder what that's about.
To be Mars bars or planetary?
Could be.
Yes,
Might be.
Chocolate or solar? What's it going to be?
Now,
Solar
think
Productions,
so.
Le Mans.
Yeah.
You can see what I did. Oh, it's all there.
Very good.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah.
Wasted.
See, these cars were, driven to the track on the road. Well, they drove the cars to the track when back in the 50s, even D-types driven here.
I hate to tell you this, but I can remember it's an Aston Martin thing, but Ian Moss, who was a mechanic at Aston Martin, apprenticed to Jim Clark and the DB4 GTs and Zagatos, and he said the one race he hated was Le Mans.
Yeah.
The reason being, if the car didn't finish Le Mans, he didn't get home
home,
because you had to drive the thing home.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine taking an LMP car home? Now, that's your lift home or something. Well, it's not your lift home, it's your
remember
journey
the,
home.
remember the obviously where the Golf 917s were garaged was about 25 kilometres away from here, a very famous hotel, and they used to drive them on the road. The mechanics drove them here to the track each day and then took them back to do more work on them.
John White did the same with the Aston team down at Hotel
Yes,
France.
that's right. It's the same place.
For two reasons.
Yeah.
One reason was, would you believe, the DBR1 that won here in 59, finally, had a dubious transaxle.
Yeah.
So it was better to give it a run on the road to warm it up before it got here. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
And the other issue was, one of his lead drivers, one S. Moss, Esquire.
Yes.
Apparently, it was better to keep him down at Hotel France, away from the crumpet, quote
the
unquote.
crumpet, yes.
Because if he was at Le Mans, he'd be more of a liability, and that's what they did. That's one of John Wyer's reasons. That is well documented. I'm not just saying that. We still know. It's soon find out. Let's have a look at that. It is
What number was that AMG there?
19.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find it in M's. AMG number 19. It is a Magnet K3.
K3. All right. Okay.
Eric.
Here's a very nice Alpha.
Halusa.
Martin Halusa.
Oh yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah, look at this polish on that and the shine of that.
I suspect it's probably better condition now than it was when it left the factory.
Oh, almost certainly, isn't it? Yeah.
As a lot of these cars are these days.
Yeah.
Martin Lucer just putting out what I thought was a delay on, but it's actually a sort of a back car.
Oh, they race. I don't know if you've ever been to Angoulême. It's a fabulous place. Little sort of Monaco-style street circuit. And they have a nice historic event there. And the day before, they have a sort of classic. Just runs on one day, and they have a classic car rally the day before. And I've been on it, and everybody cheers you like mad. And I was only in the camera car.
But you are well known.
Well, not in those parts, I wasn't. But the funny thing was, that halfway through the rally, went to lunch, and there was a lot of Bugattis in that event when I went on it, the Angoulême Tour, and the wine flowed in great amounts, and then everybody got in these cars and drove off again. So I thought it was a little bit much. Now look at that Aston Martin badge. There's a rare one. Look.
Yes, and that'll be one of the cars. I suspect that Robert Blakemore is certainly driving. That's a speed model from 1936. It's, that's Alan Middleton's car with Tony Best and that. But Robert Blakemore will be involved in preparing that car. Now we've got a change of second driver there because that says T Best on the time screen that just come up, then that's not what it says on my entry list. It's Alan Middleton's. I think it's Andy Middleton, I thought.
So what's the lever for in the middle of the steering wheel?
That advances and retards the ignition.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary. My father had a 1934 Ulster many years ago, and it was quite extraordinary with a 4-speed gearbox, but reverse.
Yeah.
Opposite side. So you put the gear lever first by your knee, down to second, away towards the passenger.
Yeah.
Run for third and fourth. Odd plane there. And advance and retard and the ignition on the centre there. Centre accelerator. So brake pedal on the right, brake accelerator in the centre, and of course Richard Bradley would be in these Aston Martin. His family run. I think his father actually is out in one of these today.
Yeah, I think his dad is here. It was certainly entered. Richard doing professional duties. I had a chat with Richard at Donington a year or so ago, and he said driving the LMP2 cars and having won his class at Le Mans and so on, that's my profession. My hobby and my love is driving these classic cars. They've done a very good job recently in Formula Junior as well. I mean, he's the man to beat in that.
He's literally just sent me a Richard message. Richard Bradley. I'm just going to wait. He's just typing something now. I'm going to say that, but I had that same conversation with him. The differences in discipline of driving an LMP2 car and a 1930s car, and he said actually it's a great discipline driving these. It makes you think more about what you're doing, which makes therefore the LMP car a little bit easier. The message he just sent me was, he just said he's listening in, I just wanted to check the quotes. He said, nothing wrong with modern helmets, but those roll bars are a no-no.
He is a little bit old school, is Rich.
I'm with him on that.
What a great guy, though. It's terrific.
And I promised Richard not to show the photographs of the pub to Andrew Marriott.
All right, okay. Very
it was off-season, it's allowed.
It is allowed, yes.
Only for dinner.
Yeah. We did have a quick look at one of the Talbots with the famous. We get backward Talbot down with that green. I was going to finish. So there was 2 Talbot companies. The one by the one in the UK, which the Earl of Talbot started, and then of course in France was the Talbot Lager, and then subsequently, of course, Talbot became other things, and we're talking about Sunbeam Talbots, and then rally cars at Talbots, and then a French company took them over. So.
Now, the great advantage of having this camera going around the assembly area is that we've got some drivers sitting in cars already, so we can get some starting orders there. I can see that Michael Birch is in one of the Talbots.
Yeah, we had that discussion, didn't we? They enter the other driver in case one car breaks, but they are not going to switch over. And in fact, just
I'm just confirming Michael Birch is in the number 18 Talbot AV 105,
and he will race that.
Correct.
And Gareth Burnett will
therefore race the number 17 car. As you say, they're both listed as second drivers.
The 20 car. Yeah.
Well, I've got Michael Birch.
The car that's on pole position is the 20 car, and Gareth Burnett will start that. Will race that. Yes, and the 18 car.
Yes.
Michael Birch will drive all the way through.
Yes, but I've also got Gareth Burnett and Michael Birch in the number 17 car.
I think that's scratched. That's not running.
Okay.
All this from John Rushton.
Okay,
we had a nice chat with John came up to say, I know you.
As they say, it's good to talk.
Yeah. I know you, he said. We knew each other when we were 22, 23 years old in London. And he was very friendly with a journalist that I worked with and so on. We had a lovely chat. But you see, this is the 17 car. Did he tell us what was happening with that? Well, he told me. He told me that.
That's the one you've just said was scrapped.
Yeah, well, he said
it's there.
That's what they told me. So who's in that?
It hasn't got Michael Birch or Gareth Burnett in it.
But it hasn't got Richard Bradley in it either.
We know that because Richard Bradley's at Monza, and he's just confirmed writing to me. But he's at
Oh,
Monza
no,
doing an
maybe they
Elms
told me that they've got some other guys in it called Max Sarby and Bill Kleinert. Bill
Max
does a lot.
Sarby races a lot.
Yeah,
Norman,
he's an estate agent from Norfolk, apparently, and all-round good bloke, they said. And then Bill Kleinert does a lot of historic rallying in a Bentley, so they've taken that car over, and one presumes the organisers don't know, or if they do know, and I suspect they have to have known, they haven't told the timekeepers, which is half the fun of doing a meeting like this. And we wouldn't have known if we hadn't have gone down and found a bloke that I knew when I was 21.
Spent until 10 o'clock last night going around the paddocks.
Yeah,
exactly. Quite right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun, isn't it?
It's old school research. It'll never catch on.
Yeah, I know. We've got another Talbot there. Christopher Lunn will drive it, who's the boss of Benjafield, I think.
Trio of just delectable Alfa Romeos lined up there. Deep maroon, sandwiched by sandwiching a blue one. I think that's the 2452.
I like those Talbots, I really do. Because they, see,
are you having the equivalent of an Aston Martin moment with these Talbots?
You've got a much closer relation than I, but point was, I
Probably too close.
I asked the question, Snuffy, why can the Talbots now, I might be proved wrong, but beat the Bentleys, which dominated this race? The answer is that Bentley stopped, kept developing the Talbots.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Michael Birch said, didn't he, that the Bentleys are heavier and whatever. Well, they were in period, but that's the point. That's the point. Talbot overcame that and developed the car.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But who knows? Might have that Alfa Romeo. We see Kaufman's car. Kaufman, qualified 14th, Rob Kaufman.
Kaufman, yeah, no,
just trying to remember how many times. And that's a car, Raymond Sommer drove the car. But Rob Kaufman, I couldn't remember yesterday. Rob Kaufman raced a Corsa Ferrari here a few years ago with with a well-known NASCAR driver. I can't remember who it was. I remember interviewing him at the Speed Channel at the time. So we're going to have to ask Mr. Google.
No, I can do it now. I can do it even quicker than that.
Have you got it?
What year was it?
About 10 years ago.
The 124 AF Corsa GTE Pro, yes?
Yeah. It wasn't Michael Waltrip, was it? It was somebody like it.
It might have been.
I don't think it was.
Waltrip is mentioned.
There they go, aren't they? As they call it in motorcycle racing, the sighting lap. Your research is not...
It's got the result. He's certainly shared... it would be Waltrip. It was.
Oh, was it?
It was Waltrip. You're quite right, Dale Waltrip, yeah.
Michael Waltrip, yeah.
Michael Waltrip, sorry, yeah.
So, obviously, the younger brother, not so successful, brother of Darrell Waltrip, but still a guy that won the old NASCAR race. I've done interviews with him in the States. Lovely guy, and I must have interviewed him, I suppose. Did they finish? I think they did.
I'm just looking for that result for you. I knew you were going to do that bit. No, they didn't. Well, it was 71st. So there was Robert Kaufman, Michael Waltrip,
yeah,
and Rue Oakworth. differential failure.
Robert's 58 years old. He owns something called Fortress Investment Group, and I suggest he's made some very good investments. Comes from Sharon, Connecticut. I think he had also invested in the Ganassi organisation, and with more. I think he owned partly Michael Waltrip Racing, sort of starting to come back now. Yeah, but Rob owned part of Michael Waltrip Racing, Charlotte, North Carolina. Here's the grid going through. Calvin owns part of Ganassi.
Got some good racing history there, isn't it, Provenance?
Yeah, Rob did 2 Le Mans, one with, the other, yes, there was another NASCAR driver that he raced with. Second year, so 11 he raced with Rui Agues, very quick Portuguese driver, and Michael Waltrip. And so they did not finish. The following year he raced with another NASCAR guy, probably forgotten a bit now, Brian Vickers, and Game with Rui was the 3rd driver, and actually finished 6th in class and 31st overall. So this is the guy we're going to see out in this priceless Aston Martin. He also did the Daytona 24 Hours with the great Travis Prestano.
There you go.
So anyway, very different driving an AF Corsa Ferrari, but at least it means he knows the track well. Did 2 races here. Oh, what sort of lap times are we seeing? These boys. This is the same. It's going to be a bit tall versus battle. Talbots are often sort of referred to by their number plates, aren't they? No, by
Yes, they are.
Garrison, Garrison's Go 52.
Yeah.
Michael Birch is in JJ 93, and there you see those 2 number plates, just as I say it. How about that? Gareth and Michael have been mates, and apparently quite a lot of money we heard, didn't we, last night to fund this? It was from an outfit that makes lifts the heaviest things in the world, he said, didn't he?
Yeah.
A company that lifts the
Capacity to lift 45,000 tons worth at one point. They had things like oil rigs. Yeah. Imagine a crane that can lift an oil rig. Just think about that.
niche, beautiful niche business, isn't it? Specialist business. Make money out of doing that, and you can indulge in your passion for racing here.
Yes, indeed.
In a wonderful car from over 80 years ago. Just incredible, fantastic. See how technology has changed, but we've got a modern BMW and just a couple of rows behind. BMW's 80 years ago. Incredible. There's a lot of Bentley below. Bentley's going through. And of course, you want to talk, talk about the camber on the front wheels of the Bugattis. They always had it. You see that?
Well,
the cartoonists often draw Bugattis with that exaggerated, don't they?
Well, they were, but the cars did run a positive camber at the time, because that was the belief at the time. And you're going to hate me for this, but you're wearing your very proudly your BRDC polo shirt there with the badge. And what's the car on the badge? Aston Martin racer plate. Let's see. There you go.
Yeah, get you in one day.
That would be nice. That
Try
would be.
trying to get behind you as well.
That'd be good.
Just on that.
So there's Robert Kaufman in the very distinctive.
Yeah, with his helmet. Yes, that's a helmet he's always raced. So we can't miss him. It's also
Can't miss him in an open car, can it?
No, is it a Nicky Lauda tribute helmet or not?
I think it's just more sort of day glow, isn't it? It's more like a highlighter pen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very expensive stuff. So £100 paint job. Spare wheels strapped to the rear, just going back, going back an age. I don't know what you think, Peter. I think automotive technologists, well, of course, we got all the electric thing. Take the electric thing away from it, so it kind of plateaued out a little bit.
Yeah, it did, but yes, yeah.
I mean, I've got quite an old BMW X3 SUV, and it's probably 8, 9 years old, and I climb in the current one, and all that, you know, you can plug your phone in and probably the sat nav's a bit better, but otherwise it's just drives and feels exactly the same. Anyway, back then, technology was driving forward these design of these cars so fast, was changing so quickly.
It was.
Then, of course, the war intervened, and then they raced forward.
So it stagnated for a while because
went into military. You know, yeah.
So you had cars coming back in the almost effectively was a decade of development.
Yeah.
So it was all diverted to military needs and requirements, quite rightly.
Yeah.
Whichever side we're on. So the motor vehicle stayed static.
Yeah.
So you suddenly had cars in the 1940s, 50s, even late 40s that were effectively 10 years old in design because nothing had happened on them.
Yeah. I mean, all the countries in the world, but most of the cars that were won at Le Mans probably certainly kept up. We're talking Japan, we're talking the UK, we're talking Germany, we're talking France, and then you start running out, don't you? One day, probably a Chinese car will win this race. But the Koreans...
It'll be a Di Tommaso then.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, because they are Chinese. It could be an MG, as I said. Anyway, let's talk about the real race here with the two Talbots in the front. And Gareth and Michael here raced each other so many times, looking across at each other, I think, as off they go. And look at the BMW is looking a bit racy in fourth place.
The BMW's going to get to third place.
Yeah,
I think.
it is.
It's got up the inside of the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, the Bugatti's making a challenge as well.
Past one of the Alfas. That's the blue and black one I was describing earlier. And there's the Aston Martin of Robert Blakemore. Slightly confusing numbers. It's got number 21 on the rear flank, but it's actually got its 66 number on the side for this event.
Oh, right. Well,
21 it runs normally, so ignore that.
Yeah, and Richard Bradley's dad is in there in the Aston Martin Ulster from 1936 and starting there in 25th place. See how he gets on.
Very distinctive car to tell the Ulster, because you can always tell because the radiator grille is painted black, colour-coded, not chrome at the time, as with the back of the headlamps. It's also got that very distinct shape at the back where actually the spare wheel is lying flat under the tailgate.
You know what's so special about this? Look at these cars with all the different shapes and noises and stuff.
And engine configurations and 4 cylinders and 6s and straight 8s in the Alfa Romeos.
Wheels pointing in different directions. Losing that now.
You've got the Astons are 1.5 litre 4 cylinders.
Yeah.
You've got your Alfa Romeos 2.3 litre straight 8s.
Yeah.
You've got your Bentleys at 4.5 litre and more blowers, as in got a supercharger on it.
Yeah, we'll see that. Actually, when we get a close-up of a Bentley, we'll see the supercharger on the front.
Your Bugattis ranging from a 1200cc right up to a 4.6 litre.
Yeah.
Your Citroen, car number 35, the Citroen
Tipo
C4 Spider with a 900 with a 1482 engine in it. Tiny little things. Organs with sort of 1 litre engine, 1.4s, Rileys with 1.6s. So all sorts of different thoughts and ideas of cars.
Here's a Bentley very early on. See the supercharger on the front of it. He's going through in the failing light here now at Le Mans. Shadows getting longer. And, 9:15 here, of course, 8:15 back in the UK.
mentioned this again, didn't we? Sorry, we mentioned this before, Andrew. I'm going to repeat it again. That's how repeats work. Is that these cars? We often say, are they being driven? Is it a parade?
Yeah.
Is it a demonstration? Is it a bit of fun? You're racing to the layman that doesn't understand you. But do you really race cars? Do you actually push them? Cars that are this old, aren't they a bit unsafe? Are they reliable? Well, you've only got to. Even an outside person can have a look at these cars braking into some of these chicanes and the Mulsanne.
Yeah.
And they're fighting to stop the things because they're on the limit.
Yeah.
Because they're racing them, which is absolutely fantastic. Then they're coming out. There's a Bentley there, which is a touring Bugatti, which got the fastest lorry in the world.
Yeah.
It's just come out one of the chicanes there, and it's got a little bit of oversteer on his drifting. He's got on the gas, the back's let go. He said, well, keep the foot in and let's keep going.
With the opposite lock,
17-ton Bentley, I exaggerate for clarity, but you get my point.
Yeah.
As it should be as well. Rob Kaufman there in the background.
Can't miss that.
Can't miss that at all, can you? I mean, the fact it's got 9. Again, I like in the period there. His car's got they've got the black mesh radiator grille, which is the grille in front of the radiator, as it was then, and then it's got the number painted onto it in there, which was very period at the time. But then helps the fact it's got a very lucrative crash helmet.
Yeah, Gareth Burnett pulled away from Michael Birch. BMW going nicely. What's that in the BMW? 2 drivers mentioned for that. 10 car. Albert Otten and Dietrich Horbach. We don't know which is that. And actually, listed for that car is Miles Griffiths, well-known historic racing driver in the UK, and a lot of success in Philip Walker's cars. But I didn't see him around, so I'm sure what happened. There's Calvin going through the picture.
So
what's our lap times? You see,
I was just
see in a minute, won't we?
We will see in a minute. I was going to have a very quick look and see the classifications. So look at the practice lap times.
Oh, 57's had a bit of an incident.
Is that one of the Tolbers? Bugatti Type 57.
Yeah.
Facing the opposite way.
Look, there's a bit of oil dripping. Oh, look,
That's
has he damaged that tank? Don't tell you he's going to go around dripping oil all around the place. I think he is.
Oh, there's certainly some fluid coming out to the front left.
Yeah, no, but
front to rear left.
I saw oil down the oil tank at the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just going to see it now, so it's gone.
That's it.
Now I suspect that's gone before. That's gone off on its own oil.
Can you see the oil tank? Yeah, look, the oil dripping down there.
Yeah, my point being, Andrew, you're absolutely right.
It's gone off on its own oil.
It's gone off on its own oil. Yeah, that's why he spun the car there. That's going to be driven by Duncan Pittaway later, I think.
Yeah, and Tim Dutton, so that's a UK run car.
So that will
Tim Dutton must be something to do with
Dutton. Yes.
Yeah.
So 6:05 was the fastest time for Michael Birch. Gareth Burnett was second, if the way around it was 6:06. So they're just cracking in over 6 minutes for a lap. They are, although that said, they are 7-8 seconds, 10 seconds ahead of the third and fourth place cars.
Michael Birch at the wheel.
With his very Michael Schumacher tribute helmet, by the look of it. Quick glance at it.
There he comes. The unusual way they hold the bars that locate the wings so they don't wobble around them. Just saw him soaring at the wheel a little bit, as you did in those days. There's great shots, look at them using their bodies.
Almost sidecar style, isn't it?
Yeah,
sort of motorbike and sidecar.
Yeah.
And I guess some of the lighter cars, and they say, would have made a difference.
Yeah.
I guess you've got no seats. We're used to modern day cars where your torso is kept absolutely rigid.
Absolutely.
But in those days, I guess if you're unretained, then you probably would lean in. It just seems natural in an open car. I don't really know why. It's a strange driver thing.
Well, nice little run down the inside there with the Alpha.
That's Duncan Pittaway, isn't it? That's just been overtaken in the Bugatti by the Alpha. Ready to crash helmet with his sort of B or Wasp crash helmet there, the number 49.
Is he leaning into the corner? Clearly see those wheels you mentioned.
Duncan Pittaway, an exponent of these classification of cars, and of course runs that extraordinary Fiat, the Beast of Turin.
Yeah, got a great big aero engine.
Well, unbelievable. Yes, great story with that car. Only 2 built in period, and the engine. The engine was out of one and kept. The car was destroyed. would you believe he came across the remains of that car whilst on holiday in Australia?
Oh, no, really?
Could not believe it and thought, no, this cannot be so. Photographed it, documented it, verified it. It was. But he hadn't got the engine for it.
Yeah.
Who got the engine? Fiat in their museum. And
Yeah.
apparently, I think it took a couple of years of communication,
Yeah.
whatever, and then
Yeah.
in the end, Fiat just said, you're absolutely right, these two should be mated
They
together and run
yeah,
again.
yeah.
And he drives it on the road, and no word of a
Yeah.
lie, he goes to the pub in it.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, fantastic. But he's got to be careful of children and at the side of the road because they basically give them a haircut from
Yeah.
the flames coming out of the exhaust. And I'm not joking, that's what it does. Go and
Yeah.
look it up on a streaming service. Duncan Pittaway and Beast of Turin. You'll never see anything like it.
Bit of
Tonneau cover flashing,
flapping,
yeah.
that's a leader. I think that was in period, wasn't it? They had the different coloured green for the mud guards, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a darker, wasn't it? So two-tone.
Yeah,
so it was
yeah, two-tone.
almost sort of railway colours, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and they're already passing some of the boys that are going, limping around, really.
But they want to make, hopefully, at the pit stop, they'll tie that tonneau cover down
Yeah,
because they don't want to
a
flatten
bit
too much
annoying,
because it'll
won't it?
just
Yeah.
undo all the rest of the clips, and it's just a bit of a distraction as well.
Yeah. Of course, the bonnet held iconically by leather straps. Well, because Jaguar did that even into the 50s.
Into the 50s, exactly, yeah. But it was a safety thing at the time because,
Yeah.
again, materials and catches and things just weren't as reliable.
No, they-
and vibrations,
no.
we've got things now, technology, even into details like that, is so advanced. A bonnet can come up, so you
Look
can
at
put a
this.
leather strap over it.
Wheel-to-wheel racing, leaning in. The 52
Well, the
car.
Alpha was the headlights from behind. I thought there was a
No.
glow under that car. It's the headlights of the Alpha behind it. I suddenly thought, is there something, flames under that car? No, it's just the
And this
headlights.
is a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah. So the BMW 328 going to come under pressure again. That iconic kidney grille that you see on the new M4s we saw was the pace car.
Yeah.
So they're still in evidence. Some 70, 80 years later.
Gone back to the
Now we've
upright.
got a car, medical car out on track, and blue
Yeah.
lights flashing. So that's just talking the BMWs. That's out on track at the moment.
Suddenly coming into
Pit window is open in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Glorious shot of the leading car into the sunset.
Yeah,
almost
suddenly
there,
into the
Andrew.
sunset. Yeah, just to that one little bit of track there.
Perfect demonstration of light and shade there.
Yep.
As it goes into the trees. Well, not into the trees, under the trees. Sorry.
It twitched a little bit. But he's so
But he's
used
not
to
trying, is he?
I know. I mean, he's very used to this. Guy's had a lot of success in it. Just love it. Yeah, I'm not sure what that car's doing at that.
35, voilà. Mais les
Service
routes sur cette
car.
trace huileuse, très,
Well, this is a nice little struggle here with these guys racing down 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Talking of Astons and Middleton, doing pretty well. Top 10. English Talbot, German BMW, French Bugatti, Italian Alfa Romeo. Two Astons. We haven't mentioned the Lagondas much, have we?
No, all part of the two very different brands of the day. Of course, they merged in 1948
Aston
when
and
David
Lagonda,
Brown
yeah.
brought them out.
And every so often, Aston and its different management bring the Lagonda name back, don't they?
Well, you can buy one now. You can buy,
Yeah.
you can buy a Lagonda Rapide, which is basically a four-door version of the AM-V8.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that, but that's exactly what it is. But it's, of course, they still run one of their eponymous number plates. Is one AML and AML1.
Is that, yeah.
Yeah, they still have those
of course,
plates.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, they're always.
Aston Martin Lagonda, which is it's all when it was saved back when it went bankrupt for one of its numerous times.
Yeah.
It was saved in 1975. So there was a company called Aston Martin Lagonda brackets 1975 Limited.
Yeah.
I think it was the late great and much missed Duke of Edinburgh, Prince of Wales, when he talked to David Brown about buying Aston Martin. Apparently he said to him, he was seeing the DB5 and all this, he said, "What on earth possessed you to buy Aston Martin?"
Lots of different owners. Victor Gauntlet I knew quite well.
Yep.
Quite a bit of
Pace
sponsorship.
Petroleum.
Pace I did sponsorship deals for.
Of course you did.
I did. I got them to sponsor Nigel Mansell. Actually, Nigel Mansell had a deal with Pace Petroleum.
Now, see, look, this is
Oh
oil.
yeah,
now,
that's
this-
the oil.
this-
And he's held it and just. Oh, that's a bit
Is
of
that,
a
a Riley, is that a Riley MPH? That's number
62.
62. I'm thinking it is.
I think we've got a
It is. I've got it right. It's
Oh, well
Riley
done,
MPH.
yeah.
But going off on the oil that we saw from
Yeah.
the Largo. No, was it the Largo that went off? Or
No, no.
was
it was
Bugatti, Type
it's a
57.
Bugatti, yeah, the Type 57 Bugatti. I think it's a change of driver here. Is the pit window open?
No, not another 2 minutes yet though. But I love this. We get driver updates
That's
from.
well, have they gone from dad to daughter, or
Shouldn't be able
because
to do it
there's
yet.
a lady in there now?
Pit window's not open another 2 minutes, so they shouldn't be able to
Yeah,
do
they
this.
shouldn't
But
be able to- no, this is gonna come.
we said about Richard Bradley being involved
Oh,
in these
these
cars.
This we talked, didn't we, to the guy who was running this car yesterday as well, or maybe it was running a car for that same pairing of brothers. Or, no, father and son it was.
So Richard Bradley, who should be in this race, but
Yeah.
he's obviously busy at Monza, he's watching and he's even sent me screen grabs of photographs and highlighted it with circles around it saying
This
that
is
Bugatti,
fantastic.
has covered the whole circuit, second half of the circuit in oil,
that's-
hence all the slides at Indy Arnage.
Yeah,
There you go.
there you are.
You can take the driver out of the car,
But-
you can put him in another country in another car, but he'll still want to talk about
Absolutely
racing cars.
fabulous, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's just
Right.
brilliant.
The little-
Thank you, Richard.
yeah.
I hope you listen to us.
the MG, the 11 car is in there, because also with a supercharger on it. And,
I don't know why we're focusing on quite so
I
closely
don't
there.
know.
but
Well,
it's
it's got that strap on the front.
Well, that's his towing strap.
Yeah,
Instead of a
but,
towing
is
eye.
it- yeah, that's right.
So sun setting here at Le Sarthe on our. We've got 2 more races to go this evening, but this is Plateau 1. We've got 2 and 3 to
Yeah.
come after this, although 28 minutes of this to go. And number 69 driver there just waving to his pit crew as he went by.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a.
Look if he got Steve McQueen type overalls on, race suit on. That 11 MGTA that we focused on, maybe they focused on it because it might be British, but it's not French drivers. Robert Salmon, it doesn't sound very French, apparently he is, and then meant to be sharing the car with Charles Edouard Rosso and Philippe Ballou. Whether they all get to drive, who knows, but...
I think I said it was 28 Coles Lagonda. If it was Martin.
Well, the 2
Butler.
Talbots are close right up, haven't they?
They're putting on a show now for us.
Well,
aren't
yeah,
they?
because...
With Dibble. It's too early for a photo finish.
Oh, that'll be fun, wouldn't it?
That's way too early. We've got 28 minutes to go. So that
I
can't be
mean,
happening.
these 2 guys are friends, but there must be quite a bit of competitive spirit between the pair of them. I wonder if it could be really clever and hook up Richard Bradley and get him to help us commentate on this. You almost could,
Oh,
couldn't you?
no, we've got number 31.
One,
That's
that's
a
a
Riley.
Riley.
Coming out of the gravel somewhere. That's Rossetti.
TT
And the number
Sprite.
31, the Riley. Yeah, the Riley.
There used to be a thing called the Treen body. And
No, pit window is open. Hence we've got cars in the
Yeah.
pit, so that's now got just open 40
Yeah.
seconds ago. So N Swift. That's
No,
not
it
Nick
can't be.
Swift, is it? Surely.
It could be, Nick Swift, famous for racing minis.
You can't put Nick Swift from a Mini into a Bentley from the 20s. I know you can, but wouldn't it be just fantastic if it is?
Yeah, it might not be. I'm not sure what Nick Swift mini racer looks like.
Fast.
Somebody would.
That I can tell you.
Fast,
Fast.
yeah, fast.
When I've watched Nick Swift in a Mini 1275
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
going
so
past,
mega.
of all people, Stuart Hall in
Yeah.
a Rover SD1 V8
Yeah.
at Goodwood.
And does
The
he not
Mini.
does a lot of the engines as well for those cars?
I think he does all of them.
Yeah,
but
pretty well, yeah, all the good ones.
Obviously rather well.
Yes. Right. So we got 3 Alphas running in 5th, 6th and 7th. Cook car, then the Halusa car, and then the 3rd one. That's who got. We have 4 of them for a while.
Well, there you go. Just as a matter of interest, the 51 car that's changed the driver, Paul Carter, which is the Bentley 4.5 of 1929.
Yeah.
The second driver is listed as Nick Swift. It said N Swift on our legend. I've just double checked on the engine. It is. His name's Nick Swift. If it's the same one, I don't know, but it's. I'll be surprised if it isn't. It's quite extraordinary. Got to find
I
out
wonder if
somehow.
Googling can help that.
I bet Richard Bradley knows.
There's a man with a De Tomaso badge and his BMW.
So very different looking Bugatti there, number 38 in the pit lane, well a Type 35 from 1926, but in white, always cream. Very different colour. Usually
Very
in
white,
blue.
isn't it? I'd call that
Usually in
Snow White, that.
Usually in the standard French racing blue, or even black, maybe red, but a white one, very, very distinctive and very different. So our race leaders at the moment had, what they said, a 51-second advantage. But we've got an Alpha slowing on the straight here. She's on the one side, I think it's on the one side. I think it's keeping well over to the right-hand side and looking fastidiously. There's no left-hand mirror there, but watching, keeping out of the way of traffic there. And just one of the Bugatti drivers there, as they're coming into our camera shot. We mentioned earlier about going from light to shade, so the bright sunlight, and literally, even though he's got a clear visor on a full face helmet, putting his hand up to over the visor to block the sunlight coming in. This is one of the problems of 24-hour racing or endurance racing is that bit at sunset when the sun's at the wrong part, and
right at the wrong
it's
going.
a few laps where it just gets in the way, and you can't see where you're going, and it's pretty important in a racing car to be able to see the track. Call me old school. Three abreast coming out of Arnage. We've got an Aston Martin, an Alfa Romeo and a Bugatti, all vying for same bit of road on the exit. That's been settled in the Bentley's favour at the moment.
I'm going to say that I think it's a different Big Swift.
I think so too.
I've just been on his website.
To make a great story.
And, and it's no mention of it. There's lots of mention of Swift Junior Minis and stuff like that, but I think it's probably a different guy. But it's not that unusual a name, but a pretty good name for a racing driver. Swift, isn't it? It's like best ever name because it's got speed.
I think Win Percy. I think Win is just brilliant.
Win Percy, yeah, that's not bad.
Winston, of course, it's abbreviated from, but Win Percy sounds like a racing driver. It says what it does on the tin. A switch of position there for Aston Martin getting past the Bentley. It's got another Aston right behind it now, but it's going to do it that part of the track, so that's sort of end of the portion curves coming up to the end of the lap there, so the Aston's smaller, nimbler and a lot more deft through that part. I think coming into the pits, Aston just got the position coming into the pits. Yeah. Going to sit behind one of the Rileys with how many? We've got 10 minutes left of the pit window and 20 minutes of the race to go. So half of the race distance left as we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full cars coming in into the pits, and the Alpha's having a bit of a twitch coming in there. But half of this race that is left has a pit window opportunity, so there's quite a way to go on that opportunity yet. So Bentley and Aston, that I think are just coming into the pits. That's number 70, the Bentley. Which is the Bentley of Michael Overington, who's staying in that car.
Yep.
Not just to prove our points about Bugatti 35, which is now a silver one.
Yeah.
So available in many colours, clearly.
Yeah. Some weren't painted at all.
Yeah, true. Same weight.
There's Morgan. Philip. Charlie, is it? Charlie getting out. Trouble. Out he goes. Morgan comes in. I think the two Talbots have actually split their pit stops, not coming in on the same lap. Oh, he's done the tour auto. Got the race suit to prove it.
As has happened in the last race, I think our timing has just gone up very slightly. It definitely had 20 minutes something on a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it counted down to 19, and it's now jumped up to 22. So I think we've added a bit on, a bit better than that one having final lap, but that timing has definitely gone back up again.
Have to add dinner later then, won't we?
Oh, we don't need to eat, it's overrated.
Yeah.
I don't need to anyway, too fat as it
Oh,
is.
yeah, no, well, yeah, but you still do. You're using a lot of energy up. There's some great drivers in the Bentley boys, what they call them, the Bentley boys. And Patrick
Tim Burkin and those
Tim
guys.
Burkin, it was Sir Tim Burkin.
Yeah.
And, all that great success. Was it 5 years? Win it every year, did they? You know, in a row, but they probably in the programme it's got the results, hasn't it? For this race, it's got little write-ups on each race, hasn't it? Quite a good way to. There's the K3 magnets. It's going to get a little bit of work on it.
We'll find the answer for you very quickly.
Yeah. Very packed pit lane now. Discussions down. Look at this, and okay, was that the lead Talbot that's coming now? No, I think that's the one. That's the one that was in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it. It's in the pits. Yes,
yeah,
that's
it's in the pits.
So
no, the other one hasn't come in yet.
Second hasn't come in yet.
What are you doing with your Bugatti? So trapped in there a bit.
No, you're right. It was 4 years in a row from 1930. Sorry, my apologies. I'm counting the reverse. 1927, 28, 29, and 30. So the names you're talking about: Dudley Benjafield, Sammy Davis Jr.
Sammy Davis, yeah.
Kursako, Wolf Bonato, no less.
Yeah.
Bernard Rubin, who was Australian rather than English. Wolf Bonato again. Henry Birkin, Wolf Bonato, Glenn Kidston, Henry Birkin again. It was quite good. And Earl Howe went on to race. Of course, no, sorry, my apologies. Earl Howe was the big Alfa Romeo in 1931.
Yeah.
34. The car that's the 8C2300 that's owned by Rob Kaufman in this race. Here's a name for you. The two drivers. The second one was Philippe Antansalon, and the other driver was Luigi Cinetti.
Yeah.
A bit of history there for sports cars and whatever. So it goes back a long way, doesn't it?
He went on to found not. It's been a long day, hasn't it? North American Racing Team, and because they won the race in 1965, the first year that I came.
3 outright wins as well at Le Mans. Cinetti.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary. 12 attempts and 3 wins, so a 25% hit rate of winning. It's quite impressive.
Just recap the years of the Bentley wins.
27 to 31, sorry, 30 inclusive.
Yeah.
Of course, also counting 1924 as well. That's another one.
Yeah.
So had won it 5 times, 4 consecutive.
Yeah, that's right.
So
and then won it again.
Yeah. So the Chenard Walker that won it in 1923, the opening one. We've got one of those in this race.
We have. I wonder if it could just be, couldn't it?
Well, I don't think it was.
Yeah, here we are. JJ93 is in now, and that's
No, it's the one. This one is a 1924 car, and it's not mentioned here as having done. I'm sure it would have won it, and if it's won having won Le Mans is quite something. Having won the first Le Mans, I'm sure it would have been recorded. But it is one of those cars. Cars from a year later, but that's the car that won it first time. So Bentley then won it the second Le Mans in 1924.
Yeah.
You then had two wins by Lorraine Dietrichs.
Yeah.
Then we had a run of 4 Bentleys, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Yeah. Just saw Michael Birch, JJ93, head back. There he is. The Michael Schumacher helmet, complete. I wonder if it is a helmet that was worn by Schumacher, because they are traded, those things, aren't they?
No, I don't. I think it's just a true. I don't know. We've talked about this before, but just go to those Bentley things. There's 4 wins in a row. We then had Alfa Romeo with Earl Howe race on the ribbons and Luigi Tometti, whatever. They also had another 4 in a row straight away.
Yeah.
So 8 years it was dominated by that. You then had the Gonda, Bugatti, Delahaye. Bugatti became quite good, and then we sort of get into post-war. Of course, it wasn't run between 1940 and 1948, even though the war was actually 40 to 45, but 8 years off. Hence, we had the 90th running of it 3 weeks ago here, but next year's the 100th year anniversary. We've got 10 years missing.
Well, here's something a bit different, the Singer.
Yeah. Sewing machines.
No.
Little jewels, I know. Again, a very successul car in period.
Yep.
Look at the number plate on that, PL2.
Yeah, that's worth a bit.
That's worth a bob or two, isn't it? Which is odd because it's in Plateau 1. It should be in Plateau 2, shouldn't it?
Shouldn't it?
Oh, we're struggling now, aren't we? We're struggling. Look at the sun setting there. Beautiful scene.
Yeah.
that down to Indianapolis? That's where they are.
Yeah, long shadows here. And some racing cars from the best part of 90 years ago, still being fully exercised, driven on the limit by guys that are massively enthusiastic. Helmet being cleaned, lights are cleaned. He's got his Laconda badge, his crash helmet, back and the front.
I was just trying to work out, and I couldn't find where it was as to why we've got 100 years of Le Mans next year, centenary, and only 90 runnings. It wasn't held between 40 and 48. And my quick maths were telling me that was 9 years of not running, so where's the 10th one missing? And I found the answer. It was held in not held in 1936 as a result of workers on strikes. I've forgotten about that. I knew there was something else in my brain somewhere. There's lots of things in my brain. Most of them are quite useless. You can agree.
They're quite
Nobody
useless
agree a lot
until-
quicker than that, Andrew.
Quite useless until you need to do a commentary like this. I wonder if we can work out who's driving that third place Bugatti 235. Whether it's Dutton or Pitaway.
Well, we can tell Pitaway is very easy because his helmet is black and white.
Oh, is it?
So black and yellow striped
All right,
helmet
okay,
is the.
You would seen him racing at AMOC meetings, or?
Well, just ran mostly at Goodwood and stuff, but we will try and encourage him to do that. Yes, of course. It's always good. We like cars on grids, but yeah, it's just more than there's people at Goodwood, isn't it? It's so well known. Lights are ablaze now down certain parts of the circuit, going up over the brow of the hill, really into almost a bit of darkness there. We can't see. We've got the blinds down. Whatever.
No, actually the cameras tend to lighten it up a bit.
Yeah. We're going to walk outside into darkness, aren't we?
Just to remind people, this racing will go on through the night with the tier level 2 and 3 guys have not raced yet. We'll go all through the night. We will not go all through the night. We will come back though in the morning.
Go on, tempt me then. Go on.
My phone's being used as stopwatches. What an amazing piece of kit an iPhone is.
It's not a phone anymore.
No, it's a massively powerful computer, but it isn't only a computer. You know, it's a torch.
It's everything. But I've learned, I don't know the exact capacity, and somebody will tell me, I'm sure. But there's far more processing capacity in an iPhone now than there was in the Apollo 11 that went onto the moon 53 years ago, which is quite an extraordinary thing. But nothing else. It's not the capacity. It's the size.
Yeah.
We talk about this. We talk about technology and reliability in cars. But here, Flatbed Morgan coming into the pits, and what a gaggle of Bentleys.
Put his hand out. I'm turning right, and I'm going into the pits.
Yes.
Very good.
As it was, hand signals in those days.
Yeah, hand signals. I don't know if you had to use them racing, but anyway.
It was gentleman racing.
It was gentleman racing. Look at this, 7 or 8 cars all in the same piece of track going past the Porsche Experience Centre.
Well out of the way of that set of Bugattis with an Alfa at the back of it. Sorry, better Bentleys. The Bugatti keeping out of the way of the Bentleys. Getting Bugattis and Bentleys mixed up. Just what an Alfa mate.
And again, you see that 9, number 9, they painted the big number on the front of the radiator like that.
And
again, we're
Rob
seeing
Kaufman's car, isn't it?
Yeah. The Morgan coming in.
That seems to have done a very short stint.
It does, yes.
But it might just be to just roll that driver through it. They're choosing to do that. There's more of an issue there. Looking underneath that car, no, maybe not.
And change the driver, opens the door, and easy to climb into that. And
a Ford Mark IV just going past, obviously just going to a different part of the paddock, whatever. I'm not sure that should have been in the active live pit lane at the same time as this.
No.
I think that might have some remonstrations from somewhere. Powers have been. There it is going past again.
See the strap on the ground there. Who's that chap there? 75. Morgan. Driven by Simon King. He's sharing it with a chap from called Philip Sinclair Tidstall. I'm not sure.
Very British.
Yes. Oh dear, the BMW has been pushed away. Beautiful looking car.
That's the 53 entry, isn't it? Of that's the 328 of Paul Grant. Totally confused with things. I just read its year. Read its year as being 1971. That, of course, is its capacity of its engine.
Oh, right.
I'm thinking, hang on, that's not a 1971 Morgan. Even I know that. It's a 1939 Morgan. Listeners, do not worry. I've not lost the plot completely.
Yeah.
1971 Morgan would look very different.
10 minutes to go. And just scanning that first page to see if Richard Bradley's still listening. Where his father's running, I don't see it. Just have to switch some pages on the timing screen. So 76 cars were entered for this race. Was 72 made a start.
Very elegant cars for me in the field. There is the 69, which is that the Tolbo? 69? Am I right? Was that the Gonda? It's Delage. I knew it was French.
Oh, Delage, right?
I knew it was.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
I think I did think it was the Gonda, but I thought it was Delage that year. So 1936 Delage. That's Samuel Bresade, and that, and Benjamin Bresade is going to. Will have taken that car over. I'm guessing in this, but they're down to 2 drivers, so. So Richard Bradley's very kindly Job has just heard you, Andrew, and his dad is 39, having lost a lot on his pit stop.
Oh right, okay. So
And it's
I can't find it on the timing screen. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, our first screen goes to 32, so it'll be on the second screen. But I know Richard won't mind me reading this out, Andrew. His quote was 39th, lost a lot in his pit stop.
He's now showing 44th on our timing screen.
No need for my help on commentary. You two doing a great job. Plus,
yes,
this is the real bit. This is the anchor. Plus, if I comment on my dad's lap times, I might not be allowed to drive it again, let alone attend Christmas dinner.
That's it. Well, fantastic.
Thank you, Richard.
Richard,
live
you're
from
a
Monza.
star, mate. Absolute star.
Have a great drive in that LMP2 car tomorrow as well. And bring it back home and bring us a good result home, my friend.
7 minutes left, and certainly the Go 52 with Gareth Burnett in it, so pulled well away from Michael Birch now. So we're going to have another talk at 1-2, but let's just remind everybody you have to do the 3 races, you have to finish them all, because it is aggregate of the 3.
Every lap counts.
Every lap counts.
Can you get points on?
You can win
the last lap.
You can win this race and win the next one, which is supposed to be sort of in the early hours, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? Something like that. And then you can break down in the last one tomorrow, sort of lunchtime, whenever it is, and hero to zero, really.
Yeah, we talk about those laps. I mean, they've obviously dropped the pace down a bit now. As you said, we've got some 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
the pace of the front cars, Burnett and Birch and Burnett, we know it works both in Talbot AV 105s. 7 minute 13 and 7 minute 24, but qualifying was 6:05. But the fastest lap of the race for our race
Just
leader,
done that now. He's just done.
I was just going to say it was a 5:54, and he's now just done a 5:49.
Yeah, but the time previously was including coming out of the pits.
Now, pit stops under investigation for 33, which is the Velicourt to Maru Bugatti Type 51 in 9th position, so that's important. At 75 as well, and 44, which I can't see on my
it's on the second page,
screen. So no disrespect, ones that affect big differences, certainly within the top 10 or top 20 of that there.
A
So,
couple of Alphas racing there together, look. Different colours. Bentley getting in the way. Look at the comparison in size of those two cars.
and it's bordering on ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, no wonder we got the phrase David and Goliath.
Yeah. The technology was coming from different directions, wasn't it?
Well, it certainly was, and nice to see that Paul Chase Gardner in 15th at the moment in his Aston Martin, not just because it's an Aston Martin, because he was out in the Aston Martin Muncher earlier on in the 1977
Muncher.
car. So because it munched its brake discs in period, so it got known as the Muncher nickname in the team.
Yeah.
Car that's run, I think we did put a little post about this today, but quite extraordinary. Robin Hamilton ran a business at the time. Robin Hamilton, Aston Martin specialist, went on to do the Nimrods, which is partly funded by Pace, and as you said, Victor Gauntlet and all that. And Dave Jack was his right-hand man, who then went on to set up Aston Engineering up in Derby, probably one of the leading exponents of Aston Martin specialists in the UK. Great restoration, but looks after people like Wolfgang Friedrich, Tom Alexander, some fabulous cars that he's also running here now. But Dave Jack, I won't say how old he was, but he was in his 20s, let's put it that way, when he was right-hand man to Robin Hamilton, running that very car here at Le Mans in 1977.
And he's still with it now.
45 years later, he's still running it. How cool is that?
And
he did say yesterday, and he's a very, very modest guy, Dave. Holds his own, but he's a very modest man. He's not one to go out and shout about things. He said, I must be the only person to have run a car in period 45 years ago and running it again here. And I think he has. So if ever there was a Spirit of the Weekend award, that's got to be a nomination as a minimum.
I don't think they have one, do they?
Neil from hopefully you know exactly what I mean about that. I'll talk to him about that.
Yeah.
So just under 4 minutes left to go. We've got
a bit
a
of work
Bugatti
on the brakes there.
in with its front left wheel off. But as I said, it's got an alloy wheel with a brake drum built into it, so they've got straight to it. You can see it there on the top.
3 sliptions involved in that car.
I've got to say,
it's got to be Dutch, haven't they?
I've got a bit of video footage going on here of in the pits here, Andrew, and they've got that gorgeous alloy wheel face down. On the pad.
So you can see the
you can see the brake. It shows us the brake drum, but I dread to think how much an alloy wheel for a 1930-something Bugatti is.
I bet there's people still make them.
Of course there is, but they're not real. They're not original then, are they?
Someone like Crossfade and Gardner probably make something like that.
I know they make very good E-Type engines. I know what the bill is.
They make Coventry Climax engines.
I know what the bill is for an E-Type engine as well.
Do you? Right, okay. Well, I don't want to.
That's the T43 Grand Sport number 41 that's in the pit, which we're talking about. That's the Luca Suppen car. We say lots of people standing around it, sorting it out.
Yeah. Presume they're Dutch. Well, just 2 minutes. I presume this time won't change. It says Burnett and Birch, but it is Burnett. And Birch will not drive his car. He's driving the other one. They enter both names to give them a bit of flexibility in case there was a problem with one of them.
Yeah, the problem being is that it's significantly quicker than everything else. 5:49 for, we think it's Birch, don't we, in that at the moment. And then
no,
Burnett.
Burnett's in that, and he stayed in it, Birch
I'm just testing you, because you were very good at this. I'm just testing that, late in the day.
We've got French commentary running parallel with this, haven't we, in the next booth? I wonder if they know about that.
Probably about the logos. No, let's not go there. So the second place car of Birch has done a 6:06, which was about
Michael Birch,
which was about his qualifying time. So
but
he's matched it.
But Gareth, I'd be interested to know what time Gareth done 4 years ago when he won here.
I'm sure you'll know. I'm sure John Rushton will tell us.
John Rushton will know. And
he may not tell us, but he'll know.
No,
he will tell us.
I wonder if they. There's no changes in the tyre technology for these things. People that make these historic vintage racing tyres are not developing compounds.
No, not well. Yes, they are. They're better than an Imperial by
by
a country mile, but not particularly. Nobody's told Gareth Burnett that he's drifting that lead car. Through into our view there. Horseshoe curves, yes. And things that really have changed are brake lining technology.
Interesting, yes.
Very different materials. You can now get sort of liners inside the brake drum rather than just being on the car, so you can put a steel lining insert and friction fitted in. different materials that
Yeah,
run
yeah.
different all sorts of different things, and that really has done, because some of the I've never driven I've never raced a pre-war car. I'm going to add yet
Yeah.
onto that one, but I've driven 50s cars, Astons and stuff, and a few other things.
DB2s.
DB2,
Yeah.
exactly. Courtesy of David Reed, who's here running a car for a customer. So thank you, David. We'll see you at the Silverton Classics. I'm driving it again. But the big thing there is the drum brakes.
Yeah.
And they're inconsistent is the problem. And when we first drove the car, David said to me, "Well, the drum brakes, get used to it." I
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
that's not the issue. It's in making them consistently
Yeah.
poor
Yeah.
is the thing. Then you can go close quarter racing, because they're valuable cars. And
Yeah.
that's what's really changed. Is why they get these extraordinary lap times out of things
Yeah.
now. Things are, as you said before, they're reliable, whereas these things weren't particularly reliable
No.
in their day.
Well,
That's been a
look at
opposite
him
lot for the
fighting
70
on the
Bentley
wheel
there.
there, yes. And,
See it working away at that.
yeah, we're on the final lap now, so driving.
That's Martin
immaculate.
Overington, who was,
Yeah.
it was soaring away at the wheel there,
He was.
keeping the car going in the right trajectory, but the steering angles going in were definitely quite significant.
Gareth Burnett then heading towards the checkered flag. For the first of what he hopes will be 3 victories over this 2-day period. This the more classic runs. An idea also picked up by the people in Daytona, and the guy that runs that been racing a GT40 today. Yeah, just. But a lot of those Bentleys run on some of these very long distance rallies, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And they're very competitive in that. Very competitive indeed. So, the marshals, give a word for them. What a fantastic job! I presume they've got 2 or 3 crews changing them around, but it's a huge operation, of course, to marshal a track of this length and for this long period of time. Fantastic job, well done, guys. Quite different speeds, some of these cars, but yeah, just perfect demonstration here by Gareth Burnett and Michael Birch. Absolutely terrific job.
Track limits going out to the windows there on the final lap for the Alpha and the 328. Going through the last knocking to the lap there. Just way over. No, absolutely no consideration of track limits at all, and nor should it be. Nobody's gained any advantage, so it doesn't matter.
So, and congratulations to John Rushton, of course, put all this masterminds, this package with these talbots, doesn't he?
No, congratulate. Yeah, it's only the first. They haven't got the checker flag yet, and they've got 2 more races to go yet.
Yeah, that's right. Correct.
As John would say.
Yeah. And the light's wobbling a bit on that Bentley, look. There's Go 52. Heading towards the checker flag, but as Snowy correctly says, it's never over until the flag waves. Fat lady sings whatever you want to say. Oh, trying to spread it, slot it through.
That change of position there, because the BMW just got through. Those are the 2 I was talking about, not observing track limit, shall we say? The white lines, I should say that. The BMW just shot past the Alfa Romeo.
Yep.
Final donc dernier tour pour les voitures de ce Groupe 1
So this, we've got all the lines down now in our commentary position, although we're right over the top of the pits. There's still a bit of light out there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's probably going to be darker outside than we realise, isn't it? I think we're going to get a shot when we come out of
I think you're right. Here's a replay. Looking over. And there's the BMW deciding I can dive through there.
Great use of the other BMW as a back marker. That's what he did. He just slotted the Alfa up behind the 46. 328 as well. Used a bit of BMW teamwork going on there, and that's just how the cards fall sometimes. And they're very opportunistic there for the number 10 BMW, which I'm just trying to find out who that is. In the
Albert Otten.
Albert Otten,
Well,
thank you
there's
very
3
much.
people were listed
Okay.
for that, including, as I mentioned, Miles Griffith.
Okay. Well, whoever's in that in the number 10, 3 to 8.
It's not him.
Perfect use of back marker. It happened to be a fellow 3 to 8
Yep.
BMW, so just working in favour. The Alpha just got tucked up behind and had to just come out of the throttle a bit and let the BMW through. So, but that was just starting their final lap.
Yep.
So they've got another 8 odd miles to get that back again. So
Yep.
let's see if the Alpha can do that again. And as our race leader comes into sight for the final time, lights ablaze, car number 20. Gareth Burnett as in Go 52, and absolutely chucking that car
He is
around.
on the limit, isn't he?
He's loving
Yeah.
every minute of it. Look,
Yeah.
he's almost drifting it. And if you're going to win a race, go and enjoy
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
Why not? It's got an Alfa Romeo. It's going to go in the way to go around the
Yeah.
long way off.
Yeah.
Gets out of his way.
A perfect drive from him. So coming up, we're going to be off the air over the nighttime period, the Plateau 2 and 3, which we haven't seen yet. So we'll see them in the morning. So we will see races from all the different groups. And the checkered flag falls both sides of the track. And
Because it's getting dark, so make sure they can see it. Can't miss it, yeah.
12 at 1, 2.
I didn't see it. Got an extra lap in.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's one of the pet hate of race organisers
Yeah.
is a driver doing an extra lap after the checkered flag.
Yeah, so the 1931 Talbot wins again here. I think it's done it 2 or 3 times before. Not sure if it's always Gareth or maybe Michael's one as well. Where did Rob Kaufman finish up in the end of it? Yeah, Alpha.
Kaufman, 16th.
Yeah, 16th in that car that won here all those years ago. Yeah, that sort of gives the light level a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was the bit we mentioned before, wasn't it? And now it goes a little bit lighter again. But very good headlights on the very small but efficient-looking lights on the winning car there. Well, how much they project a beam down the road, I'm not quite so sure, and that is the vital bit. It might look good on the camera, but it's no good if they don't project any light down the road. So the car coming in into what we said, we discussed this. There is, I think, there are no part ferme rules. We'll be able to establish that when we go outside in a few minutes where those cars reappear.
Yeah.
I imagine there's possibly some sort of post-race checks just to make sure everything's okay. Then I would imagine the cars are released back to their paddocks. That's where we always found them yesterday. Because yeah, we're talking cars here that are, some of them, 80, 70, 80, 90 years old. Some of them getting, one of them almost 100 years old. Which is, something I've said before, Andrew, that we quote a date of a car almost as if it's just like its model and its name. We say a 1937 so-and-so or a 1980 whatever. We say a 1924 whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Because it's synonymous with it. Let's just say a Bentley, for example. Then you go 1924. Well, actually, that's 98 years ago. 98 years. So a 1922 car, for the sake of being absolutely clear and stupid, it's 100 years old.
Yeah. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We are going off the air in just a couple of minutes or so. And we're going to come back tomorrow morning at 8:20, I believe, is the call, where we'll be catching up on the third of the races for Grid 5. So during the night they'll have another race, and then we'll have Grid 5 or Plateau 5, whatever you want to call it, and then we'll carry straight on then with Grid 6, and we'll see these cars again at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see Grid 2 at 1300, and we won't have seen those before, and then there is a bit of a parade going on at lunchtime, and then the final race is going to be the third and final Grid 3 race. And again, we haven't seen those cars yet, so lots more exciting race cars here that we haven't caught up with thus far, but we have seen an awful lot of racing cars, Peter Snowden, haven't we? And the Bugatti finishes and raises his hand to the start. Meanwhile, right at the end, the number 25 Bugatti manages to spin, and I'm sure he'll manage to sort that out in just a minute. And here we are, raising a hand.
That's our second place car, isn't it?
Yes, that's a second place car.
Michael Birch.
Yeah, complete with Michael written on it, so you
Yeah.
can remember his name.
And it's a Michael Schumacher tribute helmet.
Yeah.
If not, actually, I think you may be onto something there. That might actually be a genuine Michael Schumacher helmet.
Yeah, these things do trade
bought at an
and-
auction
yeah,
or something.
yeah.
And tell you what, there's a job for us. It's hey, it's only 10 o'clock here in France. What
Yeah.
else are we going to do? Everywhere's closed. So
I
know. Let's go and find that pit. And now there's a Jackie Eakes tribute helmet to me.
Yeah, I think so.
On our Dupin or Jean Dupin on the side of the Bugatti. But that to me are Jackie Eakes colours. That eponymous black with the white bit around the visor opening.
No, that's definitely Jackie Eakes.
Yeah. 6-time Le Mans winner.
Yep.
The man who famously, when he telephoned Tom Alexander, different one, Tom Christensen,
yeah.
having won 6 Le Mans, and his words of advice to Tom Christensen were, "Now go and beat my record."
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and he wanted him to beat the
Exactly,
record,
he wanted
because,
it done. So
yeah.
Christensen added another 3, so another 50%, just to put it in there.
Yeah.
9-time Le Mans winner.
Yeah, I know. And here we are. Well, just the final highlights of our broadcast today, and a big thank you to all the other cameramen, all the people there who have been producing the pictures, all the backroom staff. Done a terrific job, I think. This is not an easy race meeting to do, and in some ways quite complicated, but a very nice broadcast, I think, thus far. You know, we're both here for the first time. We'll learn more things for next year, and we'll work maybe a little bit with the organiser. It would have been, I think, maybe if we had a couple of runners, we can find out who are down in the pits and find out more who's actually in these cars. It's sometimes a bit frustrating. We can, most of the leading ones, we can work out who it is, but it's nice to know who's in the car, isn't it? And just great shots of second place car there, giving the wheel a bit of a tweak. But,
Catching the back end, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was Michael Birch.
And there's Gareth there, and they're so much quicker than the rest of the field. I mean, just humbled them, didn't they? Really.
As you said, they would.
Yeah,
would do, yes.
we thought they would, but you know.
So we just get you to pick out some lottery winning numbers for us. That'd be great, Andrew.
I know it would, wouldn't it? I think that's a rather more difficult task. So, yep, we'll be back tomorrow with more great action for sure. And I also have to say I enjoyed the 2 support races we did, the Group C and the Legends, with more modern cars. It's great to see this great plethora of machinery across the best, as we said, best part of 90 years. And of course, we haven't had the very recent cars, but some from only sort of 15 years ago. So you're just having a little look at the
yeah, I was just looking at
there.
this, as you say, because this is sort of round 1. We've got round 2 coming up at comes up at sort of midnight tonight, as you say.
Yeah.
When we go through the grids again, reverse order. So we'll be coming in at round 3 tomorrow morning. Starts at 7:20 local time, CET, Central European time, and that will start with, of course, Plateau Grid 4. We'll come in at 8:35 live on RSL at 8:35 for Plateau Grid 5, and then 6 again. And then we have a little bit of different stuff. We've got another little big man's race tomorrow.
Yep.
Those cars doing their 4 kilometres.
Also, we hope to get some more racers up in the box with us. Stuart Hall
Indeed.
and Mike Wise, of course, doing a great job.
That'll be followed by a BMW parade and a Ferrari parade, some of which we saw a little bit of today. We didn't see the BMW one, we did see the Ferrari one, but and then at 14:50, according to the schedule, obviously we can gain some time back tonight, hopefully from the organisers who've done a great job to shorten some of those races from 50 to 43 minutes, taking 7 minutes off each just to get us back onto schedule.
Yeah,
and we'll have a Plateau Grid 3 tomorrow at scheduled for 14:50 hours, take us until 4 o'clock tomorrow.
So darkness approaches here at Le Mans. We've been having an absolutely marvellous time here, and some tremendous races, a huge crowd of maybe the best part of 200,000 people here enjoying it, many of them Britain. But from me, Andrew Marriott, and for Peter Snowden, it's au revoir, good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Good
Goodbye.
night.